Hey there, amazing viewers. Welcome back to our YouTube channel where we bring you your favorite manhwa recaps. Did you know that more than 90% of our viewers have not subscribed yet? So please, if you're enjoying our videos and want to be part of our awesome community, now is the perfect time to hit that subscribe button. Joining our subscriber family means you'll never miss out on any of our exciting content. So, take a quick second to click that big red subscribe button below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell to stay notified whenever we release a new video. Enjoy watching and stay awesome. Jung-yu visited the First Central Hospital in Unai City for an ophthalmology consultation, with Dr. Zhao as his doctor in consultation room number 1. Jung-yu visited Dr. Zhao's consultation room for his eyes, having been concerned about them for the past few days. Dr. Zhao confirmed Jung-yu was the patient who made the appointment. Dr. Zhao scrutinizes Jung-yu's appearance, questioning if he truly is the patient and if the appointment was wrong due to his appearance. Dr. Zhao examines Jung-yu's paper and finds him unappealing due to his appearance. He begins his consultation by asking him to describe his eye symptoms, recognizing that he does not appear to be transitioning to Zong X. Jung-yu expresses discomfort with his eyes to Dr. Zhao, stating that his vision is unusual compared to what a normal person sees. Jung-yu explained to Dr. Zhao that he perceives the doctor as unusual, with colors that differ from natural ones. Jung-yu struggled to see the color of a person or their surroundings due to a red layer covering objects. He also sees Dr. Zhao's natural color, but his eyes are filtered by the red layers, preventing him from seeing the appropriate colors. Dr. Zhao listens to Jung-yu's conversation and inquires about his age. Jung-yu remains unconscious due to his distraction from red layers. He sees a number when he closes his eyes and shares it with the doctor, indicating his age is 18. After recovering from eye distraction, Jung-yu asks Dr. Zhao if he is asking about his age, as he had not responded earlier. Dr. Zhao is upset by Jung-yu's groggy appearance and wonders if he is in the right department for his appointment or if it was a mistake. Jung-yu questions if the red layer covering his sight is blood, considering the 18% he saw earlier. He believes it's low and near death. He observes the energetic doctor checking him, noticing his energy. Dr. Zhao continues the consultation, observing Jung-yu and advising him on his medical report. He inquires about his alcohol consumption, which Jung-yu misunderstands as he believes the doctor is asking about his current alcohol intake. Dr. Zhao was disappointed to find he couldn't clearly communicate with Jung-yu and determine his diagnosis due to his current state of mind. Jung-yu observes Dr. Zhao becoming tired of his lack of focus and knowledge in the consultation. He apologizes and admits that he was distracted, leading to his unfocused and unclear responses. Dr. Zhao admits to Jung-yu that he struggles with concentration due to his behavior, but doesn't make a big deal of it. He assures Jung-yu not to worry and promises to examine Jung-yu's words in his own eyes. Dr. Zhao meticulously examines Jung-yu's eyes to verify his pupils and confirm his perception of what he described. The doctor told Jung-yu to look left to right to see if there was something wrong in his eyes and carefully observes what's the problem that he was talking about. As the doctor finishes looking at Jung-yu's eyes, he tells him that his eyes look okay and there was nothing unusual that he sees as he checks his eyes and finished his consultation with Jung-yu because he could not see what's wrong with Jung-yu's eyes. Jung-yu's eyes have read like person as he opens them when he was finishing consulting with Dr. Zhao. Even when Dr. Zhao tells him that there is nothing wrong with his eyes, in the hospital's hallway all he sees around him were people that are covered in a red layer like what he told the doctor but could not seem to know what his diagnosis was. As he walks to the hallway, he sees all the people covered in a red layer and also sees a number percent at the top of their head that looks like the life percentage. Jung-yu's number percent is at 96. Jung-yu looked positive and thought that there was no need to treat the red layer that he thinks is just conjunctivitis or the inflammation in his eyes. He thought that the red layer that he was experiencing was his ability to make money. As Jung-yu did not get the solution for his eyes, he was about to leave the hospital and thought that if his ability is being able to see a blood layer, he wonders what's the use of this and how he should use it to make money. Outside their world, strange creatures have been entering their world by appearing in the pit holes and soldiers are guarding it. Jung-yu walks out of the hospital as he finished consulting about his eyes and is left with nothing to help cure his eyes. The government has announced that to ensure the safety of society, the Night Patrol is about to launch a new round of recruitment to increase its team for night patrol on the street to make sure all the citizens are safe from harm. 99 years later after the Great Cataclysm, the government of the UI city had established a safe place for people to survive. The mutants that were entering their world have been reported retreating steadily and hopes that the future will belong to their great Jew. The government had released all kinds of air security that may be able to secure all the areas in the city. As Jung-yu were still thinking about the red layer in his eyes, he thought that it was better for him to think about his situation carefully after going home. Jung-yu was walking in the streets of Unai City and noticed that his shoelaces were untied. As he was trying to tie his shoelace, he felt a demon aura and hears someone talking weirdly. Jiang Yu felt a strange demonic aura that was surrounding him. He felt scared because of the situation he was in and did not know what to do. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shadow-like person coming down in his direction. Jiang Yu looks at the shadow and trembling as he did not know what to do and froze in his location because of how scary the shadow he saw, and the green light above him. A huge green light ball appeared in Yunhai City and was also above Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked above and saw the huge green ball that was in his direction and wonders what it might be. A girl appeared behind Jiang Yu and noticed that she was rushing at something. Jiang Yu looked at where the girl is headed, and it turns out that she is about to fight a mutant that was behind him. Jiang Yu saw again the blood percentage of the girl and the mutant that she was about to kill. Many mutants have appeared in the Yunhai City and where Jiang Yu was. As he looks at the situation, he can see all the percent of each soldier and mutant that he can see in the battle. The way the number percent differs from the soldiers and mutants, Jiang Yu thinks that the problem he had seems to be a bit difficult. When he was looking at the fight, he saw that the huge green ball light was right in front of him and saw how massive the percentage has. Jiang Yu start panicking when he saw the percentage. Floating bubbles have appeared in the Yunhai City that seem to be made by the mutants. The huge green light seems to be releasing a water-like bubble in the city. Jiang Yu wonders what it was and thinks it was dangerous because of how strangely it was spreading throughout the city. One of the water-like bubbles has dropped in his head. After the liquid fell in Jiang Yu's head, he felt something strange. In the busy street of Yunhai City, many people have been going on with their life, including Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stops in the middle of the street and wonders what he was doing and thought of his life. One from the city can be seen accompanying the old man to cross the street and telling the old man to be careful and watch his step. As the busy street keeps going in the Yunhai City, on the other hand, Jiang Yu was in a daze. He was thinking that during the Great Cataclysm 99 years ago, the government made the Night Patrol Bureau that was always the solid support for the citizens of the city and thinks that their world is getting better as time goes by and it is incredibly safe from the mutants. When Jiang Yu was just standing on the streets, a boy noticed him and thinks that he was foolish for just standing in there. A seller was trying to offer people in the streets to buy medicine from him and said it is from the printing factory. The man told the guy that a genuine medicine cost 50,000 per bottle, but the one he was selling was a lot cheaper. It only costs 5,000. Jiang Yu wonders if Yunhai City where they live is really as safe as they think it is, or if the government is just showing the people all the positive events to distract people from the problems it was encountering. Jiang Yu thinks that what the government shows to the people are all carefully crafted lies to make the people in Yunhai City support them even if they don't know what is really happening in their city. When Jiang Yu was wondering about what Yunhai City really is, a man suddenly touched him on the shoulders. Jiang Yu was shocked when the man held his shoulders. The man who was selling medicine earlier came up to Jiang Yu and asks him if he wanted to buy one. Jiang Yu was confused about what the man was telling him about the medicine. The man tells Jiang Yu that the medicine he was selling is from the printing factory and is exactly the same as genuine medicine. Jiang Yu tells the guy that he still dares to sell medicine even though monsters are all over the city and were unsafe for people to go out, and he asks him sarcastically if he thinks he is a god of medicine. The man showed Jiang Yu all kinds of medicine that he has. The man walks away as Jiang Yu did not seem to like to buy medicine and tells Jiang Yu that if he does not buy the medicine now, he'll regret not buying it in the future. The man also told Jiang Yu to buy the medicine even if there are no monsters in sight. Jiang Yu was deciding if he would buy one and asked the man if he was giving them away for free. Jiang Yu came up to the man and told him not to be angry because he was just joking and proceeded to ask if he sells divine oil. Finally, Jiang Yu decides not to buy the medicine and got on the train. Jiang Yu thinks that the man who was about to sell him a bottle of divine oil for 3,000 was too much for medicine compared to what was being sold on the street. He thought that the man should not blame him if he tries to report him to the police station. But then, as Jiang Yu was thinking about reporting the man to the police, he thought that normal people like him can be seen on other streets and were just like that on every other street in Yunhai City, and thinks that he was just being paranoid. The bus that Jiang Yu rode reached Huanan Station and the driver announced that they have arrived and told the passengers to disembark. When some of the people were about to get off the bus, Jiang Yu was shocked and noticed something strange. A reflection of himself has suddenly appeared in front of him. He carefully looks at it and wonders what happened as he's the only one that can see it. Jiang Yu carefully looked at his reflection and suddenly began to fade. Jiang Yu looked left to right and checks the bus to see if there has anything strange happening in the bus and wondered if what happened to him was another hallucination. He was wary of what was happening to him and thinks that what occurred to him was because it's time for a second growth spurt. The bus left the station and proceeded to another station. Jiang Yu thought that he has been feeling a little bit of pain since he got out earlier, and he must take a good look at himself when he got home. Jiang Yu was finally home after a long tiring day of spending outside. Jongyu showered when he got home first and cleans himself after being exposed to the pollution of Yuanhai City. When Jongyu was about to look at himself in the mirror, he was surprised after he noticed a strange pattern that was embedded on his chest. Jongyu was thinking that he feels like he had seen the pattern on his chest before and thought that it was related to the culprit that hit him then. Jongyu quickly headed to the library to search for books to try to remember where he saw that pattern. After some time of trying to find a book that has a similar pattern, the book suddenly showed up, where the cover is a pattern that was alike to the one that is embedded in his chest. Jongyu was shocked after the book suddenly showed up and was floating in the air. Suddenly, the pattern has been reacting to Jongyu's body and releasing green light electricity. A green aura has surrounded Jongyu and has spread to his body. Jongyu kneeled in the bathroom as he felt the pain coming from the pattern. As he holds the pattern, he felt something hot, and he was struggling as he reacts to the pain. He gets his shower and rinses the part where the pattern is and where he was feeling a hot sensation. After trying to wash the pattern, Jongyu calmed down and felt much better when the pattern cooled down. When Jongyu had calmed down, he looked at the mirror and sees that his number percent has increased to 100. Jongyu was curious why it increased but was also happy that it has increased to 100. After Jongyu finished observing his body, he noticed that his shadow was gone. It took a minute for him to react when his shadow was missing. Jongyu panicked as he could not see his shadow. He searched all over the place and changed places to see if he has a shadow or if it went missing. As he tried all the positions and changed places, he finally saw his shadow and sighed in relief as he almost thought that it is gone. However, Jongyu thought that with the series of happenings that occurred to him today, he would not be surprised even if he lost his shadow. When Jongyu were about to exit the bathroom, he noticed something strange again. Jongyu opened the door and saw a shadow appear right in front of him. The shadow that appeared in front of him was like his reflection in a shadow. Jongyu carefully observes the shadow that was standing in front of him and immediately stands close to the shadow. Jongyu came up to the shadow and tells it that he knew that it was not that simple. Jongyu noticed his shadow, then he felt pain and his heart raising. Though it was good news that his shadow didn't run away, it turned out to be alive, causing him distress. Jongyu faces another problem as his shadow turned out to be alive. Meanwhile, at Jongyu's home, he contemplates the situation about his shadow suddenly being alive. Jongyu and his shadow were spending time together, attempting to determine if his shadow could perform his commands. Jongyu was complacent as the shadow did not harm him, believing it would perform as he said. Jongyu was attempting to determine the appropriate action for the shadow by instructing it to raise its hands. The shadow swiftly raised his hand upon Jongyu's command, demonstrating quick reflexes. Jongyu instructed his shadow to raise its right leg. Jongyu's shadow followed him, raising his right leg despite being stiff and making a fool of itself. Jongyu was pleased that the shadow obeyed his orders and believed that he could obey everything he said. Jong suggests exploring alternative methods to compel the shadow to obey him. Jongyu commanded his shadow to dance, leaving the shadow with no choice but to follow his orders. The shadow followed Jongyu, performing an impressive dance that exceeded his expectations. Jongyu's head is aching from the series of events that occurred that day as time passes, and the shadow remains alive. He was intrigued by the sudden appearance of his shadow and it also being alive. Suddenly, a light appears on Jongyu's chest, and he wonders what might be happening again as something strange happens to him. The light that appeared on Jongyu's chest has left his body and suddenly floats on top of him. He was surprised to see a magical force appear before him after the light left his body. The light appeared to be a green ball that appears to be a system capable of controlling the shadow and observing its capabilities and shadow information. The ball suddenly appeared as a screen, displaying the details of the shadow. The screen displayed Jongyu's shadow, displaying its attributes, shadow point, grid, and abilities. Jongyu was amazed when he saw the screen and thought it was the attribute panel for his shadow. Jongyu, intrigued by the panel, touched the 2+ sign beneath the shadow's information. When he clicked the plus sign, it displayed detailed information about the shadow. The panel informs Jongyu that his shadow, possessed by him, possesses all his memories, and is fully synchronized with his strength, able to follow any command he gives. But the shadow of Jongyu is limited in its use and lacks independent thinking. Jongyu recalls the system's instructions and the shadow's dance to his command. Jongyu's shadow, a mere shadow, couldn't move or speak independently due to its lack of physical body. The shadow couldn't answer Jongyu's questions due to its inability to speak. As the shadow could not answer Jongyu's question, Jongyu still asked his shadow if he does have all the memories of Jongyu. The shadow nodded in response that he did have all of Jongyu's memories. Jongyu quickly went to his study table to prepare for his shadow to assess his skills and capabilities. Jongyu asked a math question for his shadow to complete. After completing all the math questions, he instructs the shadow to approach him to attempt to solve the problems independently. Jongyu gave his shadow a pen, revealing that it was holding his summer homework, and asked it to take a look at it. Jiang Yu's shadow takes his pen from him, surprising him by holding it without a physical body. As his shadow sits down to try answering Jiang Yu's summer homework, Jiang Yu tries to touch different parts of his shadow and wonders if his shadow has a physical form or not because Jiang Yu is experiencing discomfort due to the sudden appearance of his shadow. Jiang Yu's shadow looked at him with curiosity as he did not finish solving the math problem and stopped with only a little writing. Jiang Yu was curious why his shadow looked at him and stopped answering the math problem. As Jiang Yu looked at what his shadow wrote, he sighs in frustration. Jiang attempted to hit the shadow's head due to its inability to answer a math problem, but the paper passed through the shadow due to its inability to physically move. Jiang Yu thought that his shadow is useless for having all his memories for nothing and tells it that he can finish the math problem in 2 minutes for fun. Jiang Yu reconsiders what the system provided earlier for the shadow's information. He is considering a different approach to test their shadow, unsure if the previous test question was too challenging for them. Jiang Yu conducts a further test on the shadow's memory skills and orders the shadow to record all the lessons from his memory. The shadow promptly followed Jiang Yu's instructions and promptly performed as instructed. Jiang Yu admires his shadow's speed at recording lessons, questioning its superhuman abilities. He wonders if he should focus on selling books instead of studying. As Jiang Yu looked at his shadow doing all the things he had ordered, he thought that his shadow had so much more potential than what he expected it to be. The shadow was doing its thing, writing all the lessons that Jiang Yu has in his memory. While Jiang Yu looks at the attribute panel of his shadow to see if there are other ways to play with his shadow. Once again, Jiang Yu pressed the plus sign button below the attributes of his shadow and displayed information. The panel showed on a screen where the information on shadow devouring was shown. The attribute panels state that shadow devouring can either draw shadow points from all darkness to enhance oneself or decompose dead objects and absorb them. Jiang Yu is attempting to comprehend the meaning of the attribute panel regarding shadow devouring. Jiang Yu is curious about the process of shadow devouring and whether it requires physical contact with its body or the object's shadows. Jiang Yu searched his house for an object to test his shadow devouring ability. Jiang Yu entered the dark side and embraced it, believing that his actions would enable him to conquer darkness. He struggles to use a power, his hands trembles, and unsure if it has an instruction manual or beginner's guide for easy use. Suddenly, while attempting the shadow devouring, the system appeared and displayed information on the shadow pupil. The system indicates that his eyes have undergone an unknown transformation. Jiang Yu can access the dark side of the world by activating his shadow pupil ability, allowing him to choose to observe or enter it with his free will. Jiang Yu recalls a previous encounter with mutants and soldiers, believing it was the same place mentioned in the system about the dark side of the world. Jiang Yu experimented with the shadow pupil, aiming to gradually enhance his ability and observe its effects. Jiang Yu is contemplating the necessary steps to achieve his desired skill. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu notices his shadow again, who is working to write all the lessons from his memory, and tells it not to cheat on the papers and do a few push-ups first and let Jiang Yu see it. The shadow immediately responded to Jiang Yu's orders and looked at him. Jiang Yu's shadow stooped up its chair and began to melt into the floor. The shadow pierced through the ground even when Jiang Yu told him to do a few push-ups first, but instead, it penetrated into the ground. Jiang Yu was shocked by what the shadow did in front of him. Jiang Yu was frustrated that he asked his shadow to do a few push-ups but instead penetrated the ground and left his house and wondered where his shadow went. In Jiang Yu's home, Jiang Yu was trying to find where his shadow went when it just disappeared when it penetrated the floor. Jiang Yu told his shadow to come out whenever he is. Finally, his shadow appeared and seems to have gone to a place where he thought Jiang Yu had ordered him to do. Jiang Yu's shadow appeared in front of him when he went out through a portal. When his shadow had come in front of him, Jiang Yu asked his shadow if he was there the whole time when he was trying to find him everywhere inside the house. Jiang Yu's shadow could not speak, so he gets a paper and a pen to answer the questions of Jiang Yu. His shadow wrote that he went to the dark side, and Jiang Yu was curious why he went there. The shadow tells Jiang Yu that he went to the dark side to exercise. His shadow did not understand him when he said to push up a few times. Instead, it went into the dark side to exercise, like what he understood about what Jiang Yu said. After explaining to Jiang Yu wonders if it is better to exercise in the dark side of the world instead of Jiang Yu's world. Jiang Yu told his shadow that he can go back to the dark side of the world to practice. Without hesitation, his shadow followed his orders and disappeared once again. With just a few moments, his shadow's appearance has gone to his house and left for the dark side of the world. When his shadow left his house, Jiang Yu was relieved at last and can finally do some things without his shadow bothering him. Jiang Yu returned to sit at his study table and was about to do something when the shadow left and thought that it was time for him to do some serious work. After hours have passed and the morning shines in Jiang Yu's residence, Jiang Yu had slept doing all the tasks he had done late at night, and slept at his study table. Jong Yu's saliva has been dripping on the study table while he dreams about different kinds of food and all kinds of situations that he even asks for a pen to draw in his dreams. Jong Yu woke up when he heard someone knocking at his door. As he tried to wake up from his sleep, Jong Yu stood up and thought that sleeping on his stomach on the study table made his back hurt. The person at the door kept knocking and shouted to Jong Yu that he would open the door. Finally, Jong Yu stood up and went to open the door and told the person who was knocking why in a hurry to open the door. The person that was knocking on the door was Jong Yu's childhood girlfriend and classmate, Lu Yao Yao, who was also an ardent and loyal fan. Jong Yu asked Lu Yao Yao what she came for early in the morning. When Jong Yu opened his eyes, he noticed the HP percent of Lu Yao Yao and thought it was strange because it dropped low unlike the usual HP percent of Lu Yao Yao. Jong Yu noticed Lu Yao Yao's HP drop to 93%, recognizing the situation that caused her HP drop. Jong Yu observed Lu Yao Yao's HP drop because it was her time of the week, as per the calendar date. Lu Yao Yao immediately came inside Jong Yu's house, and Jong Yu asked Lu Yao Yao why he came in early in the morning when he just woke up. As Jong Yu was about to close the door, Lu Yao Yao advised Jong Yu to hurry as he had planned a new drawing and had decided on its content last night. Lu Yao Yao told Jong Yu that she wanted to see the collection of designs that he had made. That's why he came to Jong Yu's house early in the morning. Jong Yu surprisingly closed the door aggressively and made Lu Yao Yao surprised because the loud bang of the door that was caused by Jong Yu's aggressiveness on the door. Lu Yao Yao was in tears after she was shocked and shouted at Jong Yu that even if he does not want to show her the designs, there was no need for him to shut the door so aggressively that it made Lu Yao Yao surprised. When Jong Yu closed the door so hard, a crack can be seen on the edges of the door due to the hard impact when he closed the door. Jong Yu experienced a peculiar sensation upon closing the door, a feeling that distinctly differed from his physical and mental strength. Lu Yao Yao noticed something about Jong Yu when he closed the door hard and just stood in front of the door in a daze. Jong Yu experienced a strange sensation when he closed the door, leading to confusion about his current state. Lu Yao Yao was about to ask something about Jong Yu as she carefully looked at his body. When Jong Yu stood in shock after he closed the door, Lu Yao Yao asked Jong Yu if he had been going to the gym lately because his body was more fit than the other day that they haven't been seeing each other. Lu Yao Yao was hesitant if Jong Yu go to the gym because she knew that Jong Yu was a loner who has not exercised in many years. That's why it's impossible for Jong Yu to suddenly decide to go to the gym. Lu Yao Yao wonders how Jong Yu could have such perfect muscles overnight. Lu Yao Yao came closer to Jong Yu and touched his body to confirm if anything had changed from his body. As Jong Yu seemed like he was going to the gym because of how fit his body looked, Lu Yao Yao asked him if he had been doing anything that makes him look physically fit. Jong Yu told Lu Yao Yao jokingly that he does not do anything and just raises bookshelves every day. Lu Yao Yao was still hesitant and tried to lift Jong Yu's shirt to look closely at his body. Lu Yao Yao could not believe Jong Yu's words that he does not do anything and thinks he has been taking supplements for his body. Jong Yu denied the allegations of Lu Yao Yao and told her that he was not taking supplements and was only exercising lately. Jong Yu thought that with his shadow exercising in the dark side of the world, the effect of exercising would be transmitted directly to him. That's why he has been gaining muscles. Lu Yao Yao checks Jong Yu's body again because she couldn't believe that Jong Yu's only exercising for a short period. Jong Yu was embarrassed when Lu Yao Yao kept lifting his shirt to see his body. Lu Yao Yao told Jong Yu that he couldn't gain six-pack abs with only a little exercise. Lu Yao Yao told Jong Yu that he had seen some cases that were dealt with by his dad because she thinks Jong Yu was planning to move on her. So he tells him that some things must not be touched and there is still time to hold back his desire with her yet. Jong Yu is not surprised by what Lu Yao Yao was telling him and tells her that he talked too much and mocks her talking nonsense by scolding him too much. To Jong Yu's surprise, Lu Yao Yao suddenly grabbed him by his hands and was shocked by what she did. Lu Yao Yao forcefully held Jong Yu's hands behind him and caught him off guard. Jong Yu was shocked by what Lu Yao Yao was doing and wondered what she would do with him. Jong Yu tells Lu Yao Yao what she was doing and if she wouldn't use some lethal weapon on him. Lu Yao Yao suspiciously brings out a watch-like tool that she will likely put on Jong Yu without his will. She puts the watch type into Jong Yu's wrist and tells him to not move because Lu Yao Yao puts him on an instrument for testing the pollution index. Jong Yu is not familiar with what Lu Yao Yao told him and curiously asked her what the use of the pollution index is. Lu Yao Yao told Jong Yu that the device that she puts him in is for killing alien races, ingesting foreign objects, and resentment will cause the pollution index to a certain degree. Lu Yao Yao thinks something is wrong with Jong Yu, that's why he puts the pollution index on him. She tells Jong Yu that if the strange species was not purified in time, the accumulation would cause a human to turn into an abnormal form. Lu Yao Yao tested the pollution index to see if Jong Yu's appearance would change. Jong Yu wonders what Lu Yao Yao tells him and thinks that his ability comes from the evidence or pattern on his chest, and thinks that no pollution could have to the pattern he has, so he does not need to worry. Jiang Yu's chest reacted to the pollution index, so Jiang Yu thought that the device seems to respond to Jiang Yu's pattern, and might have noticed something strange that's been going about in his body. Lu Yaoyao immediately released a gun that was supposedly a weapon to kill Jiang Yu if he suddenly turned to something else. Jiang Yu was shocked that Lu Yaoyao had a gun and asked Lu Yaoyao if she was serious and that she wouldn't kill him. Jiang Yu stressed that Lu Yaoyao can't find out what was happening to him and thinks that the abnormality that is happening in the device and his body must stop immediately. After a minute of the device figuring out Jiang Yu's body, thankfully the device hasn't reacted to Jiang Yu's pattern and has not made him abnormal. Jiang Yu was relieved that the device had not worked on him and laughed it off. Lu Yaoyao stops pointing his gun at Jiang Yu and tells him that based on the device, he seems normal to what she expected. Jiang Yu jokingly tells Lu Yaoyao that despite him being normal, Lu Yaoyao still pointed his weapon at him. After the device is done testing Jiang Yu and finds out nothing, Jiang Yu was relieved that he got away with Lu Yaoyao's suspicion. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiang Yu that her father taught him to be careful with anything, that's why she had extra precautions that she did to Jiang Yu when she noticed something strange. Jiang Yu changed the topic for Lu Yaoyao to change what she was thinking, so Jiang Yu told her that he recently drew some famous comic characters and asked if she wanted to see them. Lu Yaoyao's expression changed and was happy when Jiang Yu mentioned his newly drawn comics and told Jiang Yu that she wanted to see all the comics he drew. Jiang Yu was glad that Lu Yaoyao had her attention drawn to Jiang Yu's comics and was not stuck on testing him. When they were about to look at Jiang Yu's newly drawn comics, he tells Lu Yaoyao to control herself a little bit because she looks like a little child that was excited to see some new comics. Lu Yaoyao could not wait and told Jiang Yu to hurry up and give her the comics quickly because she could not wait to see them because she was whining over it since she arrived in the morning. After Lu Yaoyao left his house, Jiang Yu headed over to his bed and lay down. Jiang Yu sighs in relief when Lu Yaoyao leaves his house and wonders if what happened earlier with Lu Yaoyao was dangerous, but still he was glad that he got away with it. When Jiang Yu was resting, he thought of opening the system of his shadow to check its status and what his shadow had been doing all night when it came back to the dark side of the world. The system showed Jiang Yu that his shadow has entered the dark side of the world and started to exercise. Jiang Yu sees the dark power activation and read that after absorbing shadow points for the first time, Jiang Yu's shadow had become stronger. He sees that many points have been added to his shadow because of its exercise and gained a lot of points for arm strength. Jiang Yu's shadow superpower activation has added some plus points too. The system showed Jiang Yu what his shadow was doing and was shocked at what his shadow does and thought that his shadow was training all night. After Lu Yaoyao left his house, Jiang Yu tried to summon his shadow using the shadow devouring that he was trying to learn last night when the system showed him what it is. Jiang Yu successfully summoned his shadow and was amazed that he could do it. Jiang Yu thinks that he can already feel the results of last night's training and be able to do the ability without hardship. As he successfully did the ability, Jiang Yu wanted more and tells himself that the exercise he ordered for his shadow was not enough and says to make it difficult. The shadow of Jiang Yu quickly agreed and signed him that they should do it. Jiang Yu was impressed by the shadow's determination and instructed him to perform push-up planks. Jiang Yu's shadow swiftly followed him, repeatedly pushing up planks. Jiang Yu ordered his shadow to push up with 2 fingers on one hand and do a push-up and a tiger pose. Jiang Yu's shadow did all the exercises that Jiang Yu said. Then, Jiang Yu ordered his shadow to do a set of martial arts exercises, standing body exercises. The standing body exercises are known as the human banner. Jiang Yu was determined to exercise the body of his shadow and told him to do squats and told his shadow that he will make the exercises more difficult. The shouts of Jiang Yu can be heard from outside. Jiang Yu tells his shadow that he will increase its difficulty and told him to crawl like a Spider-Man and lift the legs in the L position, that is running with weights, and abdominal exercises. Lu Yaoyao was listening to what Jiang Yu was saying outside his apartment. Lu Yaoyao sighs in relief when he hears Jiang Yu's actions and thinks that his doubts were wrong and was too much to judge Jiang Yu in the first place, that she even puts a pollution index on him. After hearing Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao thought that what she doubted about Jiang Yu worried her a lot and was glad that Jiang Yu was really fine and finally left because she had to go home and read some comics. After many days of training, in the disaster calendar, year 99 on the day of January 20, Jiang Yu gets outside his house for a walk. With a lot of training that his shadow went through in the dark side of the world, Jiang Yu unknowingly got stronger and improved so much in his strength. Jiang Yu's shadow kept training all night and did not feel any fatigue. Jiang Yu thought that it's shameful for young people to be content in their current situation. On the next day, January 21, Jiang Yu arranged more training for the shadow and the results of the training were effective on him. All the training that the shadow has done, the effects of the training can be seen on Jiang Yu's body. Jiang Yu showed off confidently his body as his body kept getting better and better as the shadow's training kept going. Jiang Yu wonders if he can kill Lu Yaoyao with a single punch and thought that he still can't do it, so he thinks that it's time for him to work hard. On January 21, Jiang Yu's uncle Lai, who also works on the night watch, came to Jiang Yu's home but did not notice something unusual about Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's uncle Lai has lost an arm and was also getting old, so Jiang Yu thinks he can kill 3 Uncle Lai and 10 Lu Yao Yao with one punch. On the next day, January 23, when Jiang Yu woke up, the first thing he thought was that he has to work hard and his life could not go on like usual, so he must work hard to gain extraordinary abilities and must strive for more. That's why he can't just lie down in bed and do nothing. The next day was a very productive day for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu made a set of training that his shadow will do, and Jiang Yu was finishing his work. Another day went by. Jiang Yu and his shadow were training again as usual. Jiang Yu made the training for his shadow, and he was finishing his work again. The day passed and it was January 25. Jiang Yu initially tried to do 10 push-ups today but was already tired from it and told his shadow to keep training on his own. Jiang Yu looks at the attribute panel of his shadow and wonders why the growth rate of shadow points is very slow, that it took a lot of shadows to provide 8 points. The attribute panel shows his shadow's shadow points are only 8, and the required points are 10. Jiang Yu tries to focus as he was trying to get to the dark side. As Jiang Yu is trying to concentrate, he contemplates that according to the progression, he does not know when he will be able to collect 10 points to activate its character. As he tries to focus on getting to the dark side, he wonders if he went to the dark side of the world by himself, he'll be able to move faster. Jiang Yu successfully goes into the dark side of the world, where his shadow was also training and where his shadow gained super strength. Jiang Yu has penetrated the ground and has successfully entered half of the dark side of the world. Jiang Yu had been traveling to the dark side of the world unconsciously. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes, he was already in the other dimension. As he landed on the dark side, Jiang Yu noticed that the dark side that the system was telling him looked exactly like his room. Finally, after trying to figure out ways, he got out of his room and walked to the other world that was the same as their world but darker and scarier compared to what he normally sees in Yunai City. Jiang Yu sighs in relief when he gets out of his residence and can take a step outside of the place that he was in because he struggles to get out of his room on the dark side. Unexpectedly, the dark side that the system told him looks exactly like their world, and his expectation of the dark side was not met, so he observes everything from the dark side and realizes that it's like the real world but only on the dark side. Earlier that day, when Jiang Yu first entered the dark side, he unexpectedly could not get out of his room or the place where he was at. Jiang Yu contemplates that he can only enter the dark side from outside the real room. After Jiang Yu comes out to the dark side of the world, he roams around and carefully observes it, and he notices that the place where he went feels like the real world back in Yunai City. As Jiang Yu was walking around the city of the dark side, he was frustrated that he expected more from it, so the thought of the dark side being like their real world made him angry. A strange creature was following Jiang Yu in the streets of the dark side. The unknown stranger made a sound that made Jiang Yu notice him. The stranger who was following Jiang Yu had been gaining proximity to him. Jiang Yu felt a presence as if a stranger was approaching him. Jiang Yu believed the stranger he was following was a person based on his dark side emotions. Jiang Yu observed a person following him, believing it came to help him. Jiang Yu was surprised to find a mutant observing him on the streets, assuming he caught him off guard. The mutant, resembling a human with hair and clothing, was an ugly, unattractive mutant preparing to attack Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was shocked by a mutant who appeared as a person, then attacked him and left in surprise. Jiang Yu evaded a monster's attack by utilizing his reflexes and avoiding the monster's attack. The mutant remained hungry toward Jiang Yu despite evading its attack. Jiang Yu successfully dodged all the attacks from the mutant, which repeatedly attacked him. As the mutant kept attacking Jiang Yu, he panicked about every attack that the monster was giving him and could not concentrate on what to do because of the sudden appearance of the mutant. Jiang Yu was shocked that he encountered such a mutant when he first came in the dark side. Jiang Yu plans and thinks quickly, so he summons the shadow to circle to open to try to escape from the mutant that was attacking him. Jiang Yu immediately dives into the shadow circle that he summoned before he was about to be caught by the mutant that was preying on him in the dark side of the world. When he gets into the shadow circle, he makes his way to the real world without hardship. Jiang Yu fell to the ground in his house when he exited the shadow circle and was glad that he made it on time before the mutant devoured him. Jiang Yu sighed in relief as he was able to escape the dark world. But the mutant scratches his butt and tears his pants, allowing him to see his butt. Jiang Yu was calmed after he got out of the dark side and thought that the thing that attacked him scared him to death and wonders what that thing attacked him. Jiang Yu wonders why the gate appeared and the thing on the dark side suddenly attacked him without an explanation. Jiang Yu was glad that he got away with the strange creature because his training made him more flexible, and he was able to easily get away with the strange creature. When in the real world, Jiang Yu thinks that the strange creature that attacked him can't hurt him. That's why he thinks of scenarios on how to take revenge on the strange creature. As Jiang Yu was making his plan, he thought that with the strange creature trying to kill him, he will never have mercy on it even if it begs for its life. On January 28, Jiang Yu encountered a mysterious creature on the dark side but was caught off guard and unprepared to fight it, ultimately falling victim to the creature. In the second scenario on January 29, Jiang Yu's second battle revenge has failed again. When Jiang Yu was trying to fight off the strange creature, he was hit in the chest and his ribs almost got broken, so he ranges in anger again and swears to take revenge on the strange creature. On the third time he fought with the strange creature, on January 30, he was scratched 3 times on his butt when trying to take an act of revenge. Jiang Yu thought that the attack was so painful and decreased his HP to 6%. When Jiang Yu couldn't fight off the demon, he rested at home due to all the injuries he had after trying to fight off the strange creature. Thankfully, Lu Yaoyao was there to treat Jiang Yu's wounds and help him apply ointment to them. Lu Yaoyao is curious about what's happening to Jiang Yu because of all the scars that he has on his body, and even she had to help him. Lu Yaoyao's curiosity could not be kept, so he asked Jiang Yu if he had been fighting with someone the past few days. Jiang Yu told Lu Yaoyao that even if he tells him, she won't understand, and tells him that scars are a man's metal. When Jiang Yu tells jokingly that the scars are a man's metal, Lu Yaoyao was furious and grabs Jiang Yu's scars on the butt and tells him there's no metal in the butt. When Lu Yaoyao touched Jiang Yu's scars aggressively, Jiang Yu screamed in pain. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiang Yu that luckily, he still knows the feeling of pain, but tells him that he will become more arrogant when his body got stronger. When Lu Yaoyao was scolding him, Jiang Yu suddenly remembers and told Lu Yaoyao that there is only 1 month left and asks her what he plans to do. Surprisingly, Lu Yaoyao does not seem to know what Jiang Yu was saying and asks him what he was talking about in the 1 month left. Jiang Yu sits up in the chair and tells Lu Yaoyao about the martial arts test and asks her if she won't forget it. In the strange world, and in the disastrous year, most industries have become less popular, especially the cultural and art industries. A series of music, arts, and technology have become unpopular to their generation. Including art-related practitioners also became at the bottom of society. When the generation where mutants and soldiers are watched when they were fighting, people are no longer interested in entertainment like cinemas, television, etc., but instead in national affairs. Those people that were fighting in the vanguard like the night guards attracted a lot of attention and became stars in people's hearts. The people fighting in the arena with mutants have been the entertainment of the public. In the United City, to become a night guard, one must pass a martial arts exam set up by the government. If a person who joined the martial arts test and passes the exam, it means that their life will not be ordinary. When Jiang Yu is trying to make Lu Yaoyao remember the martial arts test that will be held in less than a month, Lu Yaoyao overthinks if she should join the test. When Lu Yaoyao was putting ointments on Jiang Yu's scars, she tells him sadly that she does not want to participate in the upcoming martial arts exam. Jiang Yu is curious why Lu Yaoyao suddenly do not want to participate in the exam. Lu Yaoyao was hesitant first to tell Jiang Yu the reason that she does not want to participate in the martial arts exam. Lu Yaoyao finally tells Jiang Yu her reason, and to his surprise, she tells him that she wanted to learn music and not martial arts. Jiang Yu tells Lu Yaoyao that if she wanted to learn music, she should pursue it and learn it as long as she wants. But on the other hand, he asks Lu Yaoyao if what she wants is possible if Uncle King disagrees with what she wants to do. As they were worrying that Uncle King will disagree, Jiang Yu wonders if it is understandable for Uncle King not to agree, because after all, Uncle Lu is a senior executive of the Night Watch Department. Jiang Yu thought that Lu Yaoyao wanted to make a music is equivalent to a second-generation employee who does not take the civil servant exam, but becomes an independent worker. Lu Yaoyao thinks of what Jiang Yu said about Uncle King disagreeing with what she wants. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiang Yu that it does not entirely mean that Uncle King disagrees, and we're still hesitant to tell the real reason to Jiang Yu what might be the problem, that she holds back on trying to learn music and pursue martial arts like Uncle King wants. Jiang Yu was confused about what Lu Yaoyao was telling him and asked her about it. As Lu Yaoyao were continuing putting ointment on Jiang Yu's wounds, she tells him that what he was about to say to him will not be told to others because of confidentiality. Lu Yaoyao began to tell Jiang Yu the real reason she thinks that Uncle King might disagree, and tells him that because the laws have changed. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiang Yu that in this year's exam, if the person's qualifications are up to the standard, everyone in the Yunhai City must take the martial arts exam and apply. So basically, what Lu Yaoyao was telling is that everyone who had the qualifications is required to apply for the martial arts exam. Jiang Yu was surprised when he heard the rule and tells Lu Yaoyao that the government did not respect a person's wishes before and now has allowed students with average qualifications to apply for the general examination. Lu Yaoyao was worried about what she knew about the night watch and told Jiangyu that the pressure on the night watch had increased, and if there is no accident, she will take the martial arts exam even if she does not want to. As Jiangyu thinks of the night watch and the martial arts exam, Jiangyu also remembered the small instrument that Lu Yaoyao had brought out that day when she tried to test him if something abnormal was happening to him, and made Jiangyu worry as the instrument almost made a sound. Jiangyu thought that with the strict rules of the martial arts exam, he would be killed to death. Jiangyu thinks that there are many subtleties on the day of the martial arts exam, that he certainly could not hide his ability, and thinks that at that time, the night guard would not be good if it had a gun with him. Jiangyu wonders if his unreliable little guide, which is his shadow, would not put him in a bad situation and help him overcome the martial arts exam. When Jiangyu was thinking about how he could survive the martial arts exam, he suddenly asks Lu Yaoyao if the small instrument he used last time can be used to prevent alien species. Lu Yaoyao tells that it's not possible to prevent alien species because the tool can only be used to detect aliens and supernatural beings. She added that if Jiangyu encounter a different kind of species, he can run as long as he can, and tells him jokingly he can also make an emergency call before he dies. Jiangyu is curious about what Lu Yaoyao told him about a different kind and what does it differ from the alien species he talked about. The two of them stared at each other awkwardly as Jiangyu asks Lu Yaoyao what she is saying about encountering a different kind. Lu Yaoyao notices that Jiangyu's injuries have been healed and thinks she should go back first to her home. Before Lu Yaoyao left the house, Jiangyu sneaky told Lu Yaoyao that her family must have some basic knowledge of the paranormal and asked if he can see it. Lu Yaoyao was curious why Jiangyu wanted to see it, so she asks him if he was interested in it and plans to take the public examination in the future. Jiangyu replied to Lu Yaoyao and tells her that she was the one who told him that this year's martial arts exam is mandatory, and told her that if he had talent, he should know in advance. Based on what Jiangyu said, Lu Yaoyao wanted to confirm if Jiangyu really wanted to know his talent. Jiangyu affirms Lu Yaoyao that what he said was true and told her that most importantly, he intends to create something about superhumans and alien blood comics. Lu Yaoyao was suddenly excited when Jiangyu mentioned comics and tells him to tell her about what he plans to do. Jiangyu thought that after what he said about the comics, Lu Yaoyao suddenly turned excited. Jiangyu began to tell his initial idea about the comics. Jiangyu tells Lu Yaoyao that in his comics, there is a skinny boy named Ben, who gets bullied at school even though he has a kind heart. With the help of his kind classmates, teacher, and kind aunt, he was selected to be part of the Night Watch and take part in the Super Warrior project. With Ben being on the Night Watch and relying on extraordinary willpower, Ben succeeded in transforming after receiving injections of the Super Soldier Serum and has become a powerful leader and became captain. With Jiangyu's story, Captain Ben did not send out to be on the battlefield because of the Night Watchman, but instead sends him to various gatherings that are attended by high-ranking performances and getting acquainted with wealthy families and noble ladies. Lu Yaoyao was enjoying Jiangyu's story about Captain Ben and added that until alien species had invaded the city, there was a powerful alien species, the Pick Skull, who brought a blue cosmic cube. When Jiangyu told Lu Yaoyao that he wanted to see the paranormal, both went to Lu Yaoyao's house. Jiangyu was amazed at Lu Yaoyao's house when he entered it. The house of Lu Yaoyao is in the same lane as Jiangyu's house and were in the same residency. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiangyu to wait in her room as Lu Yaoyao were headed to her dad's room to get the materials that Jiangyu wanted to see. On Lu Yaoyao's house, there is a variety of things that Jiangyu notices as he observes the room of Lu Yaoyao. When Jiangyu was looking around at Lu Yaoyao's bedroom, he noticed something familiar. A comic book was in Lu Yaoyao's bed, so Jiangyu saw it immediately. Jiangyu picked up the book and opened it and realized that the book is called Destiny, place where the manga's story is about brother and sister love. Jiangyu mocks and makes fun of Lu Yaoyao and tells her how dare he read the book that the genre was brother and sister love. Lu Yaoyao immediately takes the manga from Jiangyu because he was mocking her and tells him that her friend has left it in the bedroom but did not dare to watch it. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiangyu to quietly sit and wait in her bedroom and ask him to not mess with her stuff. Jiangyu affirmed Lu Yaoyao and tells her to just go and get the materials they needed. When Lu Yaoyao left, Jiangyu thinks of her and wonders that Lu Yaoyao was still the same since she was a kid and notices that she doesn't have the slightest guard against people. Jiangyu sees all the music stuff in Lu Yaoyao's bedroom and wonders if Lu Yaoyao has loved music since she was a kid and she wasn't willing to just throw the old things away for remembrance. Jiangyu reminisced the time when Lu Yaoyao pestered him to listen to her even though he was not interested in music at all. When Jiangyu was waiting for Lu Yaoyao to get back, he turned on the radio and played music on the cassette. Jiang Yu remembered the time when he and Lu Yao Yao were playing together when they were kids. There was a time when Lu Yao Yao caught some insects, and Jiang Yu told her that he will help her catch goldfish. One time Jiang Yu scared Lu Yao Yao and tells her that a ghost is coming, and Lu Yao Yao was shocked by Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu also thought of Lu Yao Yao and him listening to music together. When Jiang Yu was wondering all kinds of scenarios with Lu Yao Yao, he fell asleep. Suddenly, when Jiang Yu was dreaming, Lu Yao Yao has come back to the room and asked Jiang Yu when did he like music. Finally, Jiang Yu woke up after sleeping and dreaming about Lu Yao Yao when he turned on the music. Jiang Yu was surprised to see Lu Yao Yao. When Lu Yao Yao came in front of Jiang Yu, she told him that obviously, Jiang Yu could not even recognize musical instruments, so he does not seem to be a person who likes music. When Lu Yao Yao came back to the room, he gave Jiang Yu the materials she found in his dad's room and tells Jiang Yu to look at it as the materials she gets are all for himself. Jiang Yu began to put the tool in his eyes to see the paranormal activity that he tells Lu Yao Yao about. When Jiang Yu puts the virtual material in his eyes, he sees something else and notices something strange. Jiang Yu felt like he was falling behind when he put the material. When Jiang Yu woke up, he was in another dimension. Jiang Yu was in the virtual world where he saw eyes on the world that he was seeing. As he looks around the virtual world, Jiang Yu wonders if where he went to is the abyss and thought that the virtual reality that he was experiencing was very real. The abyss where Jiang Yu was is known as the unknown world that is full of taboos and dangers and is also the source of disaster. In the abyss world, species that are born in the mysterious space are alien species who are cruel that is constantly killing and destroying their world. Jiang Yu saw all the species that are in the abyss and thinks that the species are exotic species and the one that he might have seen in the hospital when he went to Dr. Zhao to consult his eyes. The virtual reality had been explaining to Jiang Yu that between their world and the abyss, there is what is called the shadow, which is known as the dark side of the world and is really part of the real world. Jiang Yu knew what the virtual reality was saying because he went to the dark side of the world many times. Jiang Yu saw that the system said that before the cracks opened in the abyss, alien species infiltrated the world through the shadow layer. Although their entry and exit were controlled by the Night Guardian, there was still someone who slipped through the net. As the virtual reality explains the situation to Jiang Yu, the virtual system brings him to the city and says that every 2 months the shadow layer is reset to reproduce what they are currently seeing. In their time, on the dark side of the world, the number of alien species will increase greatly and will be necessary to eliminate them in time. The virtual system said that, however, considering that the shadow class would greatly weaken the combat effectiveness of humans, it was not recommended that strong people above the 4th level come to the dark side. Jiang Yu contemplates what the virtual system was saying and was confused when he observes the dark side. The virtual system told Jiang Yu that there is a lot of pollution in the shadow layer, so humans might turn into strange creatures if they stay on the dark side for long. The system said when Kai Ying Tong entered the dark side, he didn't feel any discomfort. When Jiang Yu was exploring virtual reality, a strange creature appeared behind him and seemed like it was about to get him. Jiang Yu noticed that the strange creature was behind him and was quickly alarmed. When the strange creature was about to attack him, a light suddenly appeared and seized the strange creature and stopped it from harming Jiang Yu. A big light can be seen all over the dark side of the world when it hits the strange creature that was about to attack Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was shocked about what happened and wonders what happened to the strange creature. When he looked at the strange creature, a strange man appeared in front of him. The virtual system told Jiang Yu that to deal with an alien species, one must control a force sufficient to rival an alien species and must be extraordinary. When a man had appeared in front of Jiang Yu, he wonders if the man is amazing and thinks he is extraordinary and handsome. Jiang Yu thought that if he passes the martial arts exam, he will get the chance to become like the man in front of him. As Jiang Yu looks at the man, the virtual system said that extraordinary people are primarily aliens, but with human bodies. The physical appearance of the extraordinary people is exactly like humans, but genetically they are aliens. While extraordinary people are controlled by energy, and it is also destroyed by force. The extraordinary people are the ones protecting humans in the real world and are always fighting against pollution and alienation. After the death of extraordinary people, there is a high possibility of being an element. The virtual advised Jiang Yu that as an extraordinary person, when he realizes he could not survive, please retain their strength before dying. Jiang Yu was shocked at what the extraordinary person had turned to the front of his eyes. Jiang Yu removed the virtual material from its eyes and was shocked by the outcome. Lu Yao Yao was curious what made Jiang Yu to react that way. Out of concern, Lu Yao Yao asked Jiang Yu what happened to him while using the virtual material. Jiang Yu tells Lu Yao Yao that what happened is not a big deal and was only shocked by the large amount of information that he was receiving and added that it has not been updated for a while. Jiang Yu then tells Lu Yao Yao to come closer to him and massage his back. Lu Yao Yao couldn't believe that Jiang Yu was ordering him and angrily said to repeat what he said. Jiang Yu immediately made a deal with Lu Yaoyao to massage his back and tells her that he will give her 3 original drawings or Ultra HD content, whichever she decides on. Lu Yaoyao quickly gets behind Jiang Yu and agreed to his deal and quickly massages his back. When Lu Yaoyao was massaging Jiang Yu's neck and shoulder, she noticed that it was so hard. Jiang Yu tells Lu Yaoyao that he had been working out and his neck is muscular. Lu Yaoyao then asks Jiang Yu if he also worked his abs, so Jiang Yu thought Lu Yaoyao wanted to touch it. Lu Yaoyao touches Jiang Yu's abs and then suddenly someone opened the door in the room they were in. The man who opened the door was surprisingly Lu Yaoyao's father. Jiang Yu was shocked and embarrassed that Uncle Lu had seen them that way. The time passes and Jiang Yu eats with Lu Yaoyao and his dad at Lu Yaoyao's residence. Jiang Yu did not mind the father of Jiang Yu that is likely angry because of what he saw earlier in his daughter's bedroom. The father of Lu Yaoyao aggressively eats in front of Jiang Yu as he likely misunderstood what he saw earlier and was angry with Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao tells and affirms to his dad that what he saw earlier was wrong and that he misunderstood the situation, and tells him not to be angry at Jiang Yu. The father of Lu Yaoyao tells her that he did not misunderstand the situation because he saw it with his own eyes and his eyes could not be wrong. Lu Yaoyao could not explain to her father because she could not think of what to say to make her father believe her. Lu Yaoyao pointed at Jiang Yu and tells him to talk to her dad about what happened in the bedroom and clear the situation for her dad to know that they weren't doing something wrong. Jiang Yu could not think of other ways to explain to Lu Yaoyao's father and told him that he was to blame for what happened, so he was going to punish himself by drinking 3 cups. Jiang Yu immediately drank all the liquid like what he told his uncle Lu and told him to do whatever he wanted. But Lu Yaoyao's father was still angry. Lu Yaoyao tried to calm his father down when he was telling her to get a knife. Jiang Yu tried to run and told Uncle Lu all that happened was just a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao have loved each other since they were children, but unlike any other kids that are best friends, they have different personalities. Some people would see Jiang Yu as a disgraceful boy, while on the opposite Lu Yaoyao is seen as the educated and knowledgeable young lady based on what they see as her physical appearance. In some reasons, even though Lu Yaoyao and Jiang Yu have different personalities, Lu Yaoyao had always enjoyed playing with Jiang Yu since they were young. When they were younger, she stood by his side despite his strange behavior, even when Jiang Yu made fun of and teased Lu Yaoyao. Jiang Yu believed that Lu Yaoyao wanted to continue being friends with him because he once stood up for her and protected her from bullies when they were children. Despite the fact that Jiang Yu was the only one protective Lu Yaoyao from his bullies, he stood up and protected her even though he was at a disadvantage. Jiang Yu even thought of Lu Yao. Yao praised his bravery and charm when he protected her. Even when Jiang Yu was pretending to be a homeless kid begging for money on the streets, Lu Yaoyao remained supportive by playing along and also acting like a homeless kid. When Lu Yaoyao's father noticed how persistent his daughter embraced the role of a homeless child, engaging in the make-believe game with Jiang Yu, his emotions welled up, and he found himself getting upset with Jiang Yu for what he thought of dishonesty. After they were finished eating dinner, they went to the living room as they stood in front of Lu Yaoyao's father, creating a somewhat creepy feeling. Lu Yaoyao's father was wary of Jiang Yu since they were a child, so he wouldn't allow his daughter to be with him. That's why when he saw Jiang Yu on his daughter's bedroom, he was furious and think that they have been doing something wrong. The reason Lu Yaoyao's father stared at them was because he was still upset about what he had perceived earlier when he saw his daughter and Jiang Yu together in her bedroom. At the moment, as Lu Yaoyao's father was about to light a cigarette, his daughter noticed it and immediately thought about trying to grab it from him, worried about the effects of smoking on his health, and they were also inside the house. Without hesitation, Lu Yaoyao swiftly snatched the cigarette from her father's hand, leaving him unable to respond. With a stern gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao's father began questioning him, seeking to know the type of activities they were doing during his absence in his home. Jiang Yu acted quickly, responding promptly to Lu Yaoyao's father's questions. He explained that he and Lu Yaoyao were just together in her bedroom to gather information about aliens and supernatural people, assuring Lu Yaoyao's father that they did not do anything strange and he does not have to worry. The way Lu Yaoyao's father looked showed that he was really confused by Jiang Yu's unexpected explanation, which caught him off guard and left him unsure of how to react. This visible sense of confusion written all over his face prompted him to turn his attention towards his daughter, perhaps hoping to find some clarity or understanding in her response to the surprising situation. Once he comprehended the circumstances, Lu Yaoyao's father saw her as spoiled due to her willingness to offer assistance and support to Jiang Yu. Upon realizing the situation, he proceeded to question Jiang Yu, inquiring whether he had any insight into the reasons behind the government's decision to prohibit students from acquiring knowledge about such matters beforehand. When Zhang Yu expressed his lack of certainty, Lu Yaoyao's father proceeded to clarify that human souls come in various forms and can stray from the expected path, emphasizing how feelings of hopelessness can lead someone down a dark and difficult path. As a result, he elaborated, there exist subjects that seem inappropriate to reveal to everyone, as they may not be suitable for everyone's understanding and could potentially have negative consequences. Zhang Yu listened carefully to what Lu Yaoyao's father was saying, taking in the idea that not everyone has the same amount of inner strength. Lu Yaoyao's father went on to explain that even a small crack in someone's emotional well-being could be used by aliens to their advantage. Consequently, Lu Yaoyao's father elaborated that to ensure appropriate readiness, preliminary assessments are necessary before one can proceed to the official examination. He clarified that only individuals possessing both physical well-being and strong willpower would be allowed to engage with the realm of the supernatural. As Zhang Yu paid attention to what Uncle Lu was saying about the process of gaining superpowers, he started to imagine and think about the conversation he had with him. Uncle Lu emphasized that the road to having special abilities is quite lengthy and filled with potential risks, requiring a lot of determination and the ability to stay patient through challenges. While Lu Yaoyao's father was smoking his cigarette, he specifically spoke to Zhang Yu. He highlighted that even with assistive devices to help, people still face situations where they can't manage their superpowers every year, which leads to them feeling sorry about it. Because of this, he didn't recommend Zhang Yu to pursue learning about these things. He then asked Zhang Yu to confirm if he understood the advice he was giving. Zhang Yu made it clear to Uncle Lu that he understood what he was saying and he thanked him for caring. However, Zhang Yu was still determined and told Uncle Lu that he couldn't avoid the military examination happening this year. He explained to Uncle Lu that even though it might be risky, he thought it was better to trust himself rather than always rely on others. He also mentioned that when things are going wrong, having someone you can count on is really helpful. Lu Yaoyao's father was surprised by Zhang Yu's strong resolve and was left in a quiet state, as he hadn't anticipated Zhang Yu being so determined about the matter. All of a sudden, Uncle Lu's phone rang, and he answered to find out that an urgent mission had come up. Without hesitation, Lu Yaoyao's father promptly informed the caller that he would be heading to the location immediately. Before he left, he turned his attention to Zhang Yu and informed him that he was heading out for a mission. He offered some advice, encouraging Zhang Yu to behave politely and respectfully. Additionally, he made it clear that any misbehavior on Zhang Yu's part would not be acceptable, and he warned that he would kill him if he did anything wrong. Zhang Yu made a promise to Lu Yaoyao's father, assuring him that he would never do anything inappropriate with his daughter from now on. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Lu Yaoyao was caught off guard and felt surprised by his statement. After Zhang Yu made his promise about not doing anything wrong again, Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Yu playfully pinched each other's cheeks. Lu Yaoyao was a bit annoyed by what Zhang Yu had said and was also curious about what exactly he meant by it. Meanwhile, in the city of Yunhai, each person was going about their day separately, finding enjoyment in their own activities despite the chilly weather. Throughout every corner of Yunhai City, there are posters prominently displaying the Night Watch, a vigilant force responsible for safeguarding the well-being of the general populace from various cities, thereby ensuring the safety and security of living within Yunhai City. Zhang Yu went to the store as he wondered if he wanted to see more information but only looked at basic knowledge. While Zhang Yu was shopping for food inside the store, he also picked up a bottle. Zhang Yu let out a sigh, contemplating the fact that due to Uncle Lu's character, valuable information would likely be preserved and concealed, with the potential for limited access in the times to come. Just as Zhang Yu was preparing to pay for his groceries at the checkout counter, he became aware of his phone ringing, signaling an incoming call. To his surprise, the person calling was none other than Lu Yaoyao, so Zhang Yu answered the call. Lu Yaoyao asked him if he could buy her a box of eggs and a box of milk. She had initially thought of buying more stuff, but then she changed her mind and told Zhang Yu to just get the eggs and milk. Zhang Yu returned to gather the items that Lu Yaoyao had asked for, and he also decided to buy her pads. Zhang Yu was aware that Lu Yaoyao wanted him to buy pads but felt too embarrassed to ask directly. He reassured her that there was no need for hesitation and that she didn't have to feel uncomfortable about mentioning it to him. At last, Zhang Yu completed his grocery shopping and left the store. As he walked along the streets, he contemplated the fact that there was merely a month remaining until the start of his studies. Amidst his thoughts, he considered the impressive improvement he was experiencing in the effectiveness of his shadow exercise routine. As he continued walking down the streets, he had another thought. Zhang Yu recognized that just doing shadow training by itself might not be sufficient. He started thinking about the idea of adding more hands-on exercises to his routine. Jiang Yu also observed that there had been a noticeable increase in the promotion of the efforts against alien races lately. With the rise in the occurrences of fights with alien races, there has been a corresponding increase in the number of students participating in this year's martial arts examination. Jiang Yu raised his eyes to see the full moon above, and a thought crossed his mind that there might be something not so good that could happen in the world before long. Jiang Yu believed that it would be smarter not to spend too much time dwelling on those thoughts and to avoid making himself anxious. Instead, he considered the option of facing alien races and improving himself by engaging in fights with them to be a more positive approach. Jiang Yu felt a bit nervous as he quickly looked all around the area, wanting to make sure there was nobody close by and keeping a careful watch on his surroundings. Jiang Yu centered his thoughts, putting together a strategy for heading towards the less illuminated and less known parts of the world. With his concentration intact, Jiang Yu adeptly navigated his way to the dark side. After reaching the dark side, Jiang Yu's first observation was the health points of a person, which caught him off guard due to their remarkably low value. Without hesitation, he swiftly readied himself to launch an attack in response. Jiang Yu turned his attention to the person who was approaching from the dim section of the streets, his eyes fixed on the individual emerging from the darker part of the area. The person was coming closer to him, and Jiang Yu could see that their health was quite low, at just 14%. Additionally, the person had obvious signs of being hurt with visible wounds. While the person approached Jiang Yu, he had a clear view of the person's condition and appearance as he walked closer. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel surprised by the person's condition, and as he observed closely, he suddenly recognized a sense of familiarity in their appearance. Jiang Yu eventually figured it out and realized that the wounded person approaching him was none other than the person who lived in the same building as him. The situation made Jiang Yu curious, as he couldn't help but start to wonder about the circumstances that had brought the person to the dark side. Jiang Yu was really surprised when he saw the injured person fall down right in front of him onto the ground. As the person tumbled to the ground, Jiang Yu found himself simply gazing at the scene, his attention drawn to the person's health points while he remained rather quiet. As he glanced at the person, his gaze extended to the surrounding environment, and he noticed something peculiar that had appeared behind the injured individual. Suddenly, a weird-looking creature appeared out of thin air. It had health points of 24%, which indicated that it wasn't in the best shape. Jiang Yu thought this creature was probably the one responsible for causing the injuries to the person who had walked towards him earlier. The weird creature turned its attention to both Jiang Yu and the person lying on the ground. Its face displayed a threatening look, indicating that it was ready to do something harmful. Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger and confronted the strange creature, questioning whether it was responsible for the injuries sustained by the person on the ground. One of the people who worked during the night shift let out a sigh, showing that he was feeling quite tired lately. He mentioned that the workload in the night department had increased, which was the reason behind his increased exhaustion. The person initially believed that the administrative tasks within the night department would be straightforward and come with satisfying rewards. However, he was taken by surprise when he found himself working longer hours every day and even into the late hours. Reflecting on the situation, he wondered if he had been aware of this demanding workload beforehand. He might not have chosen to register in the comprehensive military examination. While he was busy doing his own thing, out of nowhere, he unexpectedly heard a noise that sounded like someone needing help. There were two kids who were having a tough time reaching out for help. They were in trouble because something had attacked them from the dark side. The man started wondering if it could be the alien races behind the kids' attack and if they were trying to trick people into going to the dark side. But he hesitated because he was trying to figure out how these alien races could move from the dark side to their world to cause trouble. Also, he couldn't recall any situation where people were directly led into the dark side. The kids were in a really tough situation, and they were making every effort they could to call for help when they noticed the man nearby. The man reacted immediately, and without thinking twice, he ran into action to assist the kids who were in a dangerous situation and needed help. The man extended his hand towards the children and finally managed to grasp hold of their hands. However, despite his efforts, he found it challenging to pull the kids out due to the powerful force at play. To his great surprise, as soon as he had a firm grip on the kids, he experienced a sudden and unexpected force that began to pull him in as well. Unable to take any action, the man felt a sense of fear and apprehension as he realized that he was also being drawn into the dark side. The children and the man ended up on the dark side, and the two siblings who had been taken away from their previous spot were now crying and feeling lost, not knowing where they were anymore. The man, who had also been drawn into this situation, began to overthink his circumstances. Realizing that he, just like the civilians around him, lacked any protective gear for defense, he found himself deep in thought. He contemplated that being in this state was asking to be in danger, and he couldn't help but consider the possibility of dying. Out of nowhere, a weird creature showed up right in front of them. Reacting swiftly, the man positioned himself in a protective manner, standing in front of the children to keep them safe from the strange being. With a sudden rush of concern, the man swiftly responded by swiftly using his leg to kick the dark shadow that seemed to be coming towards them. The man didn't stop and kept using his kicks to protect the children from the strange creature that was trying to harm them. While the man was fully engaged in the fight, he happened to observe that the small crack they had initially noticed had vanished. This led him to a realization that returning to their own world might no longer be an option. While he was deeply absorbed in thinking about how they could find their way back home, he suddenly noticed something extremely frightening right in front of him. Suddenly, a big and dark creature appeared, and the man quickly understood that there could be alien races all around in the dark side, ready to attack them anytime. Unfortunately, after spending a lot of time doing administrative tasks, he had forgotten the simple fighting skills he had learned while conducting the military exam. While he gazed at the kids, he realized that their circumstances were even tougher since they didn't possess any fighting abilities to defend themselves. The kids started crying because they felt scared and uncomfortable in this strange place. Through their cries, they kept repeating that they really wanted to go back home. Trying to figure out how to stay safe in the dark side, the man came up with a plan. He realized that their only real choice at that time was to activate the distress signal and then patiently wait for help to arrive. The man went ahead and turned on the distress signal, and surprisingly, he remained composed even though the situation was not favorable. The man walked over to the children with the intention of comforting them. He gave them the device and explained that it could help make the place less polluted for a while. He made sure to let the kids know that he was determined to come up with ideas to keep them safe and eventually bring them back home where they belonged. Handing the device over to the children, the man believed it was the wisest decision to entrust them with it. He contemplated whether the kids had a chance to endure the situation they were in, leaving their fate in the hands of situations beyond their control. The young boy questioned the man, seeking confirmation about whether he genuinely intended to help them return safely to their own home. He reassured the boy that their current strategy involved finding a spot to hide and waiting patiently for the rescue team to arrive. Unfortunately, a sense of danger arose as the man felt an unusual presence fixating its gaze on them from a distance. The man shared with the boy that there was a small matter he needed to resolve before they could continue to seek for a safe place to hide. He mentioned the weird presence of the strange creature, expressing his concern that it might pose a danger by possibly launching an attack on them. In the past, when he was 18 years old, he successfully passed the military strength examination, which granted him admission into the university's department specializing in superpowers. In his first year at the university, he dedicated himself to regular training sessions every day. He worked really hard to build a strong foundation, aiming to achieve his dream of becoming a fighter someday. During his second year, under the guidance of his teacher, he achieved a significant milestone by successfully defeating an unidentified alien entity. He felt a lot of joy and a strong sense of pride due to his accomplishment, recognizing that it was a clear reflection of the positive outcomes that came from his committed training efforts. Upon witnessing how effortlessly some individuals were able to wield their superpowers, he began to doubt whether his dedicated efforts and hard work were truly sufficient. He realized that in a world where superpowers were prevalent, the significance of putting in effort through hard work seemed to diminish when compared to the genetic abilities that some individuals were naturally gifted with. Despite his consistent training and diligent efforts, he found himself unable to meet the expectations he had set for himself. Despite his lack of belief in fate and regardless of the earnest efforts he put forth, he ultimately found himself unable to overcome the limitations that held him back. Finally, he reached a point where he had to make a choice. He decided to switch from the military forces department to the morals department and ended up becoming a regular employee within the Night Watch division. Subsequently, he gets ready to confront the monster that stands before him, mentally preparing for the impending battle. Initially, he takes a moment to carefully examine the creature's appearance, aiming to determine its classification and identify the type of monster he is about to engage in combat with. As soon as he laid eyes on the monster, recognizing its semi-animal appearance featuring 4 limbs and 4 eyes, he immediately realized that this creature belonged to the higher level of advanced middle-class aliens. The alien creature began rushing toward him with considerable speed, prompting him to swiftly adjust his posture and stance in readiness to face the approaching challenge head-on. Even though he hadn't been in a fight since he switched to the morals department, he held his ground steadfastly, showing no sign of wavering as the encounter with the alien creature. As the man launched his attack on the alien, the creature began to bleed, its blood spilling out as a result of the assault. Feeling unsure about the consequences, the man decided to throw a punch at the alien. He wasn't certain about what would happen next as he took the action in the midst of the tense situation. He kept on punching the monster even though there was a clear contrast in their sizes. He didn't let the difference in their physical appearances discourage him, showing his unwavering resolve in the midst of the encounter. The more the man punched, the harder it became for the alien to fight back. The continuous strikes appeared to make it tough for the creature to respond and protect itself adequately. A sense of surprise washed over the man as he realized he was remarkably composed despite the intense situation. He couldn't help but notice a familiar feeling creeping in, which seemed to be triggered by his act of punching the alien. The man found himself taken aback by the unexpected turn of events as the alien managed to catch him by surprise from behind. Caught off guard by the alien's sudden attack from behind, the man was forcefully pushed against the wall. As he was getting ready to stand up, the alien wasted no time and hurriedly moved towards him with great speed. The sudden approach of the creature caught him off guard once more. Despite his intention to evade the oncoming attack, the man found himself in a state of contemplation. While his mind was aware of the need to avoid the strike, his body seemed to be lagging behind and not responding accordingly. Swiftly reacting to the alien's attack, the man managed to successfully evade the impending strike. While the alien's attacks persisted, the man found himself unable to launch a successful counterattack. Consequently, he relied on his ability to quickly move and evade, skillfully avoiding each incoming strike to safeguard himself from harm. As he skillfully managed to avoid the alien's ongoing attacks, he became aware of an unusual change in his own physical condition. It felt as if his body was gradually becoming weighed down, similar to the sensation one might experience after enduring a multitude of repeated piercings of needles. While he skillfully avoided each attack launched by the alien, the man's mind was in full gear, coming up with various ideas to tackle the situation at hand. He was actively thinking about ways to overcome the challenges posed by the ongoing attacks of the alien. With determination burning within him, the man tightened his fist, realizing that he couldn't afford to prolong the situation any further. He was determined in his intention to put an end to the threat made by the alien and was prepared to take decisive action. Getting into a determined posture, the man positioned himself to launch an attack aimed at the alien. He was fully prepared and geared up to execute an attack that would directly target the alien. The man summoned his inner strength and released a surge of shadowy energy towards the alien. This energy caused the creature to become unable to see, like a person who has lost their sight. The man didn't hold back. He used all the energy he had from his hands to launch a strong attack to defeat the alien and make it no longer a threat to him and to the children that were with him in the dark side. The alien keeps its composure and keeps attacking the man with force. Even though the man was having a hard time, he kept on fighting against the creatures from the dark side, those aliens, showing that he wouldn't give up no matter how tough things were. Once the man had been engaged in the battle for quite a while, he found it hard to take in air easily due to the worsened pollution around him. He observed that every instance the aliens utilized their extraordinary abilities, it led to an increase in pollution accumulating in the environment. When the man shifted to being a normal employee, he got lucky because the aliens didn't use their superpowers as much, and the pollution became more controlled. However, it turned out to be unlucky for him too, because at times like these, he couldn't use all the abilities he had worked hard to develop and become skilled at. Even though things weren't going well for him, the man strongly held on to the idea that he shouldn't hold back from getting involved in a fight just because he didn't feel completely ready for it. The man continued to engage in combat against the alien species. When the man rushed toward the alien, he realized he wasn't fully prepared for the counterattack the alien launched, causing him to sustain injuries and become vulnerable to further attacks. The man was sent flying through the air and crashed into the ground due to the force of the alien's attack on him. When he was thrown to the ground, he experienced a significant amount of injuries and physical harm. The man's frustration grew, and he faced ongoing struggles in his fight against the aliens, finding it tougher as the battle went on. Seeing the alien rushing toward him, he considered that because the alien could attack him so easily, the alien probably got used to his powers really quickly. As the alien charged towards him and he confronted the alien directly, the man's thoughts revolved around the idea that the alien might be considered a middle-class opponent among its kind, the sort that any student enrolled in the martial arts department of a university could likely defeat with relative ease, using just one hand. However, when the responsibility of fighting the alien fell upon him, he faced a considerable challenge, leading him to contemplate the difference between effort and talent. While he thought that winning the fight might not be possible for him, given his occupation as a night cop, he felt eager to stand his ground without taking even a single step back. While thinking about the scared children who were with him, the man came to the realization that their best course of action in this situation was to patiently wait, as there seemed to be no other choice available to them at that moment. The man found himself taken by surprise as the alien swiftly charged in his direction. As the alien continued its repeated attacks, taking the man by surprise, he found himself facing a series of blows that he hadn't anticipated, resulting in him getting hurt multiple times. The alien launched an aggressive assault against the man, causing him to be forcefully driven into the ground by the sheer strength of the attack. Despite being severely injured, the man's determination remained unwavering as he chose to wait for his fellow night police officers to arrive and rescue him. After being hit hard and finding it tough to get back up, he believed that his life might be in danger, leading his mind to wander back to a specific memory from his past, which came rushing back to him in that critical moment. In that moment, the man's mind transported him to a memory from his past, where he had witnessed the tragic situation of a close relative, an event that occurred when he was just 15 years old. Additionally, he recalled a different memory from his life, the moment when he made the decision to join the military forces department, a choice he had made once he reached the age of 18. Amidst the chaos, the man's hand instinctively reached out, triggered by the recollection of another memory. He remembered that when he was 20, having completed his sophomore year at the university, circumstances had compelled him to withdraw from the combat department. At the age of 21, the man had entered the department as a trainee, progressing from there to become an ordinary employee. Now, 4 years have passed since then. The man reflected that even if he was living a regular, everyday existence, it was still his own life to lead. In the span of 100 years, during the ongoing interaction between humans and monsters, not everything appears as tranquil and peaceful as the government presents to the general public. Many individuals find themselves perpetually seeking an escape from the harsh reality that surrounds them. The man contemplated the idea that death might be a natural occurrence for those possessing supernatural abilities. With this thought in mind, he retrieved something from his pocket. As it turns out, the man had reached into his pocket to retrieve a blue pill. Taking the pill in hand, he proceeded to swallow it. Upon ingesting the pill, a powerful surge of energy surged through his body. In that moment, he realized that by consuming the pill, he had taken on the responsibility to protect the children's. With the pill having restored his strength, the man also found a surge of bravery welling up within him. This newfound courage empowered him to confront the alien once more and continue the fight. With his newfound courage empowering him, the man broke into a bold and hearty laugh, showing his determination. He confidently declared the start of round 2 against the alien, making it clear that he was prepared to take on the challenge anew and fight once more. As his physical abilities became greater, the man felt a strong sense of enthusiasm and readiness to engage in combat with the alien. Summoning his bravery, the man boldly took his stance, positioning himself with determination and confidence. He was fully ready to face the alien in combat, showing no hesitation in his actions. The man charged forward with determination, aiming to counterattack the alien. Despite the alien repeatedly launching attacks at him, the man skillfully managed to evade each blow. Taking advantage of the situation, the man executed a swift counterattack by delivering a powerful kick to the alien's face. As a result of the man's vigorous and forceful attacks, the alien found itself being steadily pushed backward, unable to resist the impact of the powerful blows directed its way. Gathering all his strength into his fist, the man delivered a mighty punch to the alien with great force. Harnessing every ounce of his strength, the man focused all his energy into his fist, and with a powerful surge of determination, he struck the alien with powerful punches, aiming to deliver a strong blow. With each punch he landed on the alien, the man mentally reaffirmed his commitment to hold a bit longer, holding on to his determination to continue the fight. Following a series of efforts where he exerted all his energy, the man began to notice that his strength was gradually decreasing. The man told himself over and over to keep going for a bit more time, even though he could feel his energy getting lower. He was determined not to give up until he had used up all his strength. Following a sequence of punches, the man found that he was no longer able to move his fist. Filled with surprises and trembling with the realization, the man came to understand that his body had reached a point where it could no longer move. This revelation struck him after he had exerted all his strength in his punches. With his inability to move, the man became vulnerable, and the alien seized the opportunity to retaliate by delivering a punch. Following the powerful blow, the man was forcefully thrown to the ground. Lying helpless on the ground, the man contemplated the fact that he couldn't perceive the limits of his own capabilities and was still experiencing the backlash of his abilities. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he gasped with the idea that he couldn't even secure small victories and felt utterly powerless in the situation. In the midst of thinking that his life was coming to an end, the man's attention was abruptly captured by the sound of a human nearby. Jiang you can be heard, as he shouted that he had arrived to find a boy who hadn't waited by the door. The man's mind was caught in a contemplation about whether the individual he had heard was a night watchman. However, he felt uncertain due to the person's voice and speech patterns. He found it hard to believe that what he heard might be a regular person, considering that he knew ordinary people wouldn't venture to the dark side. Approaching him, Jiang Yu advised the man to rest for a bit and entrust the remaining situation to him. Jiang Yu was prepared to fight the monster with his strong bravery. As the man watched Jiang Yu, he realized that going into or coming out of the dark side was strictly not allowed by the inspection department. He found it difficult to believe that someone could just come there without any problems. The man considered the possibility that Jiang Yu could be a mysterious person residing in the dark side. But his thoughts were disrupted when Jiang Yu received a punch and he fell into a calm and quiet state, causing the man to reassess his earlier assumptions. Due to the alien's attack, Jiang Yu was forcefully knocked off the ground. Seeing Jiang Yu as strong after he confidently took charge, the man's perception quickly shifted when Jiang Yu was easily punched by the alien. At that moment, the man realized just how weak Jiang Yu was. Following the alien's successful strike that sent Jiang Yu to the ground, the alien immediately turned its attention towards the man, preparing to launch another attack. Suddenly, Jiang Yu rose to his feet and positioned himself to deliver a powerful slap to the alien. The alien was caught off guard, not anticipating that Jiang Yu was about to slap it. The alien let out a loud cry of agony as Jiang Yu's strong slap landed squarely on its face, causing it significant pain and discomfort. Jiang Yu felt angry that the monster targeted the man instead of him, diverting its focus away from him. Jiang Yu, showing no hesitation, confidently pointed at the alien and stated with assurance that he was the one the alien should be facing in this battle, and not the man. While Jiang Yu carried on with his battle against the alien, moments continued to tick away in the dark side, making the passing of time. Jiang Yu remained engaged in combat with the monster, skillfully evading all of its counterattacks with swift and precise movements. Jiang Yu retrieved the bottle he had purchased at the grocery store earlier, intending to use it as a makeshift weapon. Jiang Yu aggressively wielded the bottle, using it to strike the alien with force. While Jiang Yu pressed on with his battle against the alien's sharp hands attempted to launch an attack against him. Jiang Yu skillfully evaded the attack of the alien's sharp hands, managing to avoid sustaining any serious injuries. Once Jiang Yu adeptly dodged the alien's counterattack, he swiftly identified an opening and took advantage of it to deliver an unexpected strike from the side, catching the alien off guard in the process. Jiang Yu playfully teases the alien, pointing out that he's able to easily anticipate and counter its attacks because they've fought each other multiple times before. Their past battles have given him insights that allow him to find effective ways to respond to the alien's moves. After a series of attacks from Jiang Yu, the alien has sustained severe injuries, resulting in a noticeable decrease in both its speed and strength compared to its previous state. The alien's cries of pain loudly as it struggles with the inability to put a stop to Jiang Yu's ongoing series of attacks. The intense injuries that it's enduring made the alien feel helpless, leaving it without the means to effectively counter Jiang Yu's attacks. Taking a brief pause, Jiang Yu left the alien in a state of confusion, unsure of what his next move might be. The man, whom Jiang Yu had rescued, felt uncertain about whether to determine Jiang Yu's strength or weakness based on his actions. The man noticed that Jiang Yu's actions didn't appear particularly remarkable, yet he sensed that Jiang Yu might possess the capability to overpower an opponent if needed. In a firm and serious tone, Jiang Yu threatens the alien, remembering a previous incident when it had injured him. Now, he declares his intention to reciprocate by targeting the alien's throat, charging forward with a strong determination to take action. While Jiang Yu rushed towards the alien, he noticed that the alien was also preparing to launch an attack against him. The alien struck Jiang Yu's body with force, causing him to be overpowered and thrown off balance due to the impact. With the impact of the alien's strike, Jiang Yu found himself hitting the wall, triggering a memory of a previous situation where he had been taken by surprise, resulting in the alien successfully landing a blow on him. Feeling disappointed in his own actions, Jiang Yu recognized that his lack of caution in attacking the alien had led to his own injury once more, highlighting a repeat situation where he ended up hurt due to his approach. The alien rushes straight at Jiang Yu, under the impression that he had been caught off guard and would be an easy target for an attack. Considering the safety of the children, Jiang Yu contemplates that if he were to initiate an attack, he might not survive after enduring 2 strikes from the alien. Jiang Yu thought of the idea of seeking safety by escaping to the dark side and returning after a few days. However, he also thought that such an approach doesn't align with his usual style of handling situations. Jiang Yu realizes that there's no need to fear the alien, considering its health points are down to 20%. He acknowledges that facing the alien in battle will indeed be a challenging situation for him. The man offers advice to Jiang Yu, suggesting that he target the alien's ribs for attack, as that area of its body is already seriously injured. Acknowledging the man's advice, Jiang Yu swiftly rushes toward the alien, putting his plan into action. The alien appeared uncertain and puzzled as it tried to anticipate where Jong Yu was planning to launch his attack. With a chuckle, Jong Yu felt a sense of relief as he realized that things were going well as he had intended according to his plan. Jong Yu continued to baffle the alien by keeping it uncertain about where his next attack would be aimed. Seizing the opportunity when the alien was caught off guard, Jong Yu launched an attack using the sharp bottle he was using as a weapon to injure the alien. The alien lets out a pained scream as Jong Yu stabs it, causing its health points to decrease to 18%. Screaming in distress, the alien quickly turns and rushes away, heading in the opposite direction from Jong Yu as if trying to escape from the ongoing fight with Jong Yu. Jong Yu found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain whether the alien was attempting to flee from the situation and pondering where it might be heading. As the alien passed by the man, he immediately began contemplating the potential motives behind the alien's actions. The man urgently alerted Jong Yu and promptly reacted to the situation, realizing that the alien was attempting to reach the children. The man's assumption proved accurate, as the monster indeed aimed to target the children. The alien rushed towards the children, positioning itself in front of them with the intention of harming them. The alien's intent left both the man and Jong Yu feeling anxious. It raced towards the children with a clear aim of harming them, which was deeply concerning, especially considering that the alien seemed desperate on taking their lives in order to increase its own health points. The alien makes an attempt to devour the children, positioning itself directly in front of them. In its intent to consume the children, the alien opened its massive mouth wide. Filled with fear, the children looked on, believing that the alien intended to eat them. The older brother instinctively hugged his sister tightly, both of them frightened by the thought of being eaten by the alien. With a sense of acceptance and no other option in sight, the older brother shut his eyes tightly, allowing the outcome to rest in the hands of the alien. Summoning all his strength, Jong Yu directs his focus to his arms, determined to intervene and stop the alien from causing harm to the children. Determined to protect the children, Jong Yu readies himself to throw the bottle at the alien with all the strength he can build up. He knows that this action is his best chance to prevent any harm from coming to the children. Jong Yu hurled the bottle towards the alien with a powerful and forceful throw. The bottle rapidly advances towards the alien, heading straight for a direct impact. While the alien was in the process of trying to consume the children, the bottle had almost reached the alien. Despite Jong Yu's full effort in throwing the bottle, the alien managed to evade it successfully. The bottle went right through the alien, continuing its trajectory and heading straight towards the man's position. Summoning all his strength, the man attempted to use his body to strike the alien while catching it off guard. The alien became aware of the man positioned on top of it, recognizing that the man was probably preparing to launch an attack while it was vulnerable and had the upper hand. With swift determination, the man charges forward towards the alien, channeling all his strength into his lower body. After gaining all his strength, the man successfully inflicted an injury upon the alien. The monster swiftly regained its composure and launched a counterattack against the man, throwing him to the ground. As a result of the man's attack, the alien's health points experienced a decrease, dropping from 18% down to 15%. As the alien forcefully threw the man to the ground, his own health being low, the man suffered from the impact, coughing up blood in the process. In his severe condition, he urgently called out to Jong Yu, pleading for him to save him. While the man struggled to regain his strength, the alien set its intention on launching another attack against him. The man's eyes filled with fear as he looked at the alien, realizing that it was on the verge of consuming him completely. Just as the alien was about to consume the man, Jong Yu swiftly intervened, coming to the man's rescue and gripping the alien's head. Jong Yu grinned jokingly as he held onto the alien's head, showing his determination to stop the alien's harmful intentions. The alien was caught off guard when Jong Yu suddenly bit its neck, aiming to bring an end to its life. As Jong Yu bit into the alien's neck, its health points decreased further, dropping down to 14%. Jong Yu persisted in his attacks on the alien, maintaining his grip on its hair while continuing to deliver attacks. As Jong Yu keeps the alien pinned down, he playfully teases it, suggesting that being an alien, it should be barking rather than engaging in combat and trying to harm others. Jong Yu's continued assault on the alien caused it to struggle intensely, leading to a continuous decrease in its health points. The alien was really surprised by what Jong Yu did. The alien thought that what Jong Yu did looked a lot like cannibalism, which is when one creature eats another creature of the same kind. The alien didn't understand how Jong Yu was able to do it, so the alien asked Jong Yu to explain how he managed to do such a thing. Jong Yu tried to tear the alien into smaller parts, but then he saw a bright light coming from the alien's body. This light made Jong Yu curious, and he wanted to know what it was. When Jong Yu noticed the light coming from the alien's body, he decided that he wanted to take it out of the alien's body. Jong Yu used a lot of strength to take the light form out of the alien's body. The alien struggled to fight back as Jong Yu was trying to remove Jiang Yu used all his power to try and end the alien's life. Jiang Yu was very determined to end the alien's life in order to stop it from hurting others in the near future. As Jiang Yu put all his strength into his actions, the things around him began to move strangely. This happened because the force he was creating was really strong and it started to affect his surroundings in unusual ways. The force that Jiang Yu was creating kept getting stronger, and as a result, the environment around him became more and more intense. After a long struggle, Jiang Yu managed to use all his strength to successfully defeat the alien and end its life. He had been fighting with the alien for a while, especially when they encountered each other in the dark side of their encounters. Once Jiang Yu had defeated the alien, he began to cough, and to his surprise, he started coughing up a significant amount of blood. The ground on the dark side began to crack and shake as a result of Jiang Yu's actions. As Jiang Yu got back on his feet, he could feel a powerful force building up around him. This force was so strong that it made things start to float, defying the usual pull of gravity. The objects around him started behaving in really strange and unexpected ways because of this unusual force. Right before Jiang Yu's eyes, his surroundings started to develop cracks and fractures. The ground kept cracking and trembling, and this was happening because Jiang Yu was still emitting an unusual force. This force was causing the dark side to become even more peculiar and scary. After their fight with the alien, the man and the children were so exhausted that they fell into a peaceful sleep. This happened before Jiang Yu took action to rescue them. After eliminating the alien, Jiang Yu took a moment to shake off the intense experience and regain his composure. Reflecting on the situation, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. The alien that he had fought against many times and had been defeated by multiple times had finally been defeated at last. Not only that, but he had also successfully rescued the man and the children and removed them from danger. While Jiang Yu was looking at the man and the children, he started to notice that his ability to see clearly was beginning to fade, and his vision was becoming blurry. Jiang Yu felt confused and uncertain about how to move when he experienced a sudden increase in blurriness in his vision. The blurriness continued to worsen, and even when Jiang Yu looked at his own shadow, his ability to see was gradually fading. After struggling for a minute to hold on, Jiang Yu's vision was completely gone. Once Jiang Yu lost conscious, he started having a dream. In this dream, he saw the dark side of the world place that was really dark, like nighttime. But then, something amazing happened. The whole dark place began to catch fire. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and it started burning everything around it. Jiang Yu kept on dreaming, and in the dream, he saw something really strange. Even though everything around him was on fire and turning to ashes, he could see a bunch of people lying down on the ground. In Jiang Yu's dream, the entire city on the dark side was surrounded in flames. It was like the whole place was burning up, with fire spreading all around. The buildings, the streets, and everything else were turning into a fiery scene. Jiang Yu felt really puzzled in his dream. He didn't know where he was. Everything around him was so different, like nothing he recognized. He looked around, and in his mind, he thought he was in a place where people usually come together like a gathering place. But something was off. Jiang Yu felt a mix of confusion and trying to make sense of his surroundings. While Jiang Yu was taking a look around the place in his dream, he suddenly spotted something that caught his attention. It was unlike anything he had seen before. There were these really unusual creatures species that he couldn't recognize or name. Out of nowhere, those strange creatures that Jiang Yu had noticed before suddenly gathered around him. It's like they all came closer, forming a circle around him. In Jiang Yu's dream, those unfamiliar creatures became the center of attention, and he was right in the middle of it all. Jiang Yu found himself in a bit of a puzzling situation. He was looking at the beings around him, and he couldn't quite figure out if these creatures were alien beings from outer space or not. The uncertainty of the situation left him feeling a mix of confusion as he tried to make sense of the unfamiliar and possibly alien surroundings. When Jiang Yu took a good look at the strange beings he thought might be aliens, something totally surprising happened. All of a sudden and out of the blue, these creatures that he wasn't sure about suddenly decided to start attacking him. Jiang Yu was completely surprised when the aliens suddenly surrounded him. He didn't see it coming at all, and he was taken aback by their sudden presence all around him. After the aliens rushed towards him, Jiang Yu found himself being pulled into their midst. It's like they all came at him so quickly that he couldn't help but get caught up in their group. In Jiang Yu's dream, he envisioned a scenario where he was eventually drawn in by the aliens, becoming a part of their world and has pulled him in. In the world of shadows, there's a strange place where the earth seems broken and a bright light fade. Most people aren't sure how death really feels. It's a puzzling realm where things are different from what we know, and where the idea of death is unclear to many. This mysterious world invites us to think about what lies beyond our understanding and makes us wonder about what happens when life changes. While Jiang Yu was in the midst of his dreams, he emitted various sounds as if he was speaking out loud. The man and the children can all hear him saying strange sounds as he struggles in his dreams. As Jiang Yu gradually started to regain his awareness, a sense of consciousness awakened him. In this phase, he felt an urge to reach out his hand to the man as a sign of begging for help. Simultaneously, the man that he saved earlier was standing in front of him. With a mix of worry and curiosity, the man asked Jiang Yu if he is still alive after being unconscious for a long time. Jiang Yu found himself in a state of confusion as he tried to comprehend the words spoken by the man. Confused with the man's question, he took a moment to reflect upon his recent experiences and considered the possibility that everything he had undergone might have been nothing more than a mere dream. After Jiang Yu woke up, his mind started to wander. He realized that he couldn't recall anything that happened after he had defeated an alien species. Jiang Yu pointed at the aliens' heads and talked about a technique called shade eating. As Jiang Yu used his special power, something interesting happened to the alien's head. It started to disappear. It was like it was slowly fading away, as if his ability had the power to make them vanish into thin air. The man seemed puzzled and unsure about Jiang Yu's well-being. He was confused because Jiang Yu hadn't been talking to him. This lack of communication left the man wondering if everything was alright with Jiang Yu. The situation sparked a sense of concern and curiosity in the man, as he tried to figure out the reason behind Jiang Yu's silence and whether there was something wrong. Jiang Yu was alarmed and noticed that the man's health point was down to just 10%. This realization made it clear to Jiang Yu that the man's state was far from death, but he was in a dangerous condition. However, based on a reference provided by the system, which seems to assess health using a measure related to blood volume, Jiang Yu realized that there was still a chance to help the man recover. Jiang Yu felt confused as he saw the man rise from his previous position and reaching out to hold his shoulder. The sudden action caught Jiang Yu off guard, leaving him unsure about the man's intentions and the reason behind his movements. Out of nowhere, the man instructed Jiang Yu to assist him in leaning against the wall. Both the man and Jiang Yu leaned against the wall together, finding a comfy spot to rest. They let out a big sigh, like a breath of relief. Their synchronized sigh showed that they both felt better. This shared moment was like a little break from everything that was happening to them at the dark side. While they were still leaning against the wall, the man shared his thoughts with Jiang Yu. He expressed his belief that he wasn't actually a night watchman, contrary to what might have been assumed. Jiang Yu found himself feeling puzzled by the words of the man he was talking to. He couldn't help but wonder if the man truly didn't recognize him, even though they both lived in the same building. It was a bit strange because Jiang Yu had seen this man around the building multiple times before, and he had assumed that they would at least have some familiarity with each other due to their shared living space. Jiang Yu firmly rejected the man's assumption and clarified that he was not a night watchman. Jiang Yu seemed determined to make it clear that he was not a night watchman the man had taken him for. The man grinned as Jiang Yu tells him that he was not a night watchman. After hearing the fact, he was convinced that Jiang Yu was not a night watchman. As he continued his conversation with Jiang Yu, he tells him that it's pretty tough to fight in the first place and also tells Jiang Yu that he was definitely not a night watchman. Jiang Yu thinks of the man strangely as it laughs off beside him. He thinks that the man doesn't know how to properly talk and has forgotten the fact that he saved him earlier from the alien. With a lighthearted laugh, the man tells Jiang Yu that he had merely been joking and expressed his regret for playfully teasing Jiang Yu. He extended his apology and complimented Jiang Yu for his amazing skill. Amused, the man chuckles as he recalls the earlier instance when Jiang Yu used a soy bottle to fight the alien. He playfully points out that Jiang Yu seemed to be the only one who had ever used such a unique weapon in their battle. While the man finds amusement in Jiang Yu's earlier use of a soy bottle, Jiang Yu contemplates how the man has managed to remain calm and was still laughing despite the circumstances they've faced. Taking note of the man's capacity to laugh even in a situation where his health points are decreased, Jiang Yu ponders the tendency of night guards to consistently maintain a cheerful aura regardless of the challenges they encounter. Suddenly, the man asked about the university Jiang Yu attended, prompting Jiang Yu to respond with a fabricated answer. Believing it best to keep his personal matters private and not share too much, he opted to playfully divert the conversation to another topic. However, when Jiang Yu provided his response regarding the university he supposedly attended, the man pursued the topic further by asking whether he was studying martial arts or liberal arts. This left Jiang Yu in an awkward situation where he thought if he should tell him or not. Jiang Yu thinks that the man was getting comfortable asking him questions. The man's assumption was that Jiang Yu must be pursuing studies in either martial arts or liberal arts, as he believed Jiang Yu couldn't possibly handle mediocrity. Out of the blue, the man abruptly asked if Jiang Yu had a cigarette. This unexpected question left Jiang Yu feeling puzzled, wondering about the sudden change in topic. Jiang Yu tells the man that he only had a biscuit to offer in exchange to the man's request for a cigarette. The man expressed his gratitude and accepted the biscuit with appreciation. Jiang Yu split the biscuit into two parts, intending to share one half with the man on the night watch. The man was taken by surprise by the fact that Jiang Yu had given him only half of the biscuit. As Jiang Yu extended the biscuit to him, he told the man to go ahead and enjoy it. Jiang Yu pointed towards the scattered biscuits on the ground and explained that he had earlier, but they had been broken into pieces during the battle. He offered to gather them for the man, but the man instead instructed Jiang Yu to collect them for himself. While they enjoyed their biscuits, both Jiang Yu and the man fell into a silence following their previous conversation. Following the extended period of silence, the man initiated a new line of conversation by asking whether this was Jiang Yu's first experience in single-handedly hunting down an alien. Jiang Yu affirmed the man's question and told him that his assumption was correct. Continuing the conversation, the man opened up to Jiang Yu, expressing a sense of envy towards people like him who were born with natural talents. He contrasted himself, describing his own perceived weaknesses in terms of abilities and determination, comparing it to the lifeless and hopeless environment of the dark side. He noted that even when one possesses a modest amount of strength, it could still appear as weakness in the eyes of others. Jiang Yu advised the man to conserve his energy and refrain from talking, suggesting that they wait for a rescue team. In response, the man reassured Jiang Yu that he understood, but expressed his desire for some company and conversation to pass the time. The man compared the determination of their civil servants to cotton wool, remarking that no matter how many layers there are, the core remains soft and easily compressible. Gazing at his injured hand, the man contemplated the challenge of finding rest in a place like the dark side, where pollution seems to surge like a relentless tide. Attentively, Jiang Yu listened to the man's thoughts and posed a question, asking whether he regretted becoming a night watchman. He went on to suggest that the man might have opted for a more general path in the field of liberal arts. He asked about the reason behind a civil servant like him striking the shadow caste. As the echoes of Jiang Yu's words went within him, the man's fist tightened, signifying the intensity of his contemplation and the weight of their discussion. Rising to his feet, the man surprisingly confessed to Jiang Yu that he deeply regretted the choices he had made. With a burst of emotion, the man raised his voice and confessed to Jiang Yu, revealing that he had once been merely an office worker who enjoyed socializing with girls and found joy in mentoring new night watchmen with ease. He recounted his previous successes, including being at the top for a period of time. Now, however, he found himself trapped in the dark side with seemingly no way out. Amidst the man's outburst of the situation, he began to cough. Jiang Yu intervened with concern, advising him to take it easy and not overexert himself, as he cautioned that using up too much energy could lessen his chances of survival. Pointing towards the children, the man informed Jiang Yu that he had already activated a rescue signal, indicating that assistance should be on its way to their location. He conveyed that once he managed to leave the area, help would likely arrive. The young boy who is with them in the dark side held onto the device responsible for transmitting the rescue signal from the other world. Clutching the device tightly, the boy held onto it with a sense of hope, yearning for the thought of being rescued. As Jiang Yu got to his feet, the man cautioned him against wandering around, expressing concerns about the possibility of encountering more aliens. He noted that Jiang Yu's attack and escape tactics might not always be effective. Instead, he suggested that Jiang Yu remain active in conversation with him while they awaited rescue. Contemplating the situation, Jiang Yu found himself struggling with the desire to escape. He realized that being with the man might be more distressing than facing aliens, as the man's company seemed to be an emotional challenge in itself. As time continued to pass while they awaited rescue, Jiang Yu and the night watchman engaged in ongoing conversation, filling the moments with their exchange of words. With a sense of admiration, the man showered Jiang Yu with compliments, expressing how impressed he was by Jiang Yu's bravery when confronting the alien. He further remarked that Jiang Yu's decision to join the fight had caught him off guard, but had ultimately made a significant difference in the situation they had faced. As the man continued to compliment Jiang Yu, he then expressed his amazement at Jiang Yu's actions, particularly his ability to single-handedly attack the alien with such effectiveness. The man requested Jiang Yu, asking him to visit the university on his behalf and apologize to the head. He explained that he had been unable to defeat a first-class strange creature, which had led to disappointment and unmet expectations. Jiang Yu found himself unable to respond because he was caught in a situation where he had previously lied about going to the university. The man conveyed a message to Jiang Yu, asking him to pass along his regards to Deputy Director Huang from the Academy of Supernatural Literature. He requested Jiang Yu to express gratitude for her guidance. The man also shared that the advice to always act arrogantly in class, given by the deputy, was somewhat embarrassing to follow. Jiang Yu told him that he needed to wait until he could get his notebook to jot down all the requests the man had made. Alternatively, he suggested waiting until he had fully recovered so he could convey the requests in person. The man found himself puzzled, unsure whether Jiang Yu's words were meant as a joke or if there was a serious undertone to them. The man then opened up to Jiang Yu, explaining that he had been carrying the weight of his thoughts and feelings for years without anyone to confide in. He expressed that he had wanted to find someone he could share his thoughts with, which was why he had shared his thoughts with Jong-yu. With a smile, the man contemplated the idea of going back to a time when he was at the Northern Watch Academy, perhaps wishing for a chance to relive those moments. The man gazed at Jong-yu and made a request for more cookies, specifically mentioning that he preferred the spicy ones. Jong-yu playfully commented on the man's unique taste preferences, telling that it was quite unusual. He also mentioned that finding spicy flavored biscuits was a challenge, as they were not commonly available anywhere in the world. The man nodded in agreement with Jong-yu's response and decided to let go of the idea of finding spicy flavored biscuits. After a long conversation, a sense of relief washed over them as a night patrol unit appeared to be heading towards the dark side for a rescue mission. The man informed Jong-yu that a night patrol team had arrived on the dark side. Jong-yu's face lit up with a smile, knowing that he could finally leave the situation behind. Jong-yu felt a sense of relief knowing that help had arrived to rescue the man and the children from their location. Seeing the rescue team on the dark side, Jong-yu quickly grabbed his groceries, preparing to leave the scene and continue on his way. Jong-yu walked away, leaving behind the man and the children who were awaiting their rescue from the approaching team. The man gazed at Jong-yu as he saw him walking away, and then he mustered the courage to ask if Jong-yu might be willing to accompany them back to their world instead of staying behind in the dark side. Jong-yu reassured the man that there was no need for him to come along, and he told the man that he would make his way back on his own. With a smile, the man expressed his agreement with Jong-yu's words and bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. Jong-yu nodded, assuring the man that he understood his words. Finally, Jong-yu walked away, taking his own path and leaving behind the man and the children, knowing that the rescue team was about to arrive. Jong-yu carried on walking, fully aware that he was being on the journey to the other world all by himself. With focused determination, Jong-yu started to channel his concentration, preparing to return to the world he had come from earlier. Glancing back at the man he had conversed with, Jong-yu took one last look before stepping away from the dark side. Finally, after a long wait, a group of rescuers arrived on the scene to offer their help to the man and the children. Their arrival brought a sense of relief as they swiftly assessed the situation and reported that they had located a night patrol officer who had suffered significant injuries, along with the presence of the children nearby. Jong-yu observed attentively as the rescuers conducted their assessment, keeping his gaze fixed on the man as they carefully checked their vital signs and attended to their well-being. Jong-yu noticed that as the rescuers diligently checked the man's vital signs, his health points remained at a mere 10%, a reminder of the intense battle they had faced together not long ago. The rescuer who examined the night watchman's vital signs exchanged a look with his colleague, indicating through a nod that there was little hope of saving the man's life. As Jong-yu was looking at the rescuers and the man, he felt a sense of confusion, unsure about the unfolding situation before him. The man's health points unexpectedly started to decrease right in front of Jong-yu's eyes. Jong-yu was puzzled to see that the man's health points were gradually decreasing. Jong-yu found it hard to understand what was happening to the man, but he held on to the thought that with the help of modern medicine, the man's health could improve significantly and he could eventually recover fully. Jong-yu watched in despair as the man before him began to gradually fade away, disappearing right in front of his eyes. The rescuers had come to terms with the unfortunate outcome for their fellow night watchmen and had risen to their feet. As Jong-yu was gradually being drawn back to the other side, he observed that the rescuers were saluting the man in recognition of his bravery, having passed away with honor. The man's health points had dropped to 0%, and unfortunately, there was nothing Jong-yu could do to change the outcome. Even as he was almost disappearing from sight, the night watchman managed to form a faint smile on his face, leaving Jong-yu with a sense of warmth and connection in those final moments. Jong-yu could see that the man had a smile on his face even during his final moments, which left a quiet impression on him. Jong-yu gazed at the man, watching as he slowly faded away. Jong-yu extended his hand, desperately hoping to hold onto the sight of the man disappearing before his eyes until the very end. As his hand reached out, Jong-yu realized that the portal from the dark side had already closed, leaving him with a feeling of loss and a memory of the brave night watchman who had fought valiantly until the end. As Jong-yu extended his hand in hopes of catching a final glimpse of the man, he realized that he had already been transported back to the other world. Jong-yu found himself standing in the middle of a bustling street as he was transported back to the other world. Passers-by on the street were intrigued by his sudden appearance and couldn't help but wonder what he was doing, some even thinking he might be engaged in some sort of theatrical performance. Upon returning to the other world, Jong-yu noticed the patrol officers that were likely to announce a warning to the general public of the Uni City. Jong-yu kneels his head as he listens to the commander to say that to remember what they are about to say. The commander addressed the public, emphasizing that even in dire circumstances, exceptional individuals should never give up, even if the odds of survival are minimal. The commander showed a blue pill, explaining that if a soldier were to take it, their potential would be greatly enhanced, but the risk of death upon consumption would be as high as 90%. In other words, if ingested, it could lead to a critical situation where escape through conventional means might not be possible. The commander instructed his soldiers to take the No. 3 compound and be prepared to sacrifice their lives for the greater cause of the Chu nation. In his address, the commander emphasized the importance of self-sacrifice, urging the soldiers to bravely give up their lives for the greater cause. He assured them that their courageous actions would leave a lasting legacy, motivating them to move forward with unwavering determination to eliminate all unusual creatures until they were completely wiped out from existence. Standing firmly on the ground, their eyes turned upward, fixated on the sparkling stars that painted the night sky, they felt as if they were embarking on a journey through time itself. With their human bodies as their vessels, they elevated the ordinary into the extraordinary, performing tasks that went beyond the limits of mere mortals. As a united force, they cast their gaze forward, their sights set on what lies ahead. Together, they formed the Night Observation Department, a group that harnessed their potential to safeguard the world from the unknown. After a day filled with intense battles against the alien, leaving him tired and drained, Jiang Yu made the decision to head back to his home. His residence was located on the 8th floor of a building. While riding the elevator on his way home, Jiang Yu remained silent and lost in thought. The image of the man who had disappeared before his eyes into the dark side continued to haunt his mind, leaving him deep in contemplation as went up to his apartment on the 8th floor. While Jiang Yu rode the elevator up to his home on the 8th floor, his mind was filled with a sense of puzzlement and uncertainty. He couldn't shake off the lingering confusion about the fate of the man who had vanished right before his eyes on the dark side. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the elevator and entered the 8th floor where his apartment was, he found himself still deeply immersed in his own thoughts and contemplation. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief and shock over the fate of the man he had encountered. After all, the man had been laughing and engaged in a conversation with Jiang Yu just moments before he vanished into the dark side. As Jiang Yu had realized the interaction he had shared with the man, he began to understand that the man's intention had simply been to have someone to talk to before he vanished into the world. As Jiang Yu unlocked the door to his apartment, he couldn't shake the thought that the man had passed away without any grand gestures, no flowers, no applause. Instead, he had left this world quietly, just like an ordinary person, leaving behind a simple but meaningful connection they had shared in the midst of a chaotic and dangerous situation. Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu stepped inside his apartment. Jiang Yu took a moment to reflect within himself, acknowledging that even though the man who had met his fate in the dark side seemed like an ordinary individual, his memory would remain attached in Jiang Yu's mind, serving as a reminder of the significance of the person's existence, especially he has sacrificed himself to protect the children. Exhausted and emotionally burdened, Jiang Yu found himself lost in a series of contemplation, his mind consumed by the events and emotions of the day. With a sigh on his face, he grappled with the weight of both physical fatigue and the frustrations that had been thrown upon him. After experiencing a series of intense and dangerous situations throughout the day, Jiang Yu's mind was occupied with a goal, the desire to rejuvenate his tired body and mind. When Jiang Yu walked into his home and saw himself in the mirror, he was surprised. He noticed his health points were halfway full, even though he thought they'd be almost gone after the tough day he had. He thought that his health was only 20% left on him because of how exhausted he felt. Jiang Yu was really amazed by the man's attitude. Even though his health points were down to just 10%, he acted like everything was fine. This made Jiang Yu reflect on himself and realize that he still has a lot to learn compared to the man that he had conversed with. Jiang Yu decided that simply exercising his body wasn't enough, then. He took out all the expired food from his refrigerator, attempting to throw it all away. Jiang Yu realized that focusing solely on physical exercise wasn't sufficient. He also needed strong willpower to succeed. As Jiang Yu carefully packed the expired foods into the box, his attention was abruptly caught by a loud shout from Lu Yao Yao. She was urgently asking him where the egg that she asked him to buy, which took him by surprise. Lu Yao Yao came over to Jiang Yu with concern, mentioning that her phone wasn't working, and she couldn't find anyone around. She asked Jiang Yu if he had already been to the chicken coop to gather the eggs she had requested earlier. Speaking gently, Jiang Yu explained to Lu Yao Yao that the Chinese New Year was just around the corner, and there were numerous people patiently standing in long lines, waiting for their turn. That's why he didn't bother to buy him eggs, because it was too bothersome for him to fall in line. Jiang Yu was taken aback as he suddenly realized how Lu Yao Yao had acquired his house keys and gained access to his apartment without him knowing. He wondered how she had managed to do so without him noticing and also without his permission. Lu Yao Yao explained to Jiang Yu that he orders takeout regularly, and because Uncle Lai is concerned about him, he entrusted her with the responsibility of looking after him. As a result, Uncle Lai gave her the keys to Jiang Yu's apartment to make it easier for her to take care of him. When Lu Yaoyao approached Jiangyu, she noticed his strange appearance and bloody clothing, which made her wonder if something had happened outside. She asked if he had been in a fight or encountered any trouble, as it seemed like he might have been involved in some kind of fight. Jiangyu averted his gaze and pulled his hoodie over his head, explaining to Lu Yaoyao that it was getting late and she should go back to sleep. He added that if her father saw them together, he might misunderstand the situation once more, so it would be best for them to part ways for the night. Even though Lu Yaoyao was persistent in her request for Jiangyu to look at her, he still hesitated and came up with an excuse about feeling hungry and wanting to prepare some instant noodles before addressing the matter. When Lu Yaoyao reached out to grab Jiangyu's arms, she couldn't help but notice that his clothes were torn, causing her to become curious and concerned about what might have happened to him earlier. Lu Yaoyao became curious about what might have happened to Jiangyu when she noticed his torn clothes. With a worried expression on her face, Lu Yaoyao approached Jiangyu and shouted at him and asked him about the source of his injuries and the reason he appeared in such a bad state. Despite Jiangyu's attempt to divert the conversation by mentioning the forgotten eggs, Lu Yaoyao remained persistent, her concern evident as she refused to let the topic slide and continued pressing him for an explanation about his bad appearance. Lu Yaoyao tells Jiangyu that she won't let him go unless he tells her the truth. Jiangyu made a story about a robbery he had allegedly encountered, sharing that he had bravely intervened and ended up beating the robber. He tried to downplay the situation, urging Lu Yaoyao not to view him with pity as he went on to describe how he had taken the upper hand and left the robber severely injured. He added that when the police eventually arrived at the scene, they couldn't even recognize the injured robber due to the extent of his injuries. As Jiangyu continued recounting the story of how he had dealt with the robber, Lu Yaoyao fell into a deep silence processing what happened to Jiangyu. As Jiangyu recounted his experience, he was taken by surprise when Lu Yaoyao unexpectedly reached out and tenderly touched his face, displaying a clear and genuine expression of worry and care for his well-being. Lu Yaoyao's expression displayed concern and it seemed like she believed the story Jiangyu had just shared with her. Both of them fell into a silence, and at that moment, as Lu Yaoyao unexpectedly reached out and gently touched Jiangyu's face, Jiangyu couldn't stop himself from thinking whether Lu Yaoyao genuinely believed the made-up story he had shared, as he felt a mixture of uncertainty and curiosity about her reaction. The atmosphere in the apartment became awkward after Jiangyu had shared his fabricated story with Lu Yaoyao, leaving a sense of tension and unease between them. Jiangyu found himself in an uncomfortable position as Lu Yaoyao held onto him, feeling unsure of how to react to the awkwardness that had settled between them. Lu Yaoyao looked at Jiangyu with a serious expression on her face and asked whether his injuries were causing him any discomfort or pain. While poking Jiangyu's face, Lu Yaoyao received reassurance from Jiangyu that his injuries weren't causing him pain, and he suggested that she should return to sleep. Without uttering a word, Lu Yaoyao simply gazed at Jiangyu, her thoughts and emotions left unspoken for a moment. Lu Yaoyao then proceeded to inform Jiangyu that she would report the incident to Uncle Lai, sharing details about him fighting people in the middle of the night. Jiangyu was caught off guard and surprised by Lu Yaoyao's unexpected statement. Jiangyu earnestly tried to reassure Lu Yaoyao that he hadn't been involved in a fight and attempted to dissuade her from notifying Uncle Lai about the situation. He hoped to prevent any potential misunderstandings or unnecessary complications that might arise from her sharing the incident with his uncle. In an effort to dissuade Lu Yaoyao from telling Uncle Lai, Jiangyu acted being hurt, hoping that his actions would make her reconsider. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback by his sudden behavior and urgently asked about his well-being, concerned that he might have actually sustained injuries. Seated together, Lu Yaoyao expressed her concern about Jiangyu's injuries and advised him to seek proper treatment. However, Jiangyu continued to resist, assuring her that he had access to effective medicines thanks to Uncle Lai's connection with the night patrol office, which he believed were even more effective than hospital treatments. Lu Yaoyao thinks Jiangyu's intention is him wanting her to help him apply the medicine. With a light-hearted tone, Jiangyu thanked her ahead of time and jokingly referred to her as Dr. Lu, playfully acknowledging her role in taking care of his injuries. It seems Jiangyu couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as Lu Yaoyao aggressively applied the medicine and wrapped his injuries with bandages, indicating that the process was quite uncomfortable for him because of the way he acted. Jiangyu complained about Lu Yaoyao's treatment and tells her that he made him look like a puppet while applying the medicine, and exaggerated the use of bandages. Lu Yaoyao questioned Jiangyu about whether he would continue to show off in the future, to which Jiangyu assured her that he wouldn't involve her next time for certain. Lu Yaoyao asked Jiangyu if he was truly making a promise, and Jiangyu quickly clarified that he wasn't swearing. Lu Yaoyao, feeling frustrated with Jiangyu's response, playfully threatened to hurt him while saying that he could participate in the fun activities. However, she also mentioned that if the situation seemed serious, he could just observe and not get involved. She then tells Jongyu to repeat what he said earlier about involving in fights. Jongyu promptly reassured Lu Yaoyao that he would only observe and not actively participate in such situations. As Lu Yaoyao stood up, she informed Jongyu that she was leaving. In response, Jongyu playfully teased her by asking if she wanted to spend the night because his bed was spacious. Lu Yaoyao turned around and playfully made a funny expression at Jongyu. Finally, after spending some time together and helping Jongyu treat his wounds, Lu Yaoyao left his apartment. After Lu Yaoyao left, Jongyu found himself in a quiet state of reflection, laying on the living room couch, lost in his own contemplations. As Jongyu lay in his living room, lost in thought, he reflected on the message he had received from the night watchman on the dark side. The message was a request to pass on a message of information to the patrols of the Northern Watch Academy, a responsibility that weighed heavily on Jongyu's mind. After spending some time lost in thought, Jongyu suddenly recalled something important. With a sense of urgency, he quickly got up from his seat as a realization dawned upon him. Jongyu suddenly realized that during their conversation in the dark side, the man had never actually mentioned his own name to him even after spending time together while waiting for the rescue team. After a period of contemplation, Jongyu made the decision to access the system. Upon accessing the system, Jongyu was presented with detailed information about the alien he had encountered and defeated in the dark side. The system indicated that the creature was classified as a low-quality abyssal creature at the immediate first-order level. As a result of defeating this creature, he had acquired a new ability known as Shadow Strike and also noticed an increase in his shadow points. While examining the information, Jongyu found himself wondering whether the system's manual included a record of his mutant creature kills. Jongyu pondered whether it was a requirement to utilize the Shadow Devour ability in order for the system to acknowledge and record the killing of a mutant creature, or if the act of defeating the mutant alone was sufficient for it to be registered in the system's records. Jongyu focused his attention on the system, searching for additional information and insights that might shed light on the information he was trying to reveal. The system presented Jongyu with a tutorial on how to utilize the Shadow Assault ability, prompting him to give it a try and experiment with his newly acquired skill. Jongyu got up from his seat, feeling motivated and ready to warm up before trying out his newly acquired skill. With a hint of amusement, Jongyu decided to give the new Shadow Assault skill a try. He raised his hand and made a few exaggerated gestures, attempting to activate the skill in a somewhat light-hearted manner, all the while wondering what kind of effect it might have. Despite his playful attempts, Jongyu couldn't help but notice that nothing was happening as he tried to activate the new skill with his gestures and stances. Jongyu's frustration grew as he realized that the new skill he was attempting to use wasn't working at all. He began to wonder if the system was playing a trick on him, making him question the effectiveness of the skill. Jongyu took a moment to contemplate the situation and came to the realization that the skill might not have worked because there was no target present for it to activate upon. Deciding to give it another shot later, he settled back onto the sofa, thinking that he would attempt the skill again when the opportunity arose. Jongyu proceeded to click on the system once more, searching for other information and details. The system displayed his personal information, indicating that his attribute was associated with shadows and his role was that of a rogue. It explained that his proficiency in eliminating threats from the shadows made him a natural assassin, adept at moving silently and striking from the cover of darkness. Confused, Jongyu stared at the system and thought how did he cheat and manage all the game lines and contemplated that the phrase should have been hunting in the light rather than hunting in the darkness. The system gave Jongyu some important information. His shadow had gone through a change, and he could now control it in a new way. By blending his shadow with his own body, he could transform into a special version of himself that had unique abilities. This discovery left Jongyu feeling both surprised and thought that it's a new skill again. While reviewing the tutorial for using the skill, Jongyu's face lit up with satisfaction and joy. He couldn't help but feel pleased and excited, thinking to himself that this newfound ability was like having a cheat code that granted him incredible powers. Upon reading the instructions, Jongyu's attention was drawn to the information below, which seemed a bit confusing and nonsensical to him. Upon reading the peculiar information that his health points would decrease by 99% if he were beheaded but he wouldn't die, Jongyu found it quite baffling and thought to himself that it seemed rather nonsensical, and he'd rather just meet a quick death. Putting aside his complaints, Jongyu resolved to give the new skill a shot. He commanded his shadow to emerge and eagerly attempted to activate the ability. Upon his command, his shadow swiftly emerged. The shadow fully manifested right in front of Jongyu. With a simple hand gesture, Jongyu attempted to communicate his intention to the shadow, hoping that it would understand and follow his lead. Responding to Jongyu's gesture, the shadow promptly moved in sync with him, extending a finger to touch his own finger. Upon contact, Jongyu's shadow seemed to gradually dissolve, almost as if it were attempting to merge with him. Much to his surprise, Jiang Yu hadn't anticipated the skill working on his first attempt, and he watched in amazement as his shadow began to seamlessly integrate with his form. The merging process continued, with the shadow slowly enveloping him, inch by inch, until it was almost on the verge of completely covering his entire body. After a while of merging, Jiang Yu found himself fully merged with his shadow, and he felt a unique sensation coursing through his entire being. With the merging procedure now finished, Jiang Yu found himself pleasantly surprised by the captivating nature of the transformation. He directed his gaze towards his altered form, finding himself in awe of the changes that had taken place before his eyes. Jiang Yu took cautious, deliberate breaths, making an effort to execute a specific action. He proceeded to move around, testing out the newly acquired ability to know its effectiveness. Using his newfound ability, Jiang Yu moved around his apartment with remarkable speed, his form shifting and gliding effortlessly as he utilized his shadow form. As Jiang Yu tested out his enhanced speed in his apartment, everything around him turned into a chaotic mess, a result of his rapid movements and the effects of his newfound abilities. In addition to testing his enhanced speed, Jiang Yu also experimented with his newfound extraordinary power, amazed by the capabilities he now possessed. Curious about his newfound strength, Jiang Yu decided to test it further by attempting to lift his bed with ease. Jiang Yu was determined to push the boundaries of his newly acquired abilities. In his quest to understand the extent of his defensive powers, he deliberately directed his transformed self towards an object that held a weight of 100 kilograms, wondering if his shadow-enhanced form could effectively withstand the force of impact. With a satisfied grin, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, thoroughly pleased with the way his shadow form was performing and the incredible abilities it granted him. In the midst of Jiang Yu's active experimentation, a voice drifted up from a lower floor, expressing annoyance at the noise he was making and asking him to lower the volume. After thoroughly testing his newfound ability, Jiang Yu decided to deactivate his shadow form and return to his original form. Curious about the meaning behind the button labeled "can be activated again," Jiang Yu directed his attention back to the system. As Jiang Yu pressed the button, the system unveiled the meaning behind "can be activated again." It revealed that his current control over the shadow form was only partial, and the full awakening of the position was yet to be achieved. Upon activation, the position would attain its full potential, granting him exclusive access to its branch abilities. However, others would be unable to awaken any abilities under the same position. After conveying this crucial information, the system posed a direct question to Jiang Yu if he indeed wished to activate it. The system also emphasized that risks, on certain occasions, could transform into valuable opportunities. Jiang Yu pondered over the system's words and concluded that it might indeed be a favorable idea. Staring at the yes and no buttons, Jiang Yu contemplated that the system highlighted risks in red, which made him hesitate to choose yes, yet he couldn't ignore the fact that risks often came hand in hand with rewards. In a moment of unintentional action, Jiang Yu's finger mistakenly pressed the yes button, leaving him slightly startled by the unexpected choice he had just made. As Jiang Yu's finger inadvertently pressed the yes button, a sudden black entity surrounded him, leaving him taken aback by its unexpected appearance. He felt a sense of unease, realizing that he might be in a precarious situation, as he hadn't fully decided which option to choose from. After he pressed yes, Jiang Yu was taken aback when a shadowy presence, a black entity, suddenly surrounded and enclosed him, causing a feeling of being completely consumed in its darkness, and he couldn't help but be puzzled by what was happening. With a sudden and powerful force, the ominous black entity grabbed hold of Jiang Yu, pulling him back into his apartment against his own wishes and leaving him in a state of surprise. As the enigmatic black entity consumed Jiang Yu, a radiant and conspicuous light emanated from within his apartment, attracting attention and illuminating his surroundings. In the midst of this transformation, he could feel his form undergoing a change, further adding to the mystique of the situation. As the process continued, Jiang Yu found himself in a state of anticipation, waiting for the completion of his impending transformation. Emerging from the depths of the black entity, Jiang Yu's form had undergone a remarkable transformation, signifying the successful and complete awakening of his ability position. The system related to Jiang Yu a message emphasizing the importance of excelling in hunting, warning that failure to do so could lead to his downfall. It stated that he was inherently a hunter and highlighted that his attacks would undoubtedly inflict damage. Jiang Yu's appearance underwent a significant transformation, making him resemble one of the extraordinary beings that originated from the dark side. The system provided Jiang Yu with additional information and advice on how to effectively utilize his newfound power. It also informed him that even gods would have difficulty escaping from his abilities. After reverting back to his original form, Jiang Yu found himself pondering over the system's statement about his attacks being capable of causing damage even to gods. While lost in thought, Jiang Yu was suddenly alerted by a light that appeared in his left eye, likely a signal from the system. The system informed him that after activating the shadow form, his execution ability would be enhanced, thereby reducing the required health threshold for executing attacks. The system added that when the target's health reaches a certain critical level, their health bar will turn crimson, and Jongyu will be able to identify the fatal spot on the target. If Jongyu directs his attack towards the pinpointed fatal spot of the opponent, he can initiate an execution and fully eliminate the target. The amount of health required for executing this move depends on various factors, including the strength, abilities, and positions of both parties involved in the encounter. After absorbing all this information, Jongyu stood in contemplative silence, gazing at the system's interface before him. After the system had explained the concept of the fatal point, a memory sparked in Jongyu's mind, reminiscent of the description provided by the system. He recalled encountering an alien on the dark side whose appearance had a red spot resembling the one described by the system. This realization left Jongyu pondering whether his previous encounter was linked to this new knowledge. While he contemplated the information provided by the system, Jongyu found himself deep in thought, carefully considering the concept of absolute damage combined with execution. A smile of light amusement spread across Jongyu's face as he contemplated the skills he now possessed, considering how he could effectively use them to combat the monsters he encountered. Overflowing with happiness and a surge of excitement, Jongyu enthusiastically raised his hand high above, glorifying the feeling of being invincible and full of confidence. Amidst his joyful celebration, Jongyu paused for a brief moment, his attention diverted by a sudden recollection that popped into his mind. In a sudden motion, Jongyu decided to remove all the bandages that were previously wrapped around his body, prompting him to take a quick and deliberate action. Upon carefully examining his body after removing the bandages, Jongyu couldn't help but find it strange that there were no bad effects or risks apparent, leaving him in a state of wonder as it appeared that nothing strange had occurred. Jongyu gently touched his wounds and was surprised to discover that they had largely healed already. He couldn't help but wonder if the medicine he used could have been responsible for such a speedy recovery, given that it seemed almost too quick to be true. Jongyu went as far as lightly pressing one of his wounds to verify that it had indeed fully healed and that there was no lingering discomfort or pain. He examined the small pieces of skin he had removed and wondered at the fact that his activation of the shadow form seemed to have significantly enhanced his recovery ability, leading to such rapid healing. One of Lu Yaoyao's friends came up to her and asked if she had noticed Jongyu's recent post on social media, which was shared yesterday. He questioned whether she believed the content of the post to be true or if it might be fake. One of their mutual friends told that Jongyu had sent her a private message detailing an encounter with human traffickers. According to the message, he mentioned that he confronted the traffickers while holding a knife and engaged in a fierce battle that stretched from one end of the street to the other. Upon hearing this account, another friend in the group questioned whether Jongyu was actually injured during the incident, and suggested that they should visit him to check on his well-being. Lu Yaoyao affirmed their friends' concerns, urging them not to take Jongyu's story seriously. She explained that he was simply exaggerating and that the truth was he had been chased by a dog, making his story more of a playful exaggeration than a genuine dangerous encounter. Lu Yaoyao felt annoyed and frustrated by Jongyu's tendency to boast and exaggerate his stories once more. After contemplating for a while about whether they should visit Jongyu, they eventually made the decision to go and see him in person to verify the truth behind his posts. Lu Yaoyao encouraged their friends who had decided to visit Jongyu to believe in what she says about Jongyu making up a story. She also proposed that in case they were still unsure about the situation, they should take the initiative to go and see for themselves. As Lu Yaoyao was preparing to open Jongyu's door, her friend became curious and inquired about how she obtained the keys to his apartment. Lu Yaoyao blushed slightly as she responded, admitting that she had obtained the keys to Jongyu's apartment from his uncle. As Lu Yaoyao entered the apartment and called out for Jongyu, she also mentioned that their friends had come to visit him. While she was in the middle of calling out to him, a sudden shout echoed through the room, catching their attention. Jongyu dropped to the floor, clutching his stomach in apparent distress, as if he were experiencing intense pain. The next morning, Jongyu woke up feeling pain, realizing that he had underestimated the sensitivity of his scabs and realized that he shouldn't have tried to pick them off so easily. Seeing Jongyu in discomfort, Lu Yaoyao hurried over to him, expressing her concern about his well-being. Upon observing his condition, she noticed that he had removed his bandages and questioned him about why he removed them. Jongyu explained that he had thought his wounds were healed, so he took the bandages off. As Lu Yaoyao and Jongyu's friends observed the scene, they couldn't help but realize that Jongyu's social media post from yesterday might actually be true, given the current situation they were witnessing. Jongyu's friends quickly moved closer to him, observing his transformed physique and even touching his body in amazement. They were genuinely impressed by the sudden increase in his muscle mass and marveled at how his newfound physical appearance might have given him the confidence to stand up against the human traffickers he claimed to have encountered. Lu Yaoyao swiftly intervened, pulling her friends away from Zhang Yu and urging them to stop staring and instead go sit in the living room. As Lu Yaoyao directed her friends to the living room, they misinterpreted the situation and thought they heard a scolding tone in her voice towards Zhang Yu. Amidst the situation, their friends couldn't help but wonder about the nature of Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Yu's relationship, given the way they interacted. One of the girls speculated to the guy that it's quite possible they are dating. Lu Yaoyao began to tend to Zhang Yu's wounds, carefully applying medicine and bandages. While she was doing so, Zhang Yu let out a sigh and couldn't help but express his discomfort, mentioning that his wounds were hurting. Lu Yaoyao playfully scolded Zhang Yu, telling him to stop complaining because she knew that the medicine she was applying shouldn't be causing him any pain. Sitting beside Zhang Yu on the bed, Lu Yaoyao wore a short skirt that caught his attention due to her beautiful legs, making him momentarily distracted by it. As Lu Yaoyao scolded Zhang Yu for his impulsive action of opening his wound, he found himself blushing slightly as his gaze unintentionally wandered to Lu Yaoyao's leg, which was exposed due to her short skirt. Zhang Yu's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yaoyao's legs, and he seemed to be lost in his thoughts, even unknowingly letting a bit of saliva escape from his mouth. On the contrary, Lu Yaoyao sat there quietly, thinking Zhang Yu was an idiot and a pervert. With a light-hearted tone, Lu Yaoyao jokingly poked fun at Zhang Yu's perceived perverted tendencies, playfully suggesting that perhaps someone like Xiao Peng would be more suitable to apply the medicine. However, Zhang Yu promptly refused the idea, saying that Xiao Peng's lack of skill and clumsiness wouldn't be the right choice for such a task. Observing Zhang Yu closely, Lu Yaoyao maintained a steady gaze on him, seemingly intrigued by his response and perhaps trying to read more into his personality. With a playful grin on her face, Lu Yaoyao playfully pinched Zhang Yu's cheek and teasingly remarked that his behavior might be a result of Uncle Lai not taking care of him properly for a long time. She mused that no matter how much care and attention Zhang Yu receives from her, it might not make a significant change in his personality, hinting at his innate traits. Curiously, Lu Yaoyao leaned in closer to Zhang Yu and inquired about his activities from the previous day. She teasingly questioned whether he truly engaged in a robbery as he had previously claimed. With a sincere expression on his face, Zhang Yu looked directly at Lu Yaoyao and earnestly conveyed that he was not fabricating a story, but rather, his actions were genuinely motivated by a strong sense of what is right and fair. He emphasized that he felt compelled to stand up for justice, even if it meant putting himself in risky situations. As Lu Yaoyao expressed her feelings and accused Zhang Yu of being dishonest, he found himself in a dilemma. He realized that revealing the actual truth might not convince Lu Yaoyao, and so he felt trapped between wanting to share the reality of the situation and fearing her disbelief. In an attempt to divert the conversation, Zhang Yu shifted the focus to Lu Yaoyao's father's schedule. Curious about the timing, he asked when her father would return home. Lu Yaoyao responded that her father hadn't returned yet and inquired about Zhang Yu's reason for asking. Zhang Yu brought up the topic of night patrol, saying that he had come to realize how demanding and challenging the job could be. He mentioned the long working hours during the day and the additional overtime required at night. He also acknowledged the risks associated with being a night patrol officer, highlighting the potential dangers that come with the job. After Zhang Yu expressed his thoughts, Lu Yaoyao remained silent, processing his words and perhaps considering their implications. Noticing the way Lu Yaoyao's expression changed, Zhang Yu couldn't help but think that she must often feel concerned for her father, given the risky nature of his night patrol work, where he has to be on guard during the night and potentially face dangerous situations. Zhang Yu's thoughts wandered as he reflected on the reality that only a few individuals engaged in night patrols could enjoy a peaceful existence. He recalled the challenges faced by Lu Yaoyao's father, who had lost an arm, as well as the tragic fate of Linmo, who had passed away at the tender age of 20. Even individuals as formidable as Uncle Lu, Zhang Yu realized, had experienced grave injuries that had a lasting impact on their abilities. These injuries had hindered their potential for further advancement in their lifetime. As the conversation shifted to the topic of night patrol duties, Lu Yaoyao posed a question to Zhang Yu. She inquired whether he would consider joining the night patrol if he successfully passed the martial arts exam. With a concerned expression, Lu Yaoyao fixed her gaze on Zhang Yu, waiting for his response to her question. Caught in a moment of uncertainty, Zhang Yu struggled to come up with a swift response to Lu Yaoyao's inquiry, his mind torn between the possibility of joining the night patrol after passing the martial arts exam, and his lingering doubts about the challenges and risks associated with such a decision. Lu Yaoyao's expression turned puzzled as she listened to Zhang Yu's uncertain response. His response that he wasn't sure whether he would choose to join the night patrol after passing the martial arts exam, leaving her wondering about his intentions and plans. After his initial serious response, Zhang Yu lightened the mood by adding a playful joke, jokingly mentioning that he might consider joining the night patrol due to the presence of beautiful girls. In response to his teaseful response, Lu Yaoyao's mood shifted to irritation, and she expressed her annoyance by pinching Zhang Yu and telling him to stop talking because he was being irritating. Their friends, who were waiting outside the bedroom, were able to catch snippets of the argument between Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Yu as they exchanged teasing remarks. Their two friends, who had been patiently waiting in the living room, exchanged puzzled glances as they couldn't quite figure out the nature of the argument between Lu Yaoyao and Zhang Yu in the bedroom. After spending some time in the bedroom engaged in their argument, Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao eventually go outside to join their friends in the living room. With a friendly smile, Zhang Yu approached their friends and engaged in a conversation, asking them about how they were doing and if everything was going well with them. Seeing Zhang Yu's appearance, their friends were concerned about his injuries and asked him about what had happened the previous day, expressing their worry and inquiring if he was alright. Observing Zhang Yu's injuries, their friends couldn't help but notice the red patches on his skin and humorously likened his appearance to that of a strawberry. They playfully speculated that Lu Yaoyao might have been responsible for his current state. Zhang Yu walked over to the comfortable sofa and gestured to his friends to take a seat beside him. With a reassuring smile, he tried to ease their concerns by saying that they needn't worry too much about his injuries, playfully adding that he won't die. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Zhang Yu launched into his creative storytelling to his friends. While Zhang Yu was telling his story, Lu Yaoyao observed him with a pissed expression, thinking that he was once again showing off and boasting about his bravery. Amidst Zhang Yu's storytelling with their friends, Lu Yaoyao intervened and called him, stating that she was planning to head to the supermarket. She inquired whether she should discard the torn clothes, implying that she was considering throwing them away. Deeply engrossed in recounting his story to their friends, Zhang Yu swiftly and decisively answered Lu Yaoyao's question, telling her to promptly discard the torn clothing without any hesitation. Upon realizing that Lu Yaoyao was addressing the matter of his torn clothing, Zhang Yu finally diverted his attention from their friends and turned his gaze towards her. Suddenly, he rushed towards Lu Yaoyao and shouted loudly, urgently requesting her to hold on for a moment because he had an important item he needed to retrieve from his clothing. Caught off guard by Zhang Yu's sudden urgency, Lu Yaoyao was taken aback and surprised by his swift reaction. As Zhang Yu attempted to retrieve the item from his clothes, it suddenly slipped from his clothes, falling to the ground, resulting in a moment of awkward silence between the two of them. A napkin unexpectedly tumbled to the floor, catching both Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao off guard with their surprise. With an irritated expression, Lu Yaoyao turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, her eyes narrowing as she questioned him about the strange presence of a napkin. Zhang Yu explained to Lu Yaoyao that he had been aware of his stomach ache from yesterday, so while he was at the supermarket, he thoughtfully picked up a bag for her and also grabbed some napkins in case she needed them. Observing the interaction between Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, their friends perceived their actions as something typical of couples who share strong emotional bonds. One of their female friends even thinks that the adorable picture of Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao should be shared with their classmates. Zhang Yu reached for the napkin on the ground and handed it to Lu Yaoyao, kindly suggesting that she should keep it handy for whenever she might need it. Lu Yaoyao tightly clenched the napkin in her hand, her anger evident from her reaction. Blushing with a mix of shyness and anger, Lu Yaoyao expressed her embarrassment to Zhang Yu about his gesture of buying her napkins, especially with their friends present. She firmly told him that she didn't need them. Reacting swiftly, Lu Yaoyao tossed the napkin back to Zhang Yu, accidentally hitting him in the head with it. Zhang Yu playfully voiced his complaint, as his words carrying a light and easy tone. He asked Lu Yaoyao why she appeared to be unexpectedly upset over his simple action of offering her a napkin. Their friends bid them goodbye as they continue to argue. They advised Zhang Yu to stay strong as he was about to experience a long argument with Lu Yaoyao. As they were leaving, their friends told Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao that he believed in both of them. Once Zhang Yu's friends and Lu Yaoyao had finally left his apartment, he experienced a deep sense of relief. He felt relieved because he knew that now he wouldn't be interrupted or bothered by anyone while he was in the process of trying out his new skill. Now that everyone had left and he finally had some uninterrupted time to himself, Zhang Yu acted quickly by summoning his shadow once again. He was excited to take advantage of this moment to practice his newly acquired skill, knowing that he could focus on it without any disturbances or distractions. Upon summoning his shadow, a dark circle began to form around Zhang Yu. This circle of darkness was clearly visible, highlighting the change that was occurring. Once he had successfully summoned his shadow, Jongyu proceeded to activate the Dark Shadow skill. This skill allowed him to merge with his shadow, becoming one with it. As his shadow merged with him, Jongyu experienced a distinct sensation of transformation. Having successfully merged with his shadow, Jongyu's excitement and determination grew stronger. He was eager to put his freshly acquired skill to the test and embark on a series of enjoyable exercises. His aim was to explore the full range of possibilities this new ability offered, all the while feeling motivated and enthusiastic about the experiences that lay ahead. A distinct aura, signaling an impending change, had enveloped Jongyu, giving off the feeling that something transformative was about to happen. Positioned directly below him, his shadow mirrored his stance with utmost precision, demonstrating a readiness to unite with him as a single entity. This visual alignment indicated that the merging process was successful, promising an intriguing transformation that Jongyu was about to experience firsthand. Upon opening his eyes, Jongyu found himself enveloped in darkness, seamlessly united with his shadow. Despite the fact that the place he was in was expected to be polluted and uncomfortable, he felt at ease within the dark environment. He thanked this newfound comfort to his shadow form, which seemed to be shielding him from the pollution. Jongyu felt a feeling that was similar to what a person might experience if they had been living in an area with a lot of pollution from factories and industries for a very long time. Then, all of a sudden, they were transported to a place where they could see wide and open spaces that seemed to stretch on forever. This contrast between the polluted and crowded place and the expansive and unspoiled location created a strong sensation within Jongyu. Once he had transformed into his shadow form, Jongyu realized that his health points had actually increased to 10%, which was a positive outcome. Furthermore, he noticed that his stomach was no longer in pain, providing him with a sense of relief. Getting ready to begin his exercises within the realm of darkness, Jongyu reached out and gently touched the ground beneath him. With determination, Jongyu lowered himself to the ground, aiming to create a powerful impact as he landed. Filled with eagerness and determination, Jongyu decisively pressed his hand onto the floor, applying a considerable amount of force. He aimed to create a strong impact that would set the stage for the exciting and enjoyable exercise he had in mind. Summoning a substantial amount of strength, Jongyu pushed himself upwards from the ground with determination. As a result of the force he exerted, he found himself gradually rising higher into the air, an effect brought about by the impactful energy he had generated. Unable to control his powers and feeling overwhelming excitement, Jongyu lost control and descended, eventually falling back to the ground. With an immediate surge of excitement, Jongyu swiftly rose to his feet. The sensation of having boundless strength coursing through his body fueled his enthusiasm and energy. Fueled by his newfound strength, Jongyu was performing push-ups with great intensity. His heightened excitement and energy drove him to complete an impressive set of 104 push-ups. As Jongyu continued to engage in exaggerated exercises, the system suddenly alerted him that he had activated the dark form and entered the shadow layer. This revelation caused his shadow form to undergo a significant enhancement, with visible changes taking place right before his eyes. During his exercise session, Jongyu's shadow form began to undergo transformation due to the activation of the Dark Devour aspect. This activation led to a slight increase in his physical strength, resulting in the observable changes in his shadow layer. The system provided Jongyu with a comprehensive overview of his abilities, revealing a noticeable increase in his physical strength. This drastic change in his body was made evident by the significant enhancement displayed in his overall capabilities. While Jongyu continued with his exercise routine, the system showed him the accumulation of shadow points was directly proportional to the increase in his physical strength. With the gradual enhancement of his physical strength, Jongyu found himself capable of effortlessly performing an easy 1,000 push-ups in a single go. Not feeling entirely content with the cramped indoor training space, Jongyu reached a point where he decided that a change of scenery was good. With this thought in mind, he resolved to step outside and continue his exercise regimen in the open air, seeking a new environment to further engage his body and mind. Prompted by his decision, Jongyu swiftly transported himself to the exterior of the dark side of the world. Taking in his surroundings, Jongyu couldn't help but wonder about the scenario. If this were to happen in the real world, he pondered why there wouldn't be multiple individuals eager to step forward and become his disciples, considering the impressive abilities he had acquired. He then proceeded to grab hold of the steel bars on the playground, intending to engage in a workout session. Effortlessly maneuvering around the steel bars, Jongyu couldn't help but make a playful declaration. With a hint of humor in his voice, he jokingly announced his intention to become the world champion in horizontal bar exercises. Meanwhile, back at the night patrol headquarters. Gathering together at the headquarters, the people present were seen making their way with purpose and anticipation towards the scheduled conference meeting. The This assembly reflected their commitment to convene and discuss important matters, showcasing their dedication to collaboration and effective communication within their team. The group of individuals who had previously left their respective locations had now successfully reached their destination, the conference room. This group marked the conclusion of their efforts to convene and participate in the scheduled meeting. Upon their arrival, the group of individuals proceeded to report to their superior. They conveyed that the range of fluctuations within this layer of darkness was unusually extensive on this occasion. Furthermore, they observed that the oscillations being experienced were outside the norm, displaying an abnormal pattern. To add to this, the pollution levels had notably surged and expanded across the entire area. Some night patrol squads even discovered similar cracks in the northern, southern, and eastern regions. Additionally, their reports indicated that these fluctuations were highly abnormal when compared to the typical distribution pattern depicted on the frontline distribution map. Moreover, these fluctuations were found to be most concentrated within residential areas, raising concerns about the potential impact on local inhabitants. Upon hearing the reports, Lu Yaoyao's father appeared visibly unsettled and concerned, finding it difficult to fully comprehend the situation at hand. In the conference room, the air grew gradually still, punctuated by the occasional exchange of serious glances and thoughtful expressions. The reason for their gathering was to collectively address the increasingly pressing threats that had been unfolding in their midst over the course of the past few weeks. Commander Lu's expression turned more serious as he realized that the situation was getting increasingly difficult to manage. The matters at hand had become so complicated that their ability to control them was slipping away. The frequency of unusual and unexpected events had risen significantly, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and concern among the team members gathered in the conference room. Commander Lu meticulously analyzed all the incidents that had taken place, carefully reviewing both the ongoing and recent occurrences. In the span of just a few days, a total of 4 abnormal and unsettling events had transpired, each involving individuals who had seemingly been inexplicably drawn into some kind of ominous or mysterious force. The usual pattern was becoming increasingly evident, prompting the need for a thorough investigation and swift action. Commander Ku also dedicated time to examining the circumstances surrounding the recent death of the night watchman. The images on the report provided valuable insight into the nature of the threat they were dealing with and helped paint a clearer picture of the danger that was lurking in the shadows. Commander Lu contemplated the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that while the recent abnormal incidents may appear to be isolated occurrences, the unpredictable nature of these strange creatures leaves room for concern. He understood that the frequency of these incidents could potentially escalate. Also, Commander Lu thought about the fact that abyssal fissures were even more dangerous than disturbances in the shadow layer. He knew that these fissures could cause more harm and trouble. The idea of these openings in reality worried him a lot, and he wanted to find ways to deal with and lessen the danger they brought. He even considered comparing the monsters in the shadow layer to the abyssal fissures. He was trying to assess the differences and potential dangers posed by these two phenomena, attempting to determine which one presented a more significant threat to their realm. In this particular scenario involving powerful and fearsome creatures, the entities that emerge from the abyssal fissures resemble the iconic creature known as Godzilla, known for its immense size and destructive capabilities. Amidst the serious atmosphere of the conference, a man's voice broke the silence, urging everyone to take a moment and find joy in the midst of their discussions. A night watchman, who had lost an arm, intervened during the conference, expressing that the concerns being discussed were mere suspicions and that there was no need for everyone to panic or act as if a catastrophe was imminent. The man continued to speak, emphasizing that their organization had been gearing up for combat for an extended period, which meant they shouldn't overly concern themselves with the current situation. He reassured everyone that their preparations were in place to handle future scenarios effectively. As the man addressed the members of the night patrol at the headquarters, his words resonated with them, bringing a sense of relief and renewed confidence in the midst of the challenging situation. All eyes were on him, and his words seemed to have a calming effect on everyone present. Commander Lu's expression softened into a smile, reflecting his appreciation for the reassuring words spoken by the man. It was evident that the positive message had an impact on him as well. The night watchmen visibly relaxed and exchanged smiles among themselves, their worries easing as they absorbed the encouraging words from the man. Having concluded his reassuring speech, the man directed his fellow night watchmen to proceed with their individual reports, maintaining a sense of organization and focus within the conference. The man instructed the current speaker that once the report on all the incidents was completed, the conference would delve into discussing the list of night guards who had tragically lost their lives recently. Feeling the weight of discussions and responsibilities, Commander Lu took a brief moment to find solace in the quiet of his surroundings. Gazing out from the vantage point of his building, he observed the cityscape spread before him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a box of cigarettes, contemplating whether a smoke would help him clear his mind. He calmly brought the lit cigarette to his lips. As he stood there, gazing out at the city below, he found solace in the quiet moment, letting go of the weight of the day's responsibilities and challenges. In Commander Lu's mind, the thought lingered that those causing trouble deliberately selected a time close to the new year to carry out their troublesome actions. He pondered over the possible motivations behind this timing and wondered if it was an intentional attempt to disrupt the peace and stability of the city during a period when people usually look forward to new beginnings and fresh starts. Just as he was about to light his cigarette and take a drag, Commander Lu's attention was abruptly diverted by something unusual catching his eye. As he directed his gaze towards the cigarette he was about to light, he realized that it wasn't a cigarette at all. Rather, it turned out to be a bundle of stick biscuits neatly arranged in the same packaging. Seeing the stick biscuits in place of his cigarettes, he immediately recognized that his daughter had once again replaced his cigarettes with these snacks, a playful act she had done before. While he was fixated on the biscuit, out of nowhere, a box of cigarettes was tossed toward him with precision. With lightning reflexes, he halted the box of cigarettes mid-air before it could make contact with him. With a swift motion, Commander Lu spun around, his attention squarely fixed on the person who had casually thrown the box of cigarettes in his direction. The man who had lost an arm spoke up, his tone carrying a touch of lightness despite the seriousness of the situation. He urged Commander Lu not to always wear a stern expression, hinting that a bit of relaxation wouldn't hurt. With a friendly gesture, the man who had lost his arm playfully tossed the cigarette box in Commander Lu's direction, perhaps guessing that he might be in the mood for a smoke. Commander Lu calmly picked up the box from the ground. He declined the offer for a cigarette and instead enjoyed the stick biscuits his daughter had placed there. Commander Lu, with a friendly smile, declined the man's offer of a cigarette. He shared that he had decided not to smoke because he worried about the possibility of developing lung cancer from smoking. He appreciated the gesture, but he preferred to enjoy some stick biscuits that his daughter had placed instead. The man playfully shouted and joked with Commander Lu, asking if he was also concerned about getting lung cancer from smoking. Commander Lu firmly told the man to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. He knew that the man had been lingering around because he had something on his mind, so he urged him to speak up. Upon Commander Lu's request for the man to get to the point of what he wants to say, the man paused momentarily, taking a puff from his cigarette before planning to speak. Upon hearing the man's message and understanding the nature of the proposal being raised once more, Commander Lu was noticeably surprised and taken aback, his face displaying a shade close to violet due to the shock and unexpectedness of the situation. After receiving this unexpected news and comprehending its implications, Commander Lu fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts undoubtedly racing as he processed the information. When Commander Lu heard about the situation, he seemed upset and wanted to know if the information was true or not. He asked the man if they were sure about what they heard. The man reminds Commander Lu that the information should have been sent to his computer as well, indicating that he should have already been aware of the details. In response to the man's reminder, Commander Lu swiftly proceeded to open his computer to check the emergency notification. As he opened his computer, he saw an emergency notification indicating that for 2nd grade or higher in the exceptional supernatural abilities category, unless under exceptional circumstances, they are required to take the abilities test and select specialized exceptional abilities. While Commander Lu was reading the notification, the man inquired about his daughter's path and asked if he had already chosen her specialization. Commander Lu responded that he hadn't made a decision yet and would wait until after the abilities test. Commander Lu kindly reminded his comrade to broaden the conversation beyond their own families and proceeded to show interest in the younger male member of his comrade's family. Commander Lu began to doubt the honesty of his comrade's son and proceeded to inquire further about the young man's intentions. He asked whether the young man was leaning towards specializing in studying spiritual energies, delving into the realm of strange creatures, or focusing on physical superhuman abilities. Before responding to Commander Lu's question, the man took a puff from his cigarette. After releasing a puff of smoke, he responded to Commander Lu with a serious tone, stating that his son would not choose any of the options he mentioned earlier for specialization. Caught off guard by his response, Commander Lu initially assumed that the man wanted his son to focus on studying extraordinary human sciences. However, the man clarified that he actually intended for his son to pursue regular human sciences, rather than the extraordinary sciences. Commander Lu expressed his thoughts to the man, stating that his statement seemed like a joke. He pointed out that it was too early for him to make such a claim about his son's abilities since they hadn't been tested yet. He considered the possibility that if his son did qualify for the test and passed it, he would be forced to select a specialized exceptional human science field. After Commander Lu voiced his thoughts, the man extinguished the light of his cigarette. Commander Lu's fellow night watchman companion mentions that he has no intention of having his son undergo the test, which leaves Commander Lu feeling quite puzzled and curious about the reasons behind this decision. Commander Lu urged his comrade to communicate clearly, but the comrade simply brushed off the conversation and mentioned that he was going out for a walk, leaving Commander Lu to handle official matters at his own pace. As Commander Lu's comrade departed, a girl who was also a part of the headquarters staff entered and expressed her apologies for interrupting. However, Commander Lu promptly inquired about the reason for her visit, eager to understand the purpose of her presence. The girl approached Commander Lu and extended a document to him, explaining that she had just received a notification report from the Shadow Layer. Commander Lu swiftly took the document from the girl's hand and began pursuing its contents, his eyes scanning the report to quickly grasp the information it contained. The report provided a comprehensive overview of the recent activities in the Shadow Layer, focusing on a newly identified type of strange creature that had drawn the attention of the authorities over the past several days. The description of the creature in the report was highly detailed, depicting it as a respectful shadow, its actions characterized by intense and rigorous exercises. According to the report, the creature's physical appearance closely resembled a pitch-black shadow, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. The initial sighting of this entity took place within the Xingyu Residential Center's garden, where it was observed engaging in vigorous exercises. The report suggests that this creature might have accidentally entered the area. The report further notes that the shadow entity appeared to be not known to fatigue, displaying an enthusiastic dedication to exercising. Despite its rather eerie appearance, the shadow exhibited a low level of aggression. Notably, during an encounter when explorers cautiously approached the shadow, they were taken aback as the creature abruptly halted its exercise routine and extended a friendly greeting towards them. The girl informed Commander Lu that the monitoring team had stumbled upon a peculiar being in the residential area. However, this entity didn't match any existing records in the database. Seeking his expertise, she had come to Commander Lu to seek his opinion on the matter. Upon careful examination of the detailed reports, Commander Lu was left in a state of confusion. He found himself deep in thought, contemplating its true nature and attempting to identify its identity from the available information. The moon was shining brightly, making everything look clear, but in the Shadow Layer, things were getting more polluted and dirty. While holding his phone, Jiang Yu was capturing a video of a spider, and he enthusiastically shared with the viewers that the spider's body is packed with a bunch of proteins, and what's intriguing is that it weighs quite a bit more than the same quantity of rice, showing how protein-dense it is. Jiang Yu, speaking into the recording, excitedly shared his insights about spider meat, noting that it's surprisingly tender and delicious, with a high moisture content. He went on to explain that by applying intense heat, the spider's outer layer can be grilled, making it easier to get rid of the tiny hairs. Addressing the viewers, he emphasized that the taste is quite distinct. It doesn't quite resemble pork, beef, or lamb, but has its own unique flavor that's reminiscent of spider meat. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Yu reflected on the recording he had just made, realizing that there's a surprising number of people who find the snapshots from the Shadow Layer's scenery intriguing. He entertained the idea that when he shares the video of the spider he captured, it probably won't take long for the spider to gain fame on the internet due to its unique and captivating features. As Jiang Yu prepared to upload the video, he noticed a surge of content creators already producing contents related to exceptional abilities. He couldn't help but reflect on the fact that, in the past, it wasn't allowed to share such content with the public. As Jiang Yu was busy looking at his phone and immersed in his own thoughts, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Abyss system right in front of him. The unexpected presence of the Abyss system caught him completely off guard, causing him to feel surprised and startled by its sudden appearance. Jiang Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the notification displayed by the Abyss system. The message stated that if he failed to embark on a hunting mission, he would face dire consequences. The system's words were clear, urging him to embrace the role of a hunter and to relish the act of hunting, all while aspiring to achieve a level higher to make everyone tremble. Jiang Yu's frustration was devastated as he expressed his annoyance with the sudden appearance of the system. He couldn't help but wonder if the system had only materialized to intimidate him with these ominous warnings. As he gazed at the system, he noticed something unexpectedly intriguing. When he glanced at the system, he was taken aback by the surprising revelation that his remaining lifespan had been reduced to a mere 100 hours. In the wake of this realization, he found himself contemplating the fact that he now had a mere 100 hours left to engage in hunting and ensure his survival. The system's display repeatedly revealed to Jiang Yu that his lifespan was now reduced to a mere 100 hours. As he absorbed this information, a sense of anxiety began to creep over him, and he even found himself turning slightly pale with a hint of blue. The warning from the system had left him feeling somewhat fearful of what lay ahead. A sudden recollection surged through his mind as he remembered the caution he had encountered prior to opening the assassin website. It dawned on him that this situation must be the very risks they had been warning to, a realization that settled heavily in his thoughts. In an effort to regain his composure, Jiang Yu tried to ease his anxiety and avoid hastily coming to conclusions. He reasoned with himself, understanding that there must be methods available to remedy the situation he found himself in, considering the warning he had encountered before accessing the assassin website. Recalling the system's message that emphasized the necessity of going hunting to avoid death, Jiang Yu analyzed the situation. He deduced that based on the description provided, his role as a hunter meant he had to continue hunting in order to prolong his lifespan. Jiang Yu diligently reviewed the manual, identifying the crucial details that outlined his path forward. In deep contemplation, he recognized that the ultimate way to increase his lifespan resided in the act of hunting down and eliminating these unusual creatures that inhabited the world around him. Jiang Yu absorbed the wisdom held within the manual, noting the profound statement that life and death hinged upon the hunter's actions. He mulled over the intriguing notion that through relentless killing and an unyielding pursuit of these elusive creatures, he might even attain a state of immortality. The concept of achieving everlasting life through the act of hunting filled his thoughts with a mix of curiosity and determination. Jiang Yu carefully read the instructions and thought about the important message. It seemed that he needed to keep hunting strange creatures to stay alive. The manual also mentioned that a hunter's actions could determine life and death, and Jiang Yu considered the idea that by constantly hunting, he might become immortal. This idea fascinated him and filled him with a mix of curiosity and determination. Jiang Yu felt a sense of confusion settling over him as he read the passage in the manual that discussed the concept of another form or an existence that would remain even if his physical body were to disappear. Jiang Yu's mind raced with thoughts of the potential positive outcomes that the manual might bring him. Contemplating the situation, he realized that if he found himself unable to defeat a peculiar creature, he could always turn to Mr. Lai for assistance. Gazing at the spider he had recorded earlier, Jiang Yu's mind started formulating a plan. He understood that he might need to eliminate the spider to buy himself some additional time. Lowering his cell phone to the ground, Jiang Yu devised a plan to record himself battling the spider. He believed that by sharing these videos, he could gain popularity. Despite the prohibition, he wasn't afraid of others finding out. He knew it was a secret account provided by Mr. Lai from the Night Patrol Bureau. After making up his mind, Jiang Yu underwent a remarkable transformation, his form seamlessly blending with the surrounding shadows, and he emerged as a formidable hunter, his resolve firm as he prepared to confront the spider that lay before him, all the while capturing the unfolding scene on his cell phone. Jiang Yu activated the live video function on his cell phone and began broadcasting the situation and also revealing himself to the live video. As the live stream began, a growing audience tuned in, some amused by the sight of Jiang Yu introducing himself as Xiao Yu. He chuckled nervously while explaining to his viewers that there was a sizable spider before him, and he was about to face it on his own. As Jiang Yu moved closer to the spider, the audience viewing his live stream expressed their surprise through comments, filled with skepticism about the reality of what they were witnessing. They couldn't quite believe that someone was recording on the shadow layer and was actually attempting to get closer to a spider. Taking slow and cautious steps, Jiang Yu gestured to the people watching his live stream, urging them not to create any noise that could startle the spider. With a focused expression, he inched closer to the spider, visibly preparing himself to initiate an attack against the unsuspecting creature. Jiang Yu gripped the solid iron stick tightly in his hand, a weapon he had acquired by spending a considerable sum of money. The stick, adorned with several strategically placed metal pieces on its top, seemed to hold the promise of effectiveness in the upcoming encounter with the spider. As Jiang Yu cautiously approached the spider, he couldn't help but notice that the creature seemed completely unaware of his presence, as if he was invisible to its senses. Jiang Yu remained unfazed by the spider's movements, for he knew that his current state rendered him invisible to its sight. The spider continued its motion, unaware of Jiang Yu's presence. Despite Jiang Yu's attempts to draw the spider's attention, his shadow form prevented him from being noticed, leaving him frustrated. Jiang Yu, feeling increasingly frustrated, watched as the spider continued to move about without any inkling of his presence, even though he was right beside it. Jiang Yu marveled at how effective his shadow form was, allowing him to remain undetected even when he was right next to the spider. He considered his next move, deciding to utilize his assassination skill to pinpoint the spider's vulnerabilities. With determination, Jiang Yu strategically positioned himself right in front of the spider, his eyes meticulously scanning its form until he identified the weak spot. After a brief but keen observation, Jiang Yu quickly identified the spider's critical weak point. With determination, Jiang Yu aimed his weapon at the spider's vulnerable spot and made a calculated attempt to strike. A grin appeared on his face as he envisioned inflicting a painful blow on the unsuspecting creature. 30 minutes before Jiang Yu made his move to attack the spider, the creature was simply going about its usual activities. It paused to contemplate how much it enjoyed the environment it had found itself in since its arrival, appreciating the surroundings it had become a part of. The spider found solace in the fact that the shadow layer was peaceful, unlike the pressure present in the abyss, and it noticed that there weren't as many powerful creatures around. It mused over the idea that, given its own relative weakness, this environment was sufficient for its survival. A short while ago, the spider found itself in a confrontation with another unattractive member of its species. Although the altercation left the spider wounded, it did manage to secure a satisfying meal from the encounter, which provided much-needed sustenance for its survival. The spider chose to replenish its energy by resting and sleeping for a few more cycles, with the intention of restoring its strength. Just as the spider was preparing to settle down for sleep, it suddenly sensed that someone was launching an attack against it. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the spider found itself in astonishment as it thought that the attacker was none other than a young child, which was quite unexpected in such a situation. Confused by the situation, the spider carefully surveyed its surroundings, finding it unusual that it couldn't visually detect the presence of the attacker, yet it could unmistakably sense their existence. The spider, feeling a sense of unease about the previous spot it had chosen for rest, quickly altered its position and began moving towards a new area. It wanted to find a more secure and protected location where it could rest without worry and ensure its safety in the shadow layer. As the spider was in the midst of relocating to a different spot, it was once again caught off guard by a sudden and unexpected attack that came seemingly out of nowhere. The spider's scream echoed through the shadowy surroundings as the excruciating pain from Jiang Yu's attack shot through its body. The unexpected assault had caught the spider off guard, leaving it screaming in agony and emitting a high-pitched cry of distress. Jiang Yu's forceful strike struck the spider with such intensity that it sent the creature tumbling to the ground, its legs scrambling in a futile attempt to regain its balance. With the solid iron stick thrust deep into the spider's body, Jiang Yu experienced a rush of exhilaration as he felt the shadow points within him pulsating and resonating with the impact of his strike, almost as if they were being drawn out of him. Jiang Yu contemplated the possibility of strategically striking certain points to fully harness and unleash his power, wondering if there was a way to tap into his potential by targeting specific areas. After shedding a significant amount of the spider's blood, Jiang Yu positioned himself once more, preparing to launch another attack on the weakened creature. Just when Jiang Yu was preparing himself to strike at the spider, he found himself caught off guard by the sudden movement of the spider, which had already begun to launch a counterattack against him. In a sudden turn of events, Jiang Yu found himself on the receiving end of the spider's aggressive strike, which hit him with a forceful blow, causing him to be pushed down onto the ground in an unexpected and challenging situation. Despite being struck by the spider, Jiang Yu managed to maintain his composure and even chuckled, reassuring himself by saying that the impact didn't cause him any pain. The monster, unable to see Jiang Yu, was attempting to locate him by launching attacks in various directions, targeting potential blind spots to catch him off guard. As Jiang Yu remained hidden in his shadow form, he maneuvered and evaded the monster's strikes while planning his own counterattacks. Observing the spider's condition, Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as he realized that his previous strike had targeted the vital point accurately. The spider's continued loss of blood from the wound he inflicted seemed to weaken it further. Jiang Yu proceeded with his plan, formulating his next attack strategy against the weakened spider. Summoning his shadow attack, Jiang Yu's aura underwent a transformation, signaling his intention to engage the spider with a more powerful strike. In a swift and seamless motion, Jiang Yu disappeared from his original position, seemingly vanishing into thin air, only to reappear on the ground in an instant. Descending beneath the surface, Jiang Yu's vision shifted to the world below, where he could perceive the monstrous creature still hovering above him. Despite being hidden from view, he maintained a keen awareness of his adversary's movements. Concealed beneath the surface, Jiang Yu's thoughts turned to the capabilities of his shadow attack. Like a stealthy thief slipping through the shadows, he believed that this technique could navigate the opponents unharmed. Observing the spider above, Jiang Yu's mind raced with possibilities. The shadow attack technique seemed to offer an alternative to direct combat, allowing him to wait patiently like a hunter in the forest, biding his time for the right opportunity to strike. Waiting for the perfect moment to present itself, Jong Yu poised himself to deliver the decisive blow that would spell the end for the spider. Observing the spider closely, Jong Yu realized that in the future, he would likely come across a variety of supernatural creatures, each with their own unique traits and abilities. A smile formed on Jong Yu's face as he contemplated the notion that he was now a hunter, diligently tracking down and capturing his prey. The man confidently appeared in a live show on his phone, assuring the general public that they are under the protection of the night patrol. During the broadcast, he introduced himself as a dedicated night patrol officer currently on duty. With an air of authority, he proceeded to share some essential insights regarding low-level strange creatures, aiming to provide the viewers with a basic understanding of these unique beings. While scrolling through her phone, the woman noticed another live stream featuring a woman who was ready to guide her viewers to a secret restaurant tucked away in a hidden alleyway. Climbing onto her bed, she continued scrolling through her phone, watching various live streams where people were engaging with their audience in real time. Changing into more comfortable clothes, she settled into her bed, eager to continue watching more live streams. She looked at her phone, hoping to find something interesting to watch on live streams, but she felt that there wasn't much exciting content lately. She scrolled through different streams, but nothing really caught her attention, and she started feeling bored. Continuing to browse through the various live streams, she suddenly stumbled upon a broadcast that stood out from the rest due to its unique and intriguing nature, capturing her attention in a way that the other streams hadn't managed to do. She came across a live stream featuring someone named Jong Yu, who appeared to be portraying a character named Yu from the northern capital. In the livestream, Jong Yu was discussing the concept of leveling up by eliminating gods. Jong Yu, in his livestream, took the time to display a diverse range of peculiar creatures that inhabit the shadow layer, presenting these unique beings to his viewers. The young girl felt a rush of excitement as she stood up on her bed. She had just caught sight of some peculiar creatures on a live video, and her mind was filled with curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder if what she was seeing was actually real or if it had been changed using editing techniques. In the livestream that took place not long ago, Jong Yu had an interesting segment where he showcased a spider. During this part of the livestream, he took the time to provide his viewers with lots of detailed information about the spider, talking about its characteristics and habits. Additionally, he made sure to show the spider very close to the camera, giving everyone watching a chance to see the spider in great detail. While the woman was reading the comments on Jong Yu's live stream, she found herself thinking that many of the comments were rather unpleasant and pretending. It appeared to her that some individuals were simply putting on a facade and acting arrogantly online, which led her to feel a sense of disdain towards their arrogant behaviors. Her reaction was one of genuine surprise as she witnessed Jong Yu's unexpected action of submerging himself beneath the ground's surface during the live stream. The suddenness of this event caught her off guard, and she couldn't help but feel a mixture of astonishment and curiosity about what might unfold next in the live stream. Feeling a strong sense of excitement due to the unfolding events in the live stream, she couldn't resist the urge to express her thoughts by leaving a comment. When Jong Yu went beneath the surface, he effectively showcased this action to his viewers. The result was a collective sense of surprise among everyone participating in the live stream, leading to a flurry of comments pouring in as people shared their astonishment and reactions to the unexpected turn of events. The woman's eyes lit up with brightness as she observed Jong Yu's ability to vanish from sight, prompting her to ponder whether he might possess extraordinary qualities that set him apart from ordinary live streamers that she usually watches. As her watch of the live stream persisted, she found herself considering that the unfolding events were becoming even more intriguing and captivating. In an attempt to demonstrate his approach, Jong Yu leaped onto the spider and made another effort to engage with it in an aggressive manner. This action was intended to provide his viewers with a visual display of his interaction with the spider. Jong Yu, not content by his previous attempts, opted to employ his reliable solid iron stick once again as a formidable weapon. Summoning his strength, he unleashed a forceful kick, directing the iron stick towards the spider with the purpose of inflicting considerable injury upon it. Once more, the spider emitted a distinct sound akin to a scream and was clearly taken aback by the suddenness of the attack that had been unleashed upon it. The surprise was evident in its response, underscoring the unexpected nature of the assault it was facing. Observing intently, Jong Yu watched as the spider began to move in various directions, seemingly attempting to ascertain the source of the attack that had been directed towards it. Its movements carried a sense of puzzlement, as if it was determined to unravel the mystery of who was responsible for assaulting it. Exhibiting a surge of aggression, the spider launched attacks in multiple directions with anger, attempting to retaliate against the perceived assailant hidden amidst its surroundings. Following its attack in a particular direction, the spider halted its movements momentarily, exhibiting a temporary cessation in its actions. During this collision, it awaited the dissipation of the smoke, seemingly with the intention of resuming its activities once visibility improved. and the obstacle had cleared away. The spider directed its attention towards the location where it had aimed its attack, only to be met with surprise upon realizing that no individual had been injured or affected by its aggressive maneuver. Noticing that the spider's focus was misdirected, Zhang Yu decided to take action in an attempt to divert the creature's attention. With this goal in mind, he attempted to poke the spider, aiming to capture its awareness. The spider's reaction was one of surprise, evident in its sudden change in behavior in response to the unexpected touch it experienced. This touch seemed to come out of nowhere, causing the spider to exhibit a noticeable startle. As a result, the spider's typical demeanor of cautious alertness was temporarily suspended, replaced by a display of curiosity that was palpable in its movements and actions. The spider appeared to be actively attempting to identify the source of this touch. In an effort to effectively communicate his presence to the viewers, Zhang Yu took a series of intentional actions designed to convey his message. By extending his arm and gently prodding the spider, he sought to visually indicate to his audience that he was located directly in front of the creature. Zhang Yu formed a peace sign using his fingers as he was making fun of the spider being unable to locate him. Zhang Yu's movements were swift and precise, allowing him to gracefully evade all of the spider's attacks. With a hint of mockery and amusement, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh at the fact that even with its 8 legs, the spider was unable to land a hit on him and thinks that it's because it's too weak. The girl continued to observe Zhang Yu's ongoing interaction with the spider, maintaining her focus on the unfolding scenario. Her attention was held by the spectacle of their interaction, finding it to be a source of amusement and entertainment. Getting comfortable with her blanket, the girl settled in for a cozy viewing experience. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she continued to watch Zhang Yu's encounter with the spider. She couldn't help but be impressed by the spider's remarkable speed and distinctive physical appearance, which captured her attention and held it with fascination. In a sudden and striking turn of events, the spider released a burst of violet-hued poison from its body, unmistakably signaling its intent to direct this venomous assault towards Zhang Yu rather than opting for an escape. This unexpected action held the potential to alter the course of their interaction, introducing a new element of danger and intrigue to the ongoing dynamic between Zhang Yu and the spider. It appears that the violet poison possesses a potent effect, wherein individuals or creatures that come into contact with it are susceptible to a disturbing outcome. They undergo a process of melting. The spider unleashed its violet poison in all directions, effectively creating a perimeter of toxic substance around its immediate vicinity. This strategic move left no room for Zhang Yu to establish any form of physical contact with the spider, as the poisonous barrier acted as a deterrent, preventing any close interaction. With an almost eerie demeanor, the spider emitted a series of sounds that resembled laughter as it continued to disperse its poison in various directions. In its actions, there seemed to be a calculated sense of confidence, as if the spider believed that the potent poison it was releasing posed a significant threat to Zhang Yu's safety and well-being. In what could be inferred as the spider's contemplation, it seemed to entertain the notion that Zhang Yu might be under the impression that he could ensure his safety by immersing himself in a citric environment following the spider's release of poison. Despite the spider's initial assumption that Zhang Yu would be unable to evade the effects of the poison it had released, its expectation was puzzled when it became apparent that Zhang Yu had successfully positioned himself on the uppermost part of a building, effectively elevating himself out of harm's way. This unexpected turn of events showcased Zhang Yu's resourcefulness and ability to outmaneuver the perilous situation posed by the spider's poisonous emission. Addressing the spider directly, Zhang Yu conveyed a simple yet profound statement, asserting that every location, no matter where it might be, possesses a presence of shadow. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu swiftly leaped off the building with remarkable speed, displaying an evident intent to launch a forceful charge towards the spider. In a dynamic exchange of actions, as Zhang Yu advanced swiftly towards the spider with determined intent, the spider responded in kind by rapidly executing an attack of its own. With a swift motion, the spider released its corrosive melting poison in Zhang Yu's direction, showcasing its readiness to defend itself against his approaching charge. As the spider discharged its poisonous burst aimed at Zhang Yu, he demonstrated remarkable agility and adaptability by deftly sidestepping the attack. Employing what seemed to be a shadow form, Zhang Yu swiftly evaded the poison's trajectory, effectively bypassing the harmful effects of the spider's assault. Enveloped within a protective layer of shadows, Zhang Yu found himself endowed with newfound freedom of movement, enabling him to effortlessly traverse the area and execute teleportations at will. This unique ability dwelt upon him a distinct advantage, allowing him to adeptly evade and elude the spider's onslaught of attacks. The shadow-infused environment provided Zhang Yu with a strategic edge, empowering him to gracefully dodge and effectively evade the spider's attempts to assail him. Embracing his role as a hunter, Jiang Yu seamlessly emerged from the depths of the shadow with each teleportation, traversing and navigating the entirety of his surroundings with remarkable fluidity. This transformation allowed him to seamlessly transition between positions. Gripping his solid iron stick with determined strength, Jiang Yu infused the weapon with an electrifying aura that enveloped it. With this charged weapon in hand, he embarked on a deliberate attempt to engage the spider in combat, utilizing the enhanced properties of his iron stick to launch a potent attack against the creature. Descending to the ground with purpose, Jiang Yu closed the distance between himself and the spider, positioning himself for a close-range strike. Timed perfectly to coincide with the spider's attempted attack, he seized the opportune moment to execute his own assault. Amidst this intense exchange, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to make a noteworthy statement. With a surge of aggression, Jiang Yu forcefully thrust his weapon, the solid iron stick, into the spider's mouth, penetrating its head with determination. The result was a piercing action that elicited an eerie and chilling scream from the spider, underscoring the intensity of the moment. Lying prone on the ground, Jiang Yu exerted his strength with determination, forcefully driving the iron stick through the spider's head in an aggressive manner. Following the forceful penetration of the spider's head, Jiang Yu found himself drenched in a combination of blood and poison, a result of the intense encounter. The passage of time, marked by the gradual ticking of minutes, brought about a considerable interval since the intense clash had unfolded. Over this duration, the spider's existence had come to an end, as it succumbed to its wounds and ceased all manifestations of vitality. With the spider's demise as the backdrop, Jiang Yu harnessed a unique ability known as the shadow swallowing technique. This maneuver was employed with the intention of recording the spider's data within the system, potentially earning him valuable points. Moreover, this act of assimilation was anticipated to yield further benefits, potentially resulting in the acquisition of new skills as a direct outcome of his encounter with the spider. Upon invoking the shadow swallowing ability, it swiftly initiated the process of assimilating not only the spider's physical remains but also its inherent abilities. The ability efficiently absorbed the spider's flesh and capabilities. Upon the successful completion of the absorption process, Jiang Yu experienced a distinct surge of energy emanating from within him. This sensation was accompanied by a profound sense of relief, as the arduous task of hunting the spider had finally drawn to a close. In the aftermath of the absorption process, a curious development unfolded. A piece of cloth materialized, seemingly as a result of the spider's assimilation. Jiang Yu, responding to the transformation of the cloth into another form, extended his hand in a gesture of readiness and curiosity. With the surprising transformation of the cloth into a cape, Jiang Yu wasted no time in donning the newfound garment, draping it around his shoulders. Eager to communicate the conclusion of his hunting expedition, he turned his attention to his viewers and made a direct announcement, ensuring that his audience was well informed about the successful conclusion of his hunting. As the viewers witnessed Jiang Yu's triumph over the spider, reducing it to a mere skeletal form, a wave of admiration and praise swept through the audience. Many among them expressed their admiration for his prowess, lauding his achievement in vanquishing the creature. However, some couldn't help but draw parallels to the genre of superhero movies due to the surreal and almost implausible nature of the battle. Clutching the phone closely, the girl felt a surge of amazement wash over her as she witnessed the incredible prowess of Jiang Yu. The experience left her thoroughly impressed by his remarkable abilities and actions, and in a matter of this initial interaction, she found herself becoming an ardent admirer of Jiang Yu, already establishing herself as a devoted fan. With her eyes radiating excitement, the girl was captivated by Jiang Yu's content, finding it to be immensely thrilling. She remarked that it had been quite some time since she had come across something as exhilarating and engaging as what Jiang Yu was offering through his content. Prompted by her enthusiasm, the girl wasted no time in navigating to Jiang Yu's account. In her thoughts, she recognized the compelling nature of his content, and made a firm decision to become a follower, acknowledging the value of staying connected with his updates and activities. Without delay, the girl took action by clicking the follow button, recognizing that she had stumbled upon an entertainer as captivating as Jiang Yu. The immediacy of her decision reflected her conviction that his content was truly engaging and worth keeping up with. Swiftly taking the initiative, the girl sent a private message to Jiang Yu, inquiring whether she had the option to contribute an additional star to the assassination mission, coupled with the promise of a high reward. The system revealed to Jiang Yu that the creature he had defeated belonged to the category of an ancient demon, specifically classified as a first-class low-level entity. Accompanying this classification was a comprehensive description outlining the attributes and nature of the monster. The lines adorning the spider's body served as indicators of its power, with denser and more intricate patterns corresponding to a higher degree of spiritual pollution. The system cautioned Jiang Yu about creatures of this kind, advising against prolonged direct gazes at them unless one was adequately prepared to risk becoming their target. In addition, the system presented a comprehensive list of the various abilities possessed by the spider, providing a thorough overview of its capabilities. Furthermore, the system detailed the rewards that Jiang Yu had obtained following the successful absorption of the spider. Among these rewards, he acquired a valuable item known as a shadow silk, which held its own unique significance. Additionally, this encounter contributed to an increase of Jiang Yu's shadow points. Upon reviewing the comprehensive information provided by the system, Jiang Yu felt a small disappointment. He realized that the creature he had confronted and vanquished was categorized as a lower-ranking ordinary monster, a realization that contrasted with his initial perception of having overcome a formidable and powerful opponent. As he contemplated the circumstances more deeply, Jiang Yu came to a realization that there remained a significant disparity between his abilities and those of the creatures he encountered. This insight became particularly apparent to him when he reflected on the moment he acquired the shadow attack ability. Concluding his examination of the system's information, Jiang Yu proceeded to check his account where he had conducted the live stream earlier. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction upon observing the substantial number of viewers who were engaged in watching his content. Making a deliberate choice, Jiang Yu came to the decision that his live session for the day had finished. His reasoning was to intentionally leave a sense of suspense lingering, thereby piquing the curiosity and interest of his audience, and setting the stage for their anticipation of his upcoming live stream. Abruptly, Jiang Yu found himself taken aback by an unexpected occurrence. There were black lines materialized and began to hover in his hands. The black lines, which bore a striking resemblance to a web in their appearance, unveiled their true nature as they expanded and reached out to establish connections with the surrounding building. Jiang Yu's emotions build up between surprise and confusion as he grapples with the unexpected turn of events. The web-like lines that had established a connection with the building abruptly exerted a forceful tug on him. The line exerted a powerful and relentless force, yanking Jiang Yu with an intensity that compelled him to pause and contemplate the unfolding situation. As he was drawn closer by this formidable pull, he found himself immersed in the moment, seeking to make sense of the circumstances that were rapidly unfolding around him. Gradually adjusting to the forceful pull of the web-like lines, Jiang Yu's initial surprise transformed into a mixture of emotions. In a moment of spontaneity, he let out a shout of exhilaration, followed by laughter. The sensation of being drawn by the lines led him to playfully comparing himself to Spider-Man, the iconic fictional character known for similar feats of web slinging and agile movement. Lacking control over his own movements, Jiang Yu's body collided forcefully with the wall due to the relentless pull of the web-like lines. The forceful collision between Jiang Yu's body and the wall resulted in visible marks left behind on the surface, indicative of the impact. Severed from the influence of the line, Jiang Yu found himself unable to maintain control over his body's movements, leading to an uncontrolled descent that ended in a fall. Anticipating the impending impact with the ground, Jiang Yu swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself atop a nearby light post. With nimble agility, he worked to maintain his body, striving to prevent a fall and successfully regaining his balance before making contact with the ground. Seated atop the light post, Jiang Yu took a moment to access the system interface, where he looked at various details, including his lifespan. As he reviewed the information, he observed that merely 3 days had been added to his remaining lifespan. Deep in contemplation, Jiang Yu considered the reality that, despite having only 7 days left in his lifespan, encounters with such creatures were likely to be infrequent. This realization led him to wonder about the possibility of being unable to locate these creatures within the limited time frame, thereby raising concerns about the potential challenges he might face in his pursuit. Amid his contemplative thoughts, Jiang Yu's attention was abruptly captured by a notification from the system. The message informed him that his role as the hidden hunter in the shadows had contributed to a boost in his fame, a development that would bring about unforeseen rewards. Moreover, the expansion of his reputation had a cascading effect, leading to the unlocking of certain hunter powers that had previously remained inaccessible to him. The system's notification included an intriguing addition. Jiang Yu possessed the ability to mark his prey, a skill designed to facilitate the identification of their vulnerabilities and subsequently capitalize on them. This marking process would render the targeted prey more negative effects, potentially inducing sensations like palpitations and fear based on the power gaps between both sides. Only one target can be targeted at the same time, and the mark only lasts for 1 second. Alongside the empowering information, the system issued an important note that says, while activating the mark carried notable benefits, it came at the cost of consuming a specific amount of energy. Additionally, utilizing this ability could inadvertently expose Jong Yu's location to the marked prey, triggering their caution and heightened awareness. The system says that if Jong Yu captured the marked prey, he'll be granted agility and strength. In addition, when the hunt is successful, one of his traits and abilities will be enhanced. In a comprehensive explanation, the system clarified that engaging in hunting activities did not impose any associated costs. Importantly, the duration of the hunting period aligned with the duration of the mark itself. During this designated hunting time, Jong Yu was required to successfully eliminate the marked prey. Doing so would result in the enhancement of his negative reputation or status. Jong Yu found himself engrossed in thoughts, his mind pondering the potential connection between the recent unveiling of his enhanced abilities and the ongoing expansion of his negative reputation. Amidst this contemplation, he couldn't help but wonder about the origins of this negative reputation, reflecting on the point in time when it first began to take shape. An abrupt realization dawned upon Jong Yu as he considered the possibility that his negative reputation might have originated from the recent live stream he had conducted. The thought crossed his mind that the events and actions showcased during that particular broadcast could have been a catalyst for the development of his unfavorable reputation. Jong Yu burst out a smile because of the following sequence of activities encompassing hunting, video editing, live streaming, and the unlocking and accumulation of new skills. Jong Yu experienced an unforeseen surge in both his abilities and physical prowess. These activities collectively contributed to an elevation of his capabilities and strength beyond what he had anticipated. Following a substantial period of reflection and processing the gathered information, Jong Yu ultimately arrived at a decision. He resolved to dedicate additional effort and time to his pursuits on that particular day, driven by a desire to take on more tasks and responsibilities beyond his usual routine. Standing above the light post searching for potential targets, Jong Yu soared above, surveying his surroundings with an intent gaze. Amidst this exploration, his keen eyes detected a solitary creature that met his criteria. With swift and decisive action, Jong Yu swiftly identified a suitable target and promptly proceeded to mark it using his newfound ability. Driven by purpose and determination, Jong Yu wasted no time in initiating his pursuit, moving swiftly as he readied himself for the hunt ahead. Closing the distance between himself and the spider, Jong Yu's thoughts aligned with his intent that the time had come to embark on the hunt. Jong Yu's face lit up with a big smile, clearly showing how excited he was for the upcoming hunt. This new adventure had him eager and enthusiastic, looking forward to the thrill and excitement it would bring. With the hunt now behind him, Jong Yu embarked on the journey back to his dwelling, the sense of fulfillment from his triumph fueling his steps. Jong Yu was taken by surprise as he felt Lu Yaoyao's remarkable energy and determination while she carefully tended to his wounds once again. The sheer strength she displayed during this process left a lasting impact on him, serving as a vivid reminder of her treating his wounds. As Jong Yu directed his gaze towards Lu Yaoyao, he couldn't help but voice his concern, expressing that her actions had caused him discomfort and brought about a sensation of pain. Disregarding Jong Yu's complaint, Lu Yaoyao proceeded to question him, her curiosity evident as she inquired about his lack of honesty. She further pressed him on why he hadn't chosen to remain at home for recovery, suggesting that his recent state might be indicative of yet another confrontation or conflict with someone. Once more, Lu Yaoyao extended her assistance to Jong Yu, this time helping him apply ointment to his wounds within the comfort of his living room. Her concern for his well-being remained palpable, driving her to offer her support and care in tending to his injuries. Addressing Lu Yaoyao directly, Jong Yu candidly expressed his need for caution while she tended to his wounds. He shared with her that he had ventured outside with the intention of being a hero, emphasizing that he preferred her not to speak unless she fully comprehended the context of his actions and situation. Lu Yaoyao appeared skeptical of Jong Yu's explanation and couldn't help but voice her doubts. She questioned the concept of Jong Yu on being a hero that is constantly adorned with injuries, prompting her to inquire about the specific type of hero he had in mind. With a direct and honest gesture, Lu Yaoyao moved the cotton ball away from Jong Yu's nose, her actions reflecting her straightforward approach. Speaking openly, she expressed her viewpoint without hesitation, suggesting that she saw his actions as mere displays meant to draw attention, lacking any real skills to substantiate his claims. Under his breath, Jong Yu muttered that he could effortlessly mend his injuries using his shadow form, but he intentionally chose not to heal them right away. He revealed that his purpose was to have Lu Yaoyao assist him in applying the medicine, a fact he hadn't shared openly until now. With a note of curiosity in her voice, Lu Yaoyao directed a question towards Jong Yu, seeking to understand the nature of his murmuring and self-talk. Wondering about the content of his whispered words, she prompted him to shed light on the thoughts he had been expressing in his seemingly self-talk. Jiang Yu reassured Lu Yaoyao that his murmurs held no significant meaning and were of no consequence. He then shifted the topic, inquiring whether there were any interesting movies available for them to watch. Suggesting an idea, he proposed that they actively search for an engaging movie to watch together, emphasizing the notion of sharing an enjoyable cinematic experience. Opening her phone, Lu Yaoyao responded to Jiang Yu's inquiry by conveying that there had been a lack of good movies recently, and that the options available had been rather bad in terms of quality. However, Lu Yaoyao countered her previous statement by revealing that she had come across an individual worth watching, a captivating YouTuber who had managed to capture her interest. Intrigued by Lu Yaoyao's mention of the YouTuber, Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to express his interest in learning more about this content creator and their channel. Lu Yaoyao held her phone up, offering Jiang Yu a closer look at the screen as she showcased the YouTuber she had referred to earlier. She highlighted that this particular content creator had garnered significant attention and fame due to the captivating nature of their content, suggesting that their videos were resonating with a wide audience. Lu Yaoyao proceeded to show Jiang Yu the YouTuber named Yu, who introduced themselves as a memory loss assassin operating from the shadows. Unaware that this YouTuber was, in fact, Jiang Yu himself, she was thoroughly impressed by the content and concept presented by the channel, completely oblivious to the fact that she was admiring the work of her own friend. Jiang Yu's reaction was one of surprise, causing him to inadvertently spit out the water he had in his mouth when Lu Yaoyao revealed the YouTuber's account to him. The unexpected revelation left him taken aback and momentarily stunned. Perplexed by Jiang Yu's sudden and surprising reaction, Lu Yaoyao voiced her confusion, inquiring about the reason behind his behavior. Observing his apparent excitement, she couldn't help but wonder what had prompted such an enthusiastic reaction from him. Responding with a smile of her own, Lu Yaoyao informed Jiang Yu that the assassin had managed to capture an impressive level of attention and recognition. Remarkably, within the short span of just 2 days, this enigmatic figure had risen to become the most popular supernatural blogger, garnering a remarkable following and even securing a coveted spot on the trending list of content. Adopting an air of feigned innocence, Jiang Yu posed a question to Lu Yaoyao, wondering aloud if it was considered unlawful to disclose information about supernatural knowledge. Privately, he contemplated the possibility of drawing the attention of the enigmatic night watchman, a thought sparked by his concern that his newfound fame might attract their notice at an unexpectedly rapid pace. With a straightforward explanation, Lu Yaoyao articulated to Jiang Yu that it's typically best to disclose only the fundamental and crucial aspects of such subjects, and not the core knowledge. In doing so, she highlighted the importance of discretion when sharing information related to supernatural matters, implying that certain details might be more suitable for public consumption while others warrant a more cautious approach. Continuing the conversation, Lu Yaoyao took the initiative to show Jiang Yu an authentic combat video featuring the actions of the enigmatic assassin in a confrontation with mutants. In a swift motion, Lu Yaoyao reached out and firmly grasped Jiang Yu's shoulder, drawing herself closer to him in an almost instinctive manner. While maintaining her hold on his shoulders and drawing nearer to Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao extended her phone toward him. In a considerate gesture, she informed him that he had the option to follow the enigmatic assassin's content, recognizing his interest in supernatural things. Jiang Yu's demeanor shifted into one of seriousness as he focused his gaze on Lu Yaoyao. With a purposeful expression, he turned his attention to the videos she was sharing, which featured the enigmatic assassin's content as well as a fan creation crafted by another blogger. A sense of contentment washed over Jiang Yu, evident in the smile that graced his lips as he gazed at Lu Yaoyao. Observing the genuine happiness radiating from Lu Yaoyao as she watched the recent videos, Jiang Yu couldn't help but share in her joy. It brought him a sense of contentment knowing that she was delighted, and that in turn contributed to his own happiness. Rising from her seat, Lu Yaoyao took a moment to express her thoughts and feelings to Jiang Yu. In a playful manner, Lu Yaoyao playfully posed a hypothetical scenario to Jiang Yu, suggesting the idea of recording and uploading her own videos. She asked him if he believed that she might achieve popularity and recognition similar to what the popular assassin had garnered. Responding with a playful jest, Jiang Yu humorously speculated about what kind of content Lu Yaoyao might create. He quipped that she could potentially record herself dancing while dressed in a jacket outfit within the shadow layer. Blushing slightly, Lu Yaoyao playfully told Jiang Yu to go away and playfully teased him for his suggestion. She then revealed her actual plans, sharing that she intended to record videos where she explained various supernatural concepts. Jiang Yu posed a question to Lu Yaoyao, inquiring if she believed that she could contend with more experienced individuals in the night patrol solely by acquiring information and reading up on supernatural topics. Jiang Yu gestured towards Lu Yaoyao's attire and advised her against dressing in such a manner when venturing outside. He cautioned her that wearing such clothes could potentially make her a target for stalkers or unwanted attention. Zhang Yu's expression took on an eerie quality as he gazed at Lu Yaoyao, his smile carrying an unsettling undertone as he told her that last time, he lost one. Lu Yaoyao's reaction shifted to a slightly apprehensive one, her curiosity piqued by Zhang Yu's cryptic statement about losing someone. She found herself both intrigued and a bit unsettled by the implication behind his words. As Zhang Yu momentarily looked away, Lu Yaoyao acted swiftly and discreetly, producing a gun from her possession. Much to Zhang Yu's astonishment, Lu Yaoyao's actions took an unexpected and startling turn as she promptly raised the gun and aimed it at his back. With the gun now trained on him, Lu Yaoyao confronted Zhang Yu directly, her voice tinged with a mixture of seriousness and curiosity. She questioned whether his injuries were a result of engaging in confrontations due to his alleged habit of stalking girls who dressed as JK outfits. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yu instinctively raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. He quickly clarified to Lu Yaoyao that his previous statement had been made in jest, emphasizing that he was merely joking and that there was no truth to the implication. Despite Zhang Yu's clarification, Lu Yaoyao maintained her position, keeping the gun directed towards him. Her tone remained firm as she expressed uncertainty about the accuracy of his explanation, indicating that she wasn't entirely convinced by his words. In a tone laced with sarcasm, Zhang Yu mockingly requested that Lu Yaoyao spare him, playfully addressing her as Officer Lu. Lu Yaoyao, however, remained resolute in her stance, firmly rejecting his request by insisting that she wouldn't let him off the hook and decided to impose her own form of punishment by making him cook for her. With a sense of relief washing over him, Zhang Yu sank back onto his sofa in the living room after Lu Yaoyao had departed. Turning his attention towards his phone, Zhang Yu exhaled audibly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him now that he was no longer under the watchful gaze of Lu Yaoyao. With a brief moment to himself, he engaged with his device, scrolling through its contents to access his private messages on his YouTuber account, eager to see what interactions and communications awaited him. As he looked at the private messages, Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon a considerable number of them, prompting a sense of admiration for the abundance of interactions that had increased within such a brief period. This realization led him to contemplate that he was really becoming more popular. While engrossed in reading the private messages and comments, Zhang Yu's attention was drawn to something that struck him as out of the ordinary. Among the private messages and comments, a recurring theme emerged. Several individuals were asserting that Zhang Yu's identity had been uncovered and accusing him of being a fraud. These messages belittled his achievements and compared him unfavorably to the night patrolman. Reading through these messages, Zhang Yu was taken aback by the hostility and negativity directed towards him, leaving him in a state of surprise and uncertainty, unsure how to process the hurtful comments. Upon learning from the messages that his supposed exposure had led to the creation of a video, Zhang Yu's curiosity was piqued. He clicked on the provided link to access the video and view its contents firsthand. Upon clicking the video, Zhang Yu was met with an introduction from an individual identifying himself as Real Deal. The video's presenter proclaimed his intention to guide viewers away from the conventional exploration of shops and towards an exploration of the truth. This enigmatic statement left Zhang Yu both intrigued and puzzled, sparking his curiosity to delve further into the content. As Real Deal the creator were showing everyone the video, he proceeded to showcase content featuring Yu the assassin, effectively presenting it as evidence to support his claims. With a confident tone, Real Deal asserted that Yu's identity was a sham and that the videos produced by the supposed assassin were far from genuine. This revelation challenged the authenticity of Yu's content and left Zhang Yu grappling with the realization that his reputation had been called into question. Real Deal's presentation took a specific turn as he showcased a video depicting Yu the assassin in combat against the spider. Real Deal pointed out what he believed to be evidence of editing, citing discrepancies such as the presence of 2 frames and a lack of continuity in the footage. By highlighting these aspects, Real Deal aimed to cast doubt on the authenticity of the video, suggesting that it had been manipulated or edited. As Real Deal continued to present his analysis, he further scanned the video's content by highlighting the background of the spider encounter. He pointed out that the background had been edited in an attempt to cover elements that appeared unrealistic or implausible. This observation further contributed to Real Deal's argument that the video had been manipulated to create a false narrative. While observing Real Deal's video, a sense of skepticism began to creep over Zhang Yu. He couldn't help but feel that Real Deal's motives were rooted in exploiting his own popularity. Zhang Yu suspected that Real Deal might be attempting to capitalize on his recent trending status and garner attention for himself by casting doubt on Zhang Yu's credibility. Real Deal revealed himself to be an actual member of the Night Patrol, asserting that his actions were motivated by a genuine desire to expose the truth. He claimed that his knowledge as a real night patrol member enabled him to identify Jong Yu as a pretender, referring to him as a clown. Real Deal's declaration solidified his position and intentions, painting Jong Yu as an imposter in the eyes of those watching the video. As Jong Yu continued to watch the video, his curiosity led him to scroll down and read the comments posted by viewers underneath the content. As Jong Yu perused the comments section, he noticed a variety of reactions from viewers. Some individuals were engaged in heated debates, discussing the possibility of editing in his videos, while others vehemently defended his reputation. In response to the comments and debates unfolding before him, Jong Yu couldn't help but let out a knowing smirk. Recognizing that he had little control over the situation, he chose to adopt a passive stance, allowing people to voice their opinions freely. Aware that the discussions would continue regardless of his involvement, he decided to take a step back and refrain from further engagement, opting to leave the matter as it was. Eager to address the doubts surrounding his videos, Jong Yu got up from his seat and stretched his body, a gesture of readiness. Driven by a strong desire to validate the authenticity of his content, he resolved to embark on a hunt, determined to offer concrete evidence that would dispel the notion of his videos being fabricated. Before setting out on his hunt, Jong Yu's lips curved into a confident smile as a strategic thought crossed his mind. Amidst the surge of negative comments and the feeling of being exploited by Real Deal's content, Jong Yu's determination grew stronger. Fueled by a desire to counter the backlash and prove his authenticity, he felt an increasing eagerness to embark on a hunt and venture into the Shadow Lair. In the midst of his determination, Jong Yu reached his destination, the Shadow Lair, the place where he intended to begin his hunt. With the anticipation of proving himself and dispelling the doubts surrounding his abilities. Equipped with a miniature camera, Jong Yu entered the Shadow Lair with a specific goal in mind: to capture his actions up close and provide undeniable evidence of his authenticity. His intention was to film his endeavors in detail, capturing every moment of his hunt as he aimed to demonstrate the legitimacy of his abilities and content. In his shadow form, Jong Yu skillfully integrated the miniature camera into his right chest, seamlessly blending it into his being. This strategic placement allowed him to capture the footage from a unique perspective while maintaining his fluid movements and shadow abilities during the hunt. Surveying his surroundings within the Shadow Lair, Jong Yu noted a noticeable decrease in the presence of unusual creatures compared to the previous day. This phenomenon was due to the Shadow Lair's inherent nature of resetting after a specific period of time. Scanning the environment with a focused intent, Jong Yu's attention was drawn to a particular creature that had captured his interest. With a clear objective in mind, he prepared to engage in the pursuit and capture of this chosen creature. Among the various creatures in his vicinity, Jong Yu's discerning eyes locked onto a particular entity that seemed to exhibit behavior indicative of an ambush strategy. The creature's posture and demeanor suggested a readiness to pounce on other mutants, possibly in an attempt to gain an advantage. This observation piqued Jong Yu's interest, motivating him to consider this creature as a potential target for his hunt. Reacting swiftly to the situation at hand, Jong Yu swiftly held his weapon, prepared to engage in a battle with the creature he had identified. Armed and ready, he positioned himself for the impending confrontation, his determination evident as he poised himself to face the challenge head-on. With a resolute mindset and unwavering determination, Jong Yu readied himself for the hunt ahead. Firm in his decision, he started the hunt. Positioned for action and focused on his target, he took the first step toward demonstrating his skills and authenticity. Taking a deliberate step forward, Jong Yu ventured into the building with a clear intent to engage his chosen target. With a calculated leap, he aimed to maneuver through the environment, utilizing his agility and shadow abilities to gain an advantageous position. As his foot made contact with the surface, Jong Yu's gaze upward revealed the towering height of the building before him. Facing the daunting height of the building, Jong Yu felt a tremor of apprehension run through his body. The towering structure seemed to evoke a sense of unease within him, causing his body to shake involuntarily. Deciding that jumping was too risky, Jong Yu chose to use the stairs instead. He realized that taking a more straightforward path would be safer and more practical, allowing him to make his way up the building step by step. This way, he could continue his hunt while minimizing the danger posed by the height. Descending from the elevated vantage point, Jong Yu's gaze fixed upon a particular creature that lay within close proximity. The proximity of the creature was striking, and he found himself approaching it with a mix of caution and intrigue. Upon closer inspection of the creature, Jong Yu's attention was immediately drawn to the curious objects within its mouth. These peculiar items held an air of mystery, causing him to focus his gaze on the creature's oral cavity with a mixture of interest, and uncertainty. Spotting the creature and recognizing its potential significance, Zhang Yu swiftly activated his ability, summoning the mark that would enable him to gain insight into its weaknesses and potential vulnerabilities. This strategic decision allowed him to gather crucial information that could prove valuable in his upcoming encounter with the creature. Following the activation of his mark, Zhang Yu observed a subtle change in the creature's behavior. There was a discernible shift in its demeanor, as if it had become aware of the mark's presence or had sensed something unusual in its surroundings. Carefully observing the creature's immediate response, Zhang Yu couldn't help but deduce that his mark had indeed taken effect. The creature's sudden shift from its previous demeanor to one of fear and apprehension served as a clear indicator that his ability had successfully influenced its emotional state. As Zhang Yu observed the creature's actions, he noticed its heightened state of alertness and its efforts to detect his presence. The creature's behavior indicated that it was actively searching for his whereabouts, likely in response to the mark he had placed upon it. While closely studying the creature, a sense of recognition and familiarity washed over Zhang Yu. He realized that this creature resembled the scythe monster he had encountered previously, albeit in an evolved and more formidable form. Taking a decisive stance, Zhang Yu readied himself for combat as he faced off against the evolved scythe monster. With a firm resolve, he prepared to engage in a confrontation that would test his abilities, agility, and strategic prowess. As he locked eyes with the creature, his mind focused on the impending battle. Without allowing any room for hesitation, Zhang Yu lunged into action, launching an attack on the evolved scythe monster with unwavering determination. Engaging in close combat, he unleashed a series of precise and calculated movements, each strike aimed at exploiting potential weaknesses in the creature's defenses. Following Zhang Yu's relentless assault, the health points of the evolved scythe monster showed a significant decrease, now dwindling to just 45% of its initial strength. As the evolved scythe monster attempted to escape the intensity of their ongoing confrontation, Zhang Yu responded with swift decisiveness. Taking a forceful step forward, he intercepted the creature's retreat, preventing it from gaining distance and regaining its footing. The determination in Zhang Yu's actions was evident as he sought to maintain the upper hand and prevent the monster from regrouping or devising a counter-strategy. Zhang Yu swiftly capitalized on the situation. With a keen understanding of the dynamics at play, he seized the initiative and initiated the next phase of the hunt. His actions were driven by a calculated strategy and a deep-rooted determination to assert his dominance over the evolving scythe monster. Zhang Yu felt stronger and faster as he confronted the monster directly. His movements were smoother and more precise thanks to his improved agility and strength. With confidence, he attacked the creature head-on, aiming to weaken its defenses and gain an advantage. His enhanced abilities allowed him to deliver a series of powerful blows, showcasing his newfound skills to anyone watching. As the creature dodged the attack, Zhang Yu was left puzzled and curious what the creature's plan may be. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in the battle, Zhang Yu found himself in a vulnerable position as the creature gained the advantage. Its unexpected maneuver had put Zhang Yu at a disadvantage. With quick reflexes, Zhang Yu propelled himself away from his vulnerable position, anticipating the impending attack from the creature. Recognizing the danger, he took evasive action in an attempt to avoid the oncoming assault and regain control of the battle. Swiftly evading the monster's attack, Zhang Yu managed to sidestep the creature's assault, narrowly avoiding its dangerous strike. Taking a determined stance, Zhang Yu poised himself for another strike, ready to launch a counterattack against the creature. Out of nowhere, the creature's mouth underwent an unexpected and puzzling transformation, which immediately grabbed Zhang Yu's focus and drew his curiosity. The monster's jaws stretched wide, resembling a gaping maw on the verge of unleashing a powerful force. Zhang Yu, fully aware of the looming danger, quickly adjusted his posture to a defensive position, bracing himself for the imminent attack that the creature was preparing to unleash. The creature unleashed a sequence of peculiar and unsettling sounds, producing a sensation of dizziness and disorientation in anyone within its vicinity. As the unsettling sounds emanated from the creature, Zhang Yu's head began to spin, and he realized that the monster might possess the ability to launch mental attacks, affecting his senses and leaving him disoriented. An eerie aura materialized before Zhang Yu, taking on the form of menacing claws that swiftly attacked him, causing him harm. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhang Yu was taken by surprise and left vulnerable to the unexpected attack. The sudden attack left Zhang Yu susceptible and unprepared to counteract the unexpected strike, leaving him in a position of vulnerability and surprise. He was both astonished and impressed by the sheer effectiveness of the monster's attack, which effortlessly depleted 34% of his health points. While lost in thought, Zhang Yu suddenly realized that the creature was already charging at him with great speed. Observing the monster's charging approach, Jiang Yu quickly assessed that it seemed to be a nimble yet fragile assassin-type creature capable of dealing high damage. Contemplating the challenging nature of the battle, Jiang Yu recognized the need for a strategic approach to overcome the formidable monster before him. Despite the relentless attempts of the scythe-wielding creature to launch an attack, Jiang Yu's utilization of his shadow form provided him with a distinct advantage. The creature's efforts were thwarted as Jiang Yu effortlessly teleported through the various locations within the shadow layer, rendering its attacks futile. With deft agility, Jiang Yu managed to adeptly sidestep and evade every attempt the creature made to strike him. Utilizing the power of his shadow form, he effortlessly slipped through the shadows, leaving the creature's attacks to land in empty space as he skillfully outmaneuvered his opponent. Despite the creature's relentless onslaught of attacks, Jiang Yu remained unscathed, his evasive maneuvers and mastery of his shadow form proving to be effective defenses against the creature's assaults. With a strategic approach in mind, Jiang Yu intentionally revealed only half of his body to the creature, employing a clever maneuver to lure it into coming closer to him. The creature, driven by the assumption that it could seize the advantage and launch an attack on Jiang Yu, was unexpectedly met with a surprising turn of events. Much to its astonishment, Jiang Yu had been orchestrating a carefully planned strategy, which had remained concealed until that very moment. With determination blazing in his eyes, Jiang Yu channeled his energy into his clenched fist, mustering all his strength as he positioned himself in close proximity to the formidable monster. The intense focus and sheer determination in his stance was evident as he aimed to deliver a powerful and decisive blow, intending to strike the creature with a forceful punch that would leave a lasting impact. A triumphant smile graced Jiang Yu's lips as he witnessed the success of his well-executed plan. The creature had fallen for his ruse, drawing itself closer in an attempt to attack him directly. Jiang Yu's strategy had worked flawlessly, luring the creature into his grasp and allowing him to strike at close range with his powerful punch. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary confusion, Jiang Yu moved swiftly to continue his attack. With the element of surprise on his side, he aimed to keep up his assault and exploit the creature's vulnerability. Jiang Yu launched a rapid and aggressive assault on all sides of the creature, delivering powerful and forceful blows in quick succession. His relentless attack aimed to overwhelm the creature and weaken its defenses. Just as Jiang Yu was vigorously delivering his series of forceful strikes to the creature from various angles, the creature, amidst the flurry of attacks, concocted a strategy to employ the same deceptive tactic it had previously used. In a desperate bid to counter Jiang Yu's relentless and aggressive assault, the creature harnessed its own innate power, aiming to establish a formidable defense against the onslaught it was facing. Reacting swiftly and decisively, Jiang Yu intensified his assault, using a combination of powerful strikes and forceful punches to forcefully subdue the creature and prevent it from utilizing its own power in defense or retaliation. With remarkable speed and determination, Jiang Yu closed the distance between himself and the creature, launching a barrage of rapid punches directly at its vulnerable form. The creature, still grounded from the force of Jiang Yu's previous blows, found itself unable to mount any effective defense as the relentless assault continued. As the unrelenting barrage of punches continued, the creature's defenses began to crumble, its blood staining the ground beneath it. Jiang Yu's unwavering determination left no room for mercy, and the creature's strength went under the force of his assault. With unwavering determination, Jiang Yu positioned himself for the culmination of his assault, ready to administer a final, powerful strike that would most likely result in the creature's demise. Caught in the midst of his determined motion to deliver a final strike to the creature's vulnerable visage, Jiang Yu found himself abruptly halted and rendered motionless, his hands suspended in midair as an unfamiliar and startling voice emerged from the creature's form. The utterance, unexpected and unanticipated, carried a commanding tone that resonated with an authority that compelled Jiang Yu to relinquish his impending action and remain frozen. Jiang Yu's eyes expanded in astonishment as the creature's spoken words reached his ears, prompting him to speculate that the voice bore a familiarity he couldn't immediately place. As he gazed intently at the creature, its features began to trigger a sense of recognition within Jiang Yu. Gradually, he pieced together the resemblance, realizing that the creature before him bore a striking similarity to the very night watchman who died in the shadow layer as its health point gradually decreased and meets his demise. Jiang Yu's surprise grew even more profound as he gazed upon the figure of the night watchman, now twisted into this monstrous form within the shadow layer. The perplexity in his thoughts intensified, prompting him to wonder how this transformation had occurred. He had been under the impression that the night patrol had taken the watchman, and yet here he stood, a creature of the shadows. Caught off guard by his astonishment, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily paralyzed, allowing the creature to exploit the opportunity and slip away, evading his intended attack. Jiang Yu found himself in a state of confusion and bewilderment as the creature swiftly slipped away from his grasp, leaving him shouting in vain for it to halt and cease its escape. Determined to unravel the mystery behind the creature's transformation and its connection to the Night Watchman, Jiang Yu raced after the fleeing entity, his determination propelling him forward in pursuit. Despite his exhaustion, Jiang Yu's resolve remained unwavering, driving him to continue his pursuit of the creature without faltering. After a prolonged chase that left him breathless and fatigued, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of exhaustion, realizing the toll that the pursuit had taken on his body. Experiencing a moment of pause, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily frozen, his body overcome by the exhaustion that had built up during the pursuit. Realizing the futility of trying to catch up with the monstrously fast creature, Jiang Yu came to a halt, allowing it to escape his pursuit. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling the strain of the chase and the toll it had taken on his body. The system alerted Jiang Yu that upon entering the shadow layer, he had successfully identified a potential prey. It further informed him that the process of confirming the prey's identity as a hunter was underway. The system says that excitement surged within Jiang Yu as the system projected a future hunt, where he could visualize the satisfaction of a triumphant kill. Even though the system had alerted Jiang Yu about the presence of a potential prey in the shadow layer, he chose to continue walking forward, seemingly unfazed by the opportunity for a hunt. Jiang Yu received a notification from the system, indicating that the potential prey he had come across had managed to escape. The system conveyed the unfortunate news that the hunt was deemed unsuccessful due to Jiang Yu's decision not to initiate the hunt or target the fleeing creature. Lost in his thoughts and wandering through the shadow layer, Jiang Yu seemed oblivious to the repeated warnings from the system. Despite the system's attempts to alert him, he continued to ignore the fact that his frequent hunt failures could result in a weakening of his strength and even a reduction in his remaining lifespan. Persistently, the system's reminders echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Even without him voicing his thoughts, the system's message was clear that consistent hunting had the potential to extend his lifespan and enhance his strength over time. As Jiang Yu's demeanor took on a somber tone following the unexpected transformation of the Night Watchman into an unfamiliar creature, the system keenly detected the blend of anger and melancholy that seemed to permeate his emotional state. Sensing his disheartenment, the system posed a direct inquiry, seeking to ascertain whether Jiang Yu was considering the possibility of relinquishing his pursuit of hunting. In the absence of a response from Jiang Yu, the system persisted in its attempts to communicate, its voice becoming increasingly insistent and direct. It bluntly conveyed to him that if he chose to forsake the path of hunting, he would essentially be resigning himself to a fate of waiting for his inevitable demise. Fueled by frustration and a growing sense of anger, Jiang Yu's emotions reached a boiling point. Unable to tolerate the persistent repetition of the system's words, he unleashed his pent-up emotions by forcefully punching the interface of the system. With a stern and serious tone, Jiang Yu addressed the system, conveying his firm request for it to cease its relentless urging and to refrain from repeating the same words. His words carried a weight of determination and a hint of frustration, underscoring his desire for the system to respect his emotions and decisions in that moment. In a sudden pause, Jiang Yu found himself immersed in contemplation, his thoughts swirling around the weight of the burden and the circumstances that the Night Watchman must have faced. As his mind delved into this reflection, he felt a sense of empathy and understanding for the Night Watchman's situation. Jiang Yu's mind stirred with careful consideration as he pondered the fate of the Night Watchman. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pity and compassion for the individual who had once been a hero, bravely saving lives, only to be transformed into a strange and unknown creature. The irony of the situation weighed heavily on his thoughts, stirring a mixture of emotions within him. Jiang Yu came to a brief pause, his thoughts momentarily directed towards his own circumstances. Staring at his own reflection on the wall, Jiang Yu found himself surrounded by a growing sense of negativity. It was as if his thoughts were forming a cloud of doubt and uncertainty, casting a shadow over his usual determination and confidence. The thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind if he would end up like the Night Watchman, transforming into a monster after death. The uncertainty of his fate gnawed at him, raising questions about the consequences of his actions and the path he was treading. Firmly clenching his fist, Jiang Yu pushed aside the negativity and resolved to stay committed to his current path, determined not to look back or waver in his purpose. With renewed determination and a resolute effort to cast aside any lingering negativity, Jiang Yu's eagerness to press forward with his hunt grew stronger. Brimming with resolve, Jiang Yu embarked on a new hunting expedition, heading towards the cloud-gathering spot located in Easy Zone 1, known as the Wasteland. His unwavering determination fueled his steps as he moved forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him in his pursuit of prey. Upon reaching the designated location, Jiang Yu found himself in the area that had been reported to be experiencing numerous anomalies. His confidence surged as he believed that it wouldn't be a daunting task to locate potential prey in this environment. Employing his unique skill known as the Shadow Pupil, Jiang Yu harnessed the extraordinary ability to swiftly teleport himself to elevated vantage points within his surroundings. This proficiency provided him with a distinct advantage, enabling him to effortlessly survey the area for any potential targets that he could engage with for his upcoming hunt. Utilizing the power of his shadow pupil, Jiang Yu effortlessly transported himself into a strategically advantageous position within a towering edifice that offered an elevated perspective of his surroundings. Gracefully descending onto the rooftop of the building, Jiang Yu positioned himself in a vantage point that provided an unobstructed view of the area ahead, allowing him to observe the various creatures that roamed the vicinity. Surveying the rooftop, Jiang Yu's observation was proven correct as he could discern that numerous anomalies were indeed present in the area. However, he also noticed that some of these anomalies were concealed within the buildings, choosing to remain hidden rather than venturing out into the open. Within the confines of the building, Jiang Yu's keen eyes detected the presence of several anomalies, yet these entities seemed to be maintaining a state of dormancy, not engaging in any notable activity. In the midst of his vigilant survey of the surroundings, Jiang Yu's attention was abruptly captured by the distinct and powerful presence of a formidable monster that had seemingly emerged into his field of view. This sudden discovery instantly diverted his focus and heightened his senses, prompting him to fixate his attention on the creature in question. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued by the creature's conspicuous positioning on the rooftop, standing in stark contrast to the other anomalies that remained hidden or inactive in their respective hiding spots. The creature's brazen presence on the rooftop intrigued him, causing him to wonder about its motivations and intentions. While closely observing the creature's actions, Jiang Yu couldn't help but notice the distinct aura of strength emanating from it. The creature's aura of strength was particularly potent, especially evident as Jiang Yu observed it devouring its prey. The scene unfolding before him showcased the creature's power and ferocity, leaving no doubt about its formidable nature. This observation led him to realize that the creature possessed a considerable amount of power, setting it apart from the other anomalies in the vicinity. Observing the creature closely, Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to its heavily injured legs, and he also discerned that its health points had significantly diminished. The sight of the wounded creature sparked his interest, as he contemplated whether this would present an opportunity for a successful hunt. The sight of the creature, wounded and weakened, brought a smile to Jiang Yu's face, a mixture of anticipation and excitement coursing through him. He recognized this as a prime opportunity to engage in a successful hunt. With a swift and determined movement, Jiang Yu activated his teleportation ability, and materialized right at the creature's location, ready to initiate the hunt and seize the opportunity before him. Jiang Yu's heart raced with anticipation as he positioned himself behind the creature, refraining from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he chose to observe the creature's behavior, assessing its level of awareness and readiness. With a strategic mindset, he sought to gain insights into the creature's movements and vulnerabilities before initiating his assault. Despite Jiang Yu's relatively swift and discreet arrival at the creature's location, the heightened alertness of the monster allowed it to detect his presence almost immediately. This keen perception on the part of the creature demonstrated its acute senses and awareness of its surroundings, potentially making the upcoming encounter more challenging for Jiang Yu. As the creature swiftly turned its attention and readied itself for potential combat upon sensing an intruder, Jiang Yu reacted swiftly by swiftly maneuvering himself underground in an attempt to conceal himself from the creature's line of sight. This strategic move demonstrated Jiang Yu's agility and resourcefulness. Jiang Yu immediately took advantage of the situation by swiftly maneuvering himself beneath the ground to avoid the creature's line of sight. This rapid and strategic action on Jiang Yu's part allowed him to effectively evade the creature's attention and position himself in a hidden location. Observing the creature from his concealed position beneath the ground, Jiang Yu couldn't help but be impressed by the creature's remarkable agility and heightened level of alertness. He noted that this particular creature displayed a level of agility and awareness that surpassed those of the creatures he was accustomed to encountering in his neighborhood. Carefully observing the creature's movements, Jiang Yu began to discern its heightened sense of smell, which seemed to play a crucial role in its alertness. Additionally, he noticed that the once prominent red dot on the creature's body had significantly weakened, suggesting that it was a result of the creature's heightened state of vigilance. Recognizing that the creature's guard was a critical factor in its defenses, Jiang Yu formulated a strategic approach. He decided that his first course of action would be to eliminate the creature's guard, allowing him to gain the upper hand in the confrontation. As the creature continued its efforts to detect the presence it had sensed earlier, Jiang Yu maintained his patient stance, waiting for the opportune moment when the creature would inadvertently let its guard down. The tension in the air was palpable as Jiang Yu focused on the task at hand, ready to seize the chance to strike when the creature's heightened vigilance wavered. Believing that the creature had momentarily lowered its guard, Jiang Yu swiftly acted on his intuition, and decisively marked the creature. His movements were quick and calculated, driven by his determination to initiate the hunt with precision. With a keen eye and a steady hand, he executed the action he had been waiting for, seizing the opportunity he had patiently waited for. The moment he successfully marked the creature, a sense of accomplishment and readiness surged through him, propelling him forward with even greater resolve. Returning to the familiar setting of Yunhai City, within the shared residence of Lu Yaoyao and Jiang Yu, the atmosphere was marked by a sense of comfort and familiarity. When Uncle Lai and Lu Yaoyao's dad walked in the front door and caught her attention, Lu Yaoyao, who was busy cooking, noticed them right away. She quickly asked why her dad had gone out and why he was coming back so late. Recognizing the urgency of the situation in the kitchen, Lu Yaoyao promptly turned to her dad and requested his immediate help, aware that she required an extra pair of hands to assist her with the cooking tasks at hand. Understanding that her father's presence and support would be invaluable in ensuring the smooth preparation of the meal. Just as she shifted her attention, Lu Yaoyao found herself slightly taken aback by the unexpected presence of Uncle Lai alongside her dad. The sudden appearance of the two individuals left her momentarily puzzled, prompting her to question the reason behind their arrival. With a curious expression, Uncle Lai inquired whether she was once again preparing a meal for Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, her dad's demeanor took on a more serious tone as he affirmed his knowledge of his daughter's activities, implying that he had been aware of her doing all along. With a hint of frustration in her voice, Lu Yaoyao addressed her dad, expressing her annoyance at his tendency to speak negatively about her. In response to Lu Yaoyao's inquiry about why he had left the office early, her dad explained that there wasn't much work to be done, so he decided to leave ahead of time. He then conveyed that since it was uncommon for them to be together, he thought it might be a good idea for them to go out and enjoy a nice meal. With a calm yet firm expression, Lu Yaoyao directed her father's attention towards the stovetop where she had initiated the cooking process, subtly implying that she had already started on the task of preparing a meal. In a genial and cheerful manner, Uncle Lai intervened into the conversation, emphasizing the idea that there would always be future occasions to venture outdoors for a meal. He went on to articulate that the current moment presented a splendid opportunity to indulge in Lu Yaoyao's culinary creations, underlining the rarity of such an event and implying that it would be a delightful experience to savor her cooking firsthand. Following his earlier comment, Uncle Lai shifted his attention towards Lu Yaoyao and inquired about Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Lu Yaoyao responded with a thoughtful tone, suggesting that Jiang Yu might have gone out to engage in some activities. While Uncle Lai was expressing his opinion about Jiang Yu's audacity to go out and leave Lu Yaoyao to cook, a sudden interruption occurred as Jiang Yu unexpectedly entered the room by opening the door. Not realizing that there was another person besides Lu Yaoyao in the house, Jiang Yu walked into the room with his focus solely on his hunger, repeatedly voicing how famished he was. He directed his queries towards Lu Yaoyao, eager to know about the food she had cooked for the meal. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Yu presented Lu Yaoyao with a lollipop he had acquired, playfully recounting his adventure involving almost getting bitten by a dog while obtaining it. He couldn't resist adding a lighthearted question, asking if she had missed him during his absence. However, his mirth quickly faded as he unexpectedly spotted her father and Uncle Lai in the room, causing his conversation to abruptly halt due to the surprise of their presence. Jiang Yu's presence in the apartment brought an abrupt hush over the room, as everyone became aware of his sudden entrance and the somewhat embarrassing conversation he had engaged in with Lu Yaoyao. Unknown to him, the fact that there were other people present in the room had caught him off guard, resulting in an awkward silence settling in. Caught in an awkward situation, Jiang Yu's expression turned visibly concerned, and he discreetly swallowed his saliva as his mind raced to come up with a plausible explanation to offer Uncle Lai. Sensing the growing tension in the room, Jiang Yu discreetly tucked away the lollipop he had bought for Lu Yaoyao, realizing that the atmosphere had become more hushed and charged. In an attempt to ease the awkward tension, Jiang Yu shifted the mood by explaining that he had encountered an unexpected situation earlier. He mentioned that a dog had chased him, causing him to run frantically and become a bit disoriented in the process. Seeing the awkwardness in the air, Uncle Lai quickly intervened to ease the situation and ensure that the atmosphere remained pleasant. He spoke up, reminding everyone present that these occasions for gathering were few and far between, and it was important to cherish and make the most of them. He emphasized that discussing topics that might dampen the mood should be avoided. With a warm smile, he turned to Jiang Yu and kindly suggested that he take a seat, reassuring him that they were all there to share a meal and enjoy each other's company. As Jiang Yu settled down beside him, Uncle Lai leaned in and offered some words of wisdom. He mentioned that it's quite common for young people to have disagreements and conflicts, and in fact, those who don't engage in such interactions are often not truly experiencing their youth. Hearing these encouraging words, Jong Yu's confidence began to grow, and a small smile crept across his face, appreciating the understanding and support from Uncle Lai. Lu Yaoyao's father chimed in with agreement, adding a touch of humor by recalling their own youthful days and how they used to compete for a girl's attention. He playfully turned to Lu Yaoyao, asking her about the girl she was seen walking with the other day. Lu Yaoyao shared her friend's name, and her father complimented the friend's appearance. He playfully recounted his own youth, mentioning that back in his days, he would even get injured to impress a girl as attractive as her friend. As they all sat together at the dining table, enjoying a delicious meal, Lu Yaoyao's father raised his glass with a cheerful expression on his face. With a heartfelt sentiment, he offered a toast, expressing his best wishes for Uncle Lai's success. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie as they shared stories and laughter while savoring the food. Jong Yu couldn't help but observe the situation, noticing the change in Lu Yaoyao's behavior. He sensed her growing discomfort and tension as her father unwittingly brought up a sensitive topic. Jong Yu found himself pondering how Lu Yaoyao's father had inadvertently managed to stir up awkwardness, especially in such a public setting and right in front of Lu Yaoyao herself. Uncle Lai happened to observe that Jong Yu, his niece, was simply gazing at the scene before him without making the customary gesture of lifting his glass. In response to this observation, Uncle Lai took it upon himself to kindly advise Jong Yu to raise his glass in a toast, specifically addressing the action of raising the glass towards Uncle Lu, presumably as a sign of respect or acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Jong Yu promptly elevated his glass in a swift motion, expressing his enthusiasm and goodwill as he vocally cheered to Uncle Lu. In his introspective thoughts during this action, Jong Yu contemplated the notion that the two uncles, namely Uncle Lai and Uncle Lu, might have formed a tacit alliance or partnership, potentially directing their combined efforts in a manner that seemed to be targeted or coordinated against him. Facing the watchful presence of Uncle Lu, Jong Yu displayed a certain eagerness to impress by drinking all the beverage. He raised his glass to his lips and proceeded to consume the entire contents of the vessel with a determined gulp, all in an evident effort to demonstrate his resilience and perhaps divert attention away from any potential influence the uncles might have over him. Observing Jong Yu's swift and audacious consumption of the beverage, Uncle Lu's contemplative mind went to work. Inwardly reflecting, he made the conscious decision to allow Jong Yu the freedom to flaunt his actions. Uncle Lu recognized and acknowledged Jong Yu's intent to make a statement through his conspicuous display. In a gracious gesture, Jong Yu extended an offering of food towards Uncle Lu, his demeanor embodying a blend of cordiality and respect. He verbalized that the dishes before them were cooked by his own daughter, emphasizing that such occasions were infrequent due to his own limited presence at home. In this manner, he delicately conveyed that the chance to savor his daughter's cooked dishes was indeed a rare and precious occurrence. Wearing a slightly bashful yet good-natured smile, Jong Yu engaged in conversation with Uncle Lu. He said that his daughter, Lu Yaoyao, must have become good at cooking because she often made meals for him when he was at home. He joked that her cooking skills got better because she wanted to make sure he liked the food when he was around. When Jong Yu shared this information with Uncle Lu, his reaction was one of surprise. It was as if Uncle Lu hadn't been aware of what Jong Yu was saying, showing a kind of unexpectedness in his response. This might have been because the revelation was unexpected or new to him, causing a moment of confusion or astonishment as he processed the information. Uncle Lu's private contemplation revealed that Lu Yaoyao did not actually cook for him, as Jong Yu had implied. In fact, Uncle Lu had developed a habit of frequently ordering takeout when he was at home, which contrasted with the idea that his daughter was diligently preparing varied meals for him. This revelation seemed to leave Uncle Lu feeling a bit frustrated and annoyed, as the concept of Lu Yaoyao consistently cooking diverse dishes for Jong Yu contrasted with his own experiences. Jong Yu glanced over at Uncle Lu and noticed a sense of frustration in his expression. In response, Jong Yu had his own internal reaction. It's as if he felt that he had successfully made a point or gained an advantage in the situation. This inner thought highlighted a sense of competitiveness or playfulness in the dynamic between him and Uncle Lu. The atmosphere of celebration continued to unfold, and they raised their glasses in mutual toasts while savoring their meal. The mood remained cheerful and festive as they shared moments of friendship and enjoyment. As time went by, Uncle Lu and Lu Yaoyao eventually departed from Jong Yu's home. As they made their exit, Jong Yu stood by, waving farewell to them with a warm and friendly gesture. In parting, he expressed his desire for their return, extending an invitation for them to visit again next time. With the departure of their guests, Uncle Lu and Lu Yaoyao, Jong Yu closed the door behind them. Now that only Jong Yu and Uncle Lai remained within the confines of the house, Jong Yu extended a courteous offer to Uncle Lai. He inquired if Uncle Lai would like to partake in some refreshments, perhaps beverages of some sort. In response, Uncle Lai, demonstrating his graciousness, politely turned down the offer. While sipping on his beverage, Jiang Yu made his way toward his room. Simultaneously, Uncle Lai chose to take a seat on the sofa, his actions marked by a sense of quiet and understated presence. Jiang Yu drank the beverage in silence, taking deep swallows as he processed his thoughts or simply enjoyed the refreshing cold beverage. Meanwhile, Uncle Lai maintained his serene presence on the sofa, waiting to get the perfect timing to talk to Jiang Yu. Out of the blue, Uncle Lai broke the silence and initiated a conversation with Jiang Yu. He expressed that he had a question in mind that he wanted to ask. At the sound of Uncle Lai's voice, Jiang Yu's attention swiftly shifted. He turned his head towards Uncle Lai, indicating his readiness to engage and listen to whatever question or topic Uncle Lai had in mind. With a serious tone coloring his words, Uncle Lai addressed Jiang Yu directly. He posed a direct question, asking if Jiang Yu had managed to awaken or tap into certain abilities or skills. This inquiry carried a weight of curiosity and potentially held significance beyond the surface, which made Jiang Yu caught off guard with the sudden question by Uncle Lai. Upon hearing the question about his abilities, Jiang Yu's reaction was one of momentary surprise. He paused his movements and thoughts momentarily suspended as he processed the significance of Uncle Lai's inquiry. Jiang Yu, as he sipped on his water, shifted his posture to lie on his back. With a mixture of sincerity and honesty, he responded to Uncle Lai's question by admitting that he didn't quite understand what was being discussed. In his pursuit of clarity, he sought further information by asking Uncle Lai directly about the concept of awakening abilities. With a focused gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, Uncle Lai shared a piece of personal insight. Drawing from his own extensive experience of 2 decades in night patrols, he conveyed his ability to discern injuries and their nature. Building on this observation, Uncle Lai posed a direct question to Jiang Yu, inquiring about the circumstances that had led to his injuries. Caught off guard by Uncle Lai's perceptive insight and genuine concern, Jiang Yu found himself in a situation where honesty was the only option. He realized that evading the truth wouldn't serve any purpose, so he made the decision to open up and share the reality of what had transpired. Jiang Yu moved to sit beside his uncle and decided to tell him the truth. He said that he had developed new abilities around 2 weeks ago. Uncle Lai, interested to know more, asked how this change happened to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit like Uncle Lai was questioning him intensely with his follow-up queries. The nature of Uncle Lai's probing questions might have given Jiang Yu the impression that he was being thoroughly examined or questioned, which could have evoked a sense of unease or self-consciousness in Jiang Yu. Uncle Lai casually took a cigarette, creating a relaxed atmosphere. He comforted Jiang Yu, letting him know that there was no need to feel anxious. With a reassuring tone, he encouraged Jiang Yu to go ahead and share all the details about his awakening. Jiang Yu found himself contemplating Uncle Lai's question, his mind grappling with the concept of when exactly his awakening had occurred. The uncertainty stemmed from his own lack of clear understanding about the precise moment of his awakening had taken place. Observing Jiang Yu's contemplative expression, Uncle Lai's gaze was thoughtful, mirroring his own pondering about Jiang Yu's awakening. He speculated that Jiang Yu's awakening might have occurred spontaneously and naturally, without a distinct triggering event. This assumption led him to believe that such awakenings were relatively uncommon, happening only a few times each year. Jiang Yu responded to his uncle's thoughts by acknowledging that his perspective might hold some truth. He proposed that his awakening could indeed be attributed to an innate talent or inherent ability that he possessed. While under the gaze of Uncle Lai, Jiang Yu suddenly experienced a distinct energy emanating from his uncle. This presence or aura that seemed to surround Uncle Lai caught Jiang Yu by surprise. This unexpected sensation might have evoked a mixture of intrigue and curiosity in Jiang Yu, as he found himself responding to the palpable energy that Uncle Lai seemed to project. During this interaction, Uncle Lai briefly closed his eyes, creating a momentary pause in their exchange. As Jiang Yu observed this, a thought crossed his mind. He speculated that Uncle Lai might have deliberately activated his own ability in that moment, attributing the aura or energy Jiang Yu had sensed to Uncle Lai's own actions. Continuing the conversation, Uncle Lai began to explain to Jiang Yu about a phenomenon that had occurred this year. He mentioned that exceptional talents had been identified, and these individuals were subjected to a particular assessment. He elaborated that as long as someone's determination and willpower were sufficiently strong to embrace this opportunity, they were required to participate in a martial examination. Jiang Yu met Uncle Lai's explanation with a revelation of his own. He shared that he was already aware of this information because Lu Yao Yao had informed him. This disclosure surprised Uncle Lai, prompting him to consider that Lu Yao Yao might have learned about it from her father. Uncle Lai continued the conversation, revealing that the Night Patrol Bureau had been facing increasing pressure and a rising number of casualties in recent years. This candid admission painted a grim picture of the challenges they were encountering. In light of this, Uncle Lai made a suggestion to Jiang Yu. He proposed that Jiang Yu could potentially bypass the martial examination process through a backdoor approach. Instead, he could opt to focus on his studies and aim to take the college entrance examination in the future. Uncertain about the full implications of Uncle Lai's suggestion, Jiang Yu found himself grappling with the meaning behind his uncle's words. Inwardly, he pondered whether the advice Uncle Lai was giving him could be taken in a casual manner. Uncle Lai recommended that he consider a range of major universities for his education. He noted that he knew that Jiang Yu had an interest in drawing and suggested that he explore the possibility of enrolling in an art department or selecting a major aligned with his passions. This advice seemed to stem from a place of genuine care and concern for Jiang Yu's future. Impressed by his uncle's insightful advice, Jiang Yu held a moment of admiration for Uncle Lu's words. Feeling a sense of respect, he asked a follow-up question, wondering if it was possible to obtain a graduation certificate without actually attending school. This unexpected question took Uncle Lai by surprise, possibly due to the unconventional nature of the suggestion. Uncle Lai's response to Jiang Yu's suggestion was a slap across the face, which might have been an expression of frustration or disbelief in response to what he perceived as an unrealistic or impractical idea. Uncle Lai redirected the conversation and suggested a specific path for Jiang Yu. He proposed that Jiang Yu consider attending the Winter Academy, emphasizing the positive atmosphere present there. Uncle Lai outlined a plan that if Jiang Yu were to graduate from the academy, he would help arrange a stable life for him. This future stability, in turn, would pave the way for Jiang Yu to lead a secure and settled life alongside Lu Yao Yao. Upon receiving this suggestion from Uncle Lai, Jiang Yu found himself deep in thought. The proposition of attending the Winter Academy and the promising future it could potentially lead to prompted him to consider the possibilities and implications. His contemplation underscored the weight of the decision before him. As Jiang Yu pondered the suggestion put forth by Uncle Lai, the atmosphere held a sense of anticipation. Uncle Lai patiently awaited Jiang Yu's response, understanding the gravity of the decision, and allowing Jiang Yu the time needed to process the information and formulate his thoughts. In response to the waiting silence, Jiang Yu swiftly voiced his decision to Uncle Lai. He expressed his desire to pursue the path of becoming extraordinary, indicating that he was inclined to embrace the challenges and opportunities that came with awakening his abilities. Uncle Lai's reaction to Jiang Yu's decision was one of frustration and anger. He stood up, clearly affected by Jiang Yu's choice, and expressed his strong disagreement with it. He asserted that Jiang Yu had to comply with his wishes and follow his guidance, regardless of his own preference. Following the exchange and Jiang Yu's steadfast decision, a hushed silence settled between them. Uncle Lai seemed to be grappling with his emotions and thoughts, left in a state of introspection and contemplation. A heavy silence enveloped them, casting a shadow over the room as they engaged in a heated argument. The tension in the air was palpable, with their conflicting perspectives giving rise to a clash of emotions and words. Jiang Yu remained resolute in his choice, unwavering despite the argument. He directly addressed Uncle Lu, asserting that if Uncle Lai assisted him in bypassing the process through a backdoor route, he would take the step of reporting Uncle Lai's involvement to the Night Patrol Bureau. Jiang Yu's stern declaration seemed to catch Uncle Lu off guard. The weight of Jiang Yu's words, where he essentially threatened to report Uncle Lai to the Night Patrol Bureau, appeared to surprise Uncle Lai. Jiang Yu's unwavering stance and willingness to assert his own autonomy in this manner showcased the depth of his conviction, and his commitment to making choices that aligned with his beliefs, even if it meant challenging authority figures like Uncle Lai. Following their intense exchange of words, Jiang Yu and Uncle Lu found themselves in a moment of prolonged silence. Their gaze locked, and the air seemed charged with the weight of their differing perspectives and emotions. The silence between them held a mixture of emotions like tension, frustration, perhaps even a sense of mutual understanding despite their disagreement. Uncle Lai was really serious about his viewpoint. He explained that the world of extraordinary abilities could be much more dangerous than Jiang Yu thought. He told Jiang Yu to focus on his studies for now and assured him that he would take care of everything else. Uncle Lai wanted Jiang Yu to be safe and successful, and he believed that concentrating on education was the best way to achieve that. Jiang Yu responded to Uncle Lai with equal seriousness. He affirmed that his decision was not taken lightly and expressed that dangers could be found in various places, not just in the extraordinary world. He pointed out that Uncle Lai wouldn't always be able to protect him, implying that at some point, he would need to face challenges on his own. Jiang Yu's resolute stance left Uncle Lai speechless. Unable to find words to counter Jiang Yu's firm decision, Uncle Lu might have felt a mix of emotions like surprise, frustration, and possibly even a sense of respect for Jiang Yu's determination. Uncle Lai eventually broke the silence with a resigned tone. He accepted Jong Yu's decision and acknowledged that he would wait to see if Jong Yu's perspective changed once he gained a deeper understanding of the situation. Uncle Lai extended an offer, letting Jong Yu know that he could always seek him out if he decided to change his mind. As Uncle Lai prepared to leave, Jong Yu took a moment to address him with a candid message. He advised Uncle Lai to steer clear of questionable or unethical paths in the future. He raised a concern, asking what might happen if he were to get caught engaging in such activities. Uncle Lai appeared to brush off Jong Yu's warning about the possibility of getting caught, choosing not to engage with that aspect. Instead, he bid farewell to Jong Yu, seemingly ending the conversation on a note of departure. Just as Uncle Lai was preparing to leave, Jong Yu interrupted the moment and asked him to wait. Jong Yu seized the moment to share something he had discovered from the information Lu Yao Yao had provided. He explained that the information mentioned that extraordinary individuals needed to use up their abilities completely before they passed away in order to avoid contamination and the potential transformation into a different species. This information led him to wonder if it was possible for someone to have already passed away, expended their powers, yet still undergone the transformation into a different species. Jong Yu posed this question to Uncle Lai, exploring the implications of the information and its potential consequences. Uncle Lai's gaze settled on Jong Yu, his attention captured by Jong Yu's genuine curiosity and engagement with the topic. The way Jong Yu had presented his question seemed to convey his earnest interest in the subject matter. Uncle Lai responded to Jong Yu's query with an acknowledgement. He confirmed that the scenario Jong Yu had outlined could indeed occur. He explained that special abilities or external factors could contribute to the circumstances where someone had exhausted their powers before passing away and still underwent the transformation into a different species. Uncle Lai was interested in why Jong Yu had asked the question. Jong Yu replied that he was just curious and didn't have a specific reason for asking. As Uncle Lai got ready to leave and put on his shoes, he shared a final piece of advice with Jong Yu. He mentioned that if Jong Yu decided to take the martial arts exam, he would eventually encounter the different species he had mentioned earlier. Before departing, Uncle Lai offered one more piece of guidance to Jong Yu. He advised Jong Yu to prioritize a healthy sleep routine and to avoid getting into fights. Jong Yu responded with a smile, acknowledging Uncle Lai's advice and showing his willingness to listen. As Uncle Lai was about to leave, he realized that he had forgotten to mention an important detail. He shared that the martial arts exam was scheduled for early in the upcoming year and would begin shortly after the Lunar New Year. This revelation caught Jong Yu off guard, and he expressed his surprise at how soon the exam was approaching. With their conversation concluded, Uncle Lai bid Jong Yu farewell. As he left, he offered a parting wish, telling Jong Yu good luck and advising him to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming martial arts exam. After Uncle Lai left, Jong Yu sat alone in silence. He took time to think deeply about what had been discussed. With no one else around, he pondered the options he had and the decisions he needed to make. This moment of quiet allowed him to sort through his feelings and thoughts, showing how he was trying to figure out what to do next in a world of uncertainties. While strolling through her phone, the girl's attention was suddenly captured by a notification. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she saw that a blogger she followed had just posted a new video. Once the video was uploaded, the girl turned her focus to the comments section. Unfortunately, she noticed a lot of negative and hurtful comments directed towards Yu the assassin, the content of the video, and his intentions. Some comments even suggested that he was simply seeking attention and popularity. Feeling frustrated, the girl noticed a growing trend of thoughtless criticism from people. She couldn't help but think that these critics might be motivated by jealousy due to Yu's evident talent. This observation highlighted her perspective on the situation, suggesting that some individuals might be quick to criticize out of envy rather than genuinely engaging with the content. Taking action, the girl promptly decided to stand up against the bashing and hateful comments by typing out a comment of her own. She aimed to defend Yu and counter the negativity with her words. After engaging in the defense of Yu and his content, the girl took a moment for herself. She sat quietly, deep in thought, allowing herself time to process her emotions and clear her mind. The negative comments she had encountered under her favorite blogger's recent video seemed to have left an impact on her. Reflecting inwardly, the girl grappled with conflicting thoughts. She expressed her hope that Yu was genuinely not a scammer, despite the negative comments she had come across. Her fondness for him, cultivated over the past few days of watching his videos, seemed to have formed a connection that she was now protective of. When Yu released another video, the girl refrained from immediately watching it. Her hesitation stemmed from a hope that the new video wouldn't be an apology, possibly due to the fear that negative comments and criticisms might have influenced him to address the situation in that manner. As the girl clicked to watch the new video, what unfolded on the screen felt like an immersive experience. It was as if she was transported into a virtual reality, and she found herself seeing things from Yu's perspective. The concept of a shadow layer suggested a deeper, hidden dimension that she was now a part of, offering a unique glimpse into Yu's world. Caught up in the captivating scene she was watching, the girl blushed in response to the emotions it evoked. The sense of amazement she felt was palpable, highlighting the impact of the content on her and the strong emotional resonance it had created. While she kept watching Yu's video, the girl was still amazed by how it seemed like she was right there with him in the shadow layer. The way the video was made her feel like she was a part of the virtual world he was showing. The cool feeling showed how Yu's videos can make you feel like you're really there with him, even though it's all on a screen. In the video, Yu was shown standing atop a building, and it appeared as if he might be considering jumping from it. While watching the video, the girl had an intense emotional reaction. As the video depicted Yu jumping from the building, she felt as though she had jumped alongside him, immersed in the action. The girl's face turned red, and she blushed deeply due to the strong emotions she was experiencing. As she watched the video, she could almost feel the sensation of the air around her and even started to tear up. Her imagination was so vivid that she felt like she was falling alongside Yu from the building. After the intense emotional experience of watching the video, the girl snapped back to reality. Opening her eyes, she felt a sense of relief and escape from the feeling of falling that the video had evoked within her. When the girl opened her eyes, she felt as though she was hugging Yu tightly. The video had transitioned to a scene where Yu was swinging between buildings, and this unexpected change surprised her. In her imagination, as they landed from the swinging scene, the girl gazed at Yu with awe. She marveled at the virtual spectacle and privately concluded that Yu seemed like a superhuman in the scene. In the virtual reality, Yu the assassin quickly moved to shield his body, protecting the girl from a sudden attack. This action showcased his bravery and determination to safeguard her from harm. It also demonstrated the narrative's ability to create moments of tension and heroism, drawing viewers into the unfolding story and evoking a sense of urgency and suspense. Following the attack, a dense cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, indicating a significant collision or impact. This visual added a layer of dramatic intensity to the narrative, underscoring the force and scale of the event that had just occurred. Out of nowhere, a peculiar creature appeared and placed its feet on Yu's body. This unexpected development surprised both Yu and the girl, with the girl reacting with fear due to the creature's imposing size. This sudden introduction of the strange creature injected a new layer of intrigue and suspense into the narrative, leaving viewers and the girl who was also watching curious about its nature and intentions. The creature's size and powerful physique were striking, making it appear massive and formidable. The girl was captivated by the creature's lifelike appearance, even though she was only watching it on her phone. This fascination illustrated the impressive level of realism that the video had achieved. Jiang Yu employed his web-like lines to maneuver closer to the creature. This action showcased his agility and resourcefulness, as well as his ability to navigate challenging situations. Jiang Yu skillfully employed his web-like lines to position himself directly in front of the creature, effortlessly using them to engage in close combat. This display of prowess highlighted his agility and combat skills, emphasizing his readiness to confront challenges head-on. Watching Jiang Yu's display of skills and abilities, the girl was filled with admiration. She found his actions and capabilities to be genuinely impressive. With courage and determination, Jiang Yu engaged in a brave battle against the formidable monster. His courageous actions added a layer of heroism to the scene, further solidifying his role as a protagonist in the video's narrative. The act of facing off against the monster underscored Jiang Yu's character traits. This moment of bravery contributed to the overall excitement and tension of the video. In a swift move, Yu the assassin delivered a powerful kick to the monster's face. The forceful kick highlighted his resourcefulness and strategic thinking as he utilized his skills to gain the upper hand against the monster. Jiang Yu was caught off guard by the monster's attack, resulting in a hit to his face. This unexpected turn of events left him wounded, with blood being shed. This development added a layer of vulnerability to the scene, showcasing the unpredictability of battle and the challenges that could arise even for skilled fighters like Jiang Yu. Continuing to watch the video, the girl remained captivated by the unfolding action. She found the portrayal of the battle to be incredibly impressive and wondered if this was a typical depiction of conflicts involving extraordinary abilities and encounters with alien species. Her thoughts reflected her curiosity about the dynamics of such battles within the context of the video's world. Convinced by the authenticity of Jiang Yu's videos, the girl held a strong belief that what she was watching was real. Reacting with speed and agility, Jiang Yu skillfully evaded the monster's attack. His successful evasion added a sense of tension and excitement to the scene, emphasizing his ability to strategize and react in the midst of battle. Caught off guard by Jong Yu's successful evasion, the monster displayed surprise and confusion. This reaction highlighted the unexpected turn of events and the effectiveness of Jong Yu's maneuver. As Jong Yu poised to strike, the monster's puzzlement added to the narrative's suspense, leaving viewers curious about the monster's next move and how the confrontation would unfold. Seizing the moment, Jong Yu took advantage of the monster's vulnerability, catching it off guard. The girl watched in amazement as Jong Yu's skills shone through, resembling a true fighter from the northern capital. His decisive actions led to the monster's health rapidly dropping to 0% as he executed a well-timed attack from behind its back. With the monster defeated, Jong Yu prepared to consume it. Subsequently, Jong Yu utilized his unique ability, Shadow Devouring, to consume the monster's skills, abilities, and information. By devouring the monster, he not only gained insight into its attributes and identity but also absorbed its strengths. This action demonstrated his extraordinary power and hinted at a deeper layer of his character's capabilities. Observing Jong Yu's use of his ability to devour the monster, the girl made a connection. She speculated that Jong Yu's spider webs might have originated from his absorption of a spider-like creature from a previous encounter with the alien species. As she continued to watch, the girl speculated that Jong Yu could have acquired new abilities by devouring the defeated creature. Her hypothesis highlighted the intriguing nature of Jong Yu's powers and their potential for growth and adaptation. Jong Yu had a big fight in a new dark area and met some new types of creatures there. When he came back home, he quickly threw his dirty clothes into the laundry basket. Jong Yu, finding himself in his bathroom, took a moment to assess the injuries he had sustained. He stood before the mirror, his reflection revealing the aftermath of whatever events had led to his wounds. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, he extended his hand towards the areas that bore the marks of his recent experiences. Upon making contact with his injuries, a palpable wave of discomfort washed over him, mingling with the acute sensation of pain. As he carefully applied bandages to cover the various areas on his body that had sustained injuries, he took a moment to reflect inwardly. The encounter with the alien species in the region he had ventured into left a lasting impression on him. With each strip of cloth he placed, he couldn't help but ponder the remarkable strength displayed by those extraterrestrial beings. It dawned on him that their resilience and power were truly remarkable, and a thought occurred to him that if those alien beings not been injured during their confrontation, his own ability to emerge victorious against them might have been greatly compromised, if not altogether impossible. Just as he was fully engrossed in the process of applying bandages to his injuries, a sudden and unexpected interruption managed to divert his focus. At that precise moment, a notification popped up on his phone's screen, captivating his attention almost immediately. Without hesitation, Jong Yu swiftly shifted his focus from the bandaging process to the notification of his phone. As he tapped the screen to unlock it, his gaze was immediately drawn to a specific notification. The name Real Deal, an apparent blogger of significance, stood out prominently. Intrigued, he opened the message to find that Real Deal was once again attempting to create videos centered around him. The content presented by the blogger Real Deal to their audience took a distinct turn as they embarked on a narrative that caught Jong Yu off guard. Through their videos, Real Deal was conveying the notion that the alien species engaged in combat by Jong Yu had incurred injuries, rendering them considerably weakened. The emergence of Real Deal's videos and the angle they were taking ignited a surge of frustration within Jong Yu. The blogger's decision to produce content centered around him, particularly with the notion that the injured alien species were now easily manageable, stirred a mix of emotions that he found difficult to contain. Anger welled up within him as he grappled with the perceived injustice of the situation. Feeling really annoyed, Jong Yu made up his mind to do something about it. He decided that the best course of action was to simply put away his phone and not pay any attention to the blogger anymore. He closed his phone and let go of the irritation the videos had caused him. Jong Yu's irritation had reached a point where he couldn't hold back his feelings any longer. With a frustrated tone, he openly expressed his annoyance, labeling the person behind the videos as really annoying. The videos had truly gotten on his nerves, and he was no longer willing to hide the fact that they were causing him a great deal of anger. With everything that was going on and the emotions he was experiencing, Jong Yu had reached a point of exhaustion. Feeling weary both physically and mentally, he decided to give himself a break. He walked over to his sofa, eased himself down onto it, and let out a sigh. As he settled onto the sofa, his mind began to wander back to the intense battle he had engaged in earlier. In that quiet moment, a realization weighed heavily on his thoughts. He recognized his own limitations. Reflecting on the encounter with the alien species, he couldn't escape the truth that his strength, despite his efforts, felt insufficient. Doubts crept in, and he grappled with the idea that confronting more formidable opponents, particularly those classified as first-grade species, might prove to be a daunting challenge. As he opened his eyes, a determined thought formed within his mind. In that instant, he resolved that he needed to undergo a rapid transformation in terms of strength. Recognizing his own weaknesses and the challenges that lay ahead, he embraced the conviction that he must expedite his journey toward becoming stronger. Fueled by a surge of determination, he wasted no time in springing into action. With a newfound urgency, he contemplated his objective with unwavering focus. The inner dialogue intensified as he reinforced his commitment, resolutely believing that he needed to achieve a level of strength that would leave no room for skepticism or doubt about his capabilities. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted towards the system, his eyes fixating on the interface that held the key to his evolving abilities. With a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he explored the array of new skills and capabilities that had emerged as a result of his encounters with various species. The screen before him displayed a collection of enhancements, each representing a tangible result and the rewards that he earned. With a light-hearted tone, Jiang Yu allowed a playful quip to escape his lips, directed solely at himself. He humorously mused that his newfound strength had propelled him to a level surpassing that of Lu Yao Yao. The jest continued as he playfully envisioned a scenario where even facing 50 versions of someone named Uncle Lu wouldn't pose a challenge for him anymore. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yu thought about something important. He realized that he wasn't as strong as he wanted to be. He really wanted to become even stronger. The determination to continue growing burned even brighter within him. With a focused gaze, he delved into his memories, recalling the numerous battles he had engaged in previously. Each clash had yielded invaluable lessons and additional skills that he had absorbed along the way. Jiang Yu focused his thoughts and concentrated his energy, channeling it into his fist. As he did so, he contemplated the concept of shadow points, the points he gained from his experiences and battles. He realized that these points held a dual nature. While they were similar to experience points, there was a distinctive quality to them. In his mind, he likened them to energy points. Jiang Yu thought about something interesting, that the skills he had learned didn't all cost the same amount of points. In his mind, he compared these skills and their point requirements. It was as if he was piecing together a puzzle of understanding, realizing that each skill carried its own weight in terms of the points it demanded. Jiang Yu focused his thoughts and directed his energy towards his palm. The energy was creating a sensation of energy flowing and pooling there. Jiang Yu considered a fascinating idea that the amount of energy his shadow form uses depends on where he is. To explain, he used examples to illustrate his point. In the shadowy realm, his energy consumption is minimal, almost like it doesn't use anything at all. When he's in places that are dark, but in the real world, the energy usage is still low, just a bit more than in the shadow layer. However, when sunlight is present, his shadow form requires a substantial amount of energy to maintain itself. After contemplating the intricacies of energy consumption, Jiang Yu took a moment to reverse the process, drawing the energy back into himself. As he did this, another thought crossed his mind about the impending qualification test. The test was drawing near, and he knew it was a significant milestone in his journey. Jiang Yu got up from where he was and headed towards his balcony to think clearly about the upcoming martial examination. Gazing up at the radiant moon in the night sky, Jiang Yu's mind wandered into contemplation once again. He drew a parallel between the exceptional talents of certain individuals and the shadow points he possessed. To him, it seemed that these remarkable individuals might be comparable to possessing just 1 to 3 shadow points, not much more than what he had accumulated. He realized that even if he didn't reach his desired level of power before the test began, his current abilities were formidable enough to command respect and perhaps even induce intimidation among his peers. In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Yu's mind shifted towards another observation. He contemplated how excessive expertise and boasting tend to capture the attention of those around them. In the midst of his reflections, Jiang Yu found himself pondering his own approach. He realized that while he had been aiming to display humility, there was a part of him that felt the need to exhibit his strength more explicitly. Jiang Yu recognized the backing he had from his Uncle Lai, and this realization provided him with a sense of reassurance. Knowing that he had someone in his corner, supporting and believing in him, instilled a feeling of confidence within him. Jiang Yu started laughing really loudly, almost like he was being a bit crazy, and not caring about what others might think. But it seems this made the old man beneath his apartment annoyed. When the old man above heard Jiang Yu's laughter, he got a certain idea in his mind. He thought that Jiang Yu was acting a bit crazy again, like he always was when he was getting really noisy. The following day arrived, and Jiang Yu discovered himself grappling with a sense of boredom while situated outdoors. It appears that Jiang Yu was experiencing a period of time marked by a dearth of stimulating or fulfilling experiences as he spent his day in this particular setting. Jiang Yu and his friend found themselves inside the mall, where they settled in with patience. Their purpose was to await the arrival of Lu Yao Yao alongside another friend as they embarked on a shopping expedition. Lu Yao Yao and her friend were really happy while they were shopping for clothes. They had a lot of fun picking out different outfits and trying them on. It's like they were enjoying themselves a lot while looking at all the clothes and deciding which ones to buy. Jiang Yu's demeanor reflected a sense of weariness as he patiently awaited the arrival of his companions. The act of waiting appeared to be growing tiresome for him. Inwardly, he contemplated the implications of spending his days in such idle waiting, recognizing that if he continued this pattern, his overall quality of life might suffer. Jiang Yu's friend, who was by his side, chimed in with a piece of advice. He cautioned Jiang Yu against making such remarks about not living long, especially at the beginning of the new year. This warning was rooted in the belief that making negative or pessimistic comments could potentially attract bad luck. Jiang Yu's expression shifted to a more serious demeanor as he engaged in a candid conversation with his friend. He conveyed that his previous statement wasn't meant as a joke. He explained that if he doesn't take action and actively pursue opportunities, particularly in terms of hunting, his prospects for survival could be jeopardized. Jiang Yu's friend was caught off guard by his sudden and serious remark. It seems like his statement was unexpected and left his friend a bit surprised. Not sure how to interpret what Jiang Yu had just said, his friend asked for clarification. While engaged in their conversation, Jiang Yu's focus shifted as a new development caught his attention. It seems that Lu Yao Yao and their other friend had completed their shopping excursion and were now ready to join the group. Just as Lu Yao Yao and her friend were considering their dining options, an unfamiliar presence emerged, an entity that seemed peculiar and emitted an unusual energy. The atmosphere surrounding this entity was peculiar, carrying a distinct and unfamiliar vibe. As Jiang Yu engaged in the task of suggesting a restaurant to his friends, the enigmatic aura that had manifested earlier began to exhibit movement. While he was in the midst of expressing his preferences, this peculiar energy seemed to come to life, its motions adding an additional layer of intrigue to the unfolding scenario. After deliberating and discussing their options, Jiang Yu and his friends eventually reached a decision regarding the restaurant where they would dine. With their choice made, they turned their attention to the menu, each person perusing the offerings to determine what they would order for their meal. Lu Yao Yao's expression shifted to one of irritation as she directed a displeased gaze toward Jiang Yu. It seems that her dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that Jiang Yu had suggested a restaurant that was more suited for male students, implying that it might not be an ideal choice for their group. Despite Lu Yao Yao's reservations about the restaurant Jiang Yu had chosen, Jiang Yu remained steadfast in his decision. He was determined to make the dining experience enjoyable for both of them. Ignoring any initial reluctance, he confidently summoned the waiter and proceeded to place an extensive order, carefully detailing each dish he wished to try. Lu Yao Yao's face contorted into a displeased expression as she cast an irritated glance in Jiang Yu's direction upon hearing the extensive list of items he had ordered. The waiter was feeling nervous because he kept glancing at Lu Yao Yao, trying to gauge her reaction, while on the other hand, Jiang Yu appeared quite delighted with his choice of food. In fact, he seemed so pleased that he even made a special request for his oysters to be of a larger size and exceptionally fresh. Following a patient wait, their eagerly anticipated dishes were at last brought to the table. An assortment of delectable seafood and crisp, colorful vegetables adorned the table, and the waiter kindly advised them to savor their meal at a leisurely pace, allowing them to enjoy every bite to the fullest. Upon the arrival of the dishes, Jiang Yu extended a friendly gesture by offering some of the dishes to Lu Yao Yao. In a considerate tone, he assured her not to be upset, acknowledging that he had picked dishes that didn't align with her taste preferences. However, Lu Yao Yao politely declined his offer, firmly stating that she wouldn't partake in the meal. While Lu Yao Yao was still feeling a bit downcast about the food situation, her attention was abruptly diverted when an unexpected message flashed on her phone screen, instantly capturing her interest. Upon reading the message, Lu Yao Yao discovered crucial information regarding the martial arts examination. The date had been rescheduled to commence on the 17th of February, extending through to the 20th of the same month. Additionally, the message revealed that the specialized training camp was set to kick off on the 25th of February, providing her with valuable details that would significantly impact her martial arts journey. The girlfriend among their group, who was known for wearing glasses, a typically calm and composed individual, was taken aback by the message regarding the martial arts examination date being shifted. Her usually unflappable demeanor showed a noticeable crack as she absorbed the information. With an inquisitive furrow in her brow, she couldn't help but verbalize her curiosity, wondering aloud if this change in the exam schedule was a mandatory adjustment, or if there might be some flexibility in terms of attendance. While their plump friend indulged in chewing on a juicy shrimp, it couldn't resist the urge to express its own perspective on the matter. Amidst the savory delight, it chimed in, noting that as the year-end approached, they would also be required to undergo the qualification test. In its candid opinion, this accumulation of examinations and shifting schedules had indeed begun to feel quite intricate and vexing, leaving an air of complexity and annoyance hovering over their impending challenges. Jiang Yu, noticing his friend's growing unease, reached out with a reassuring tap on his shoulder and kindly reminded him not to dwell on worries, assuring him that his qualifications and abilities were more than sufficient to guarantee success in the impending test. His friend, responding with a hint of sarcasm, couldn't help but offer a somewhat mocking expression of gratitude for this well-intended but somewhat obvious show of support. In a reflective moment, their friend decided to open up and share a rather eerie childhood memory. Recounting a vivid incident from when he was a mere 7 years old, he recalled a spine-chilling encounter with a specter from an alien species. As the story unfolded, he described how he had been relentlessly pursued by this otherworldly being until rescuers finally arrived to intervene. However, the traumatic experience had taken a toll on his young self, resulting in both physical illness and enduring psychological disturbances that lingered long after the ordeal had ended. Jiang Yu proudly said that if he were in their friend's situation, he would have confronted the alien creature. Lu Yaoyao, annoyed by his bragging, told him that not everyone would act recklessly like him. Lu Yaoyao expressed their viewpoint regarding their friend's approach, likening it to the mentality of an ostrich, where one tries to escape or ignore a problem instead of facing it head-on. They went on to mention that this approach was something many people tend to adopt. Lu Yaoyao believed that having a mindset where you avoid trouble and seek safety is generally a good thing. But even though this approach has its benefits, it's important to acknowledge that the events caused by the alien species had a profound and lasting impact on the people involved. These events, the things that happened, became deeply rooted in the memories and feelings of those who went through them. It's like they became a part of how they see the world and how they feel about it. These experiences left strong marks on their hearts and minds, and they continue to affect how they view life and everything around them. While relishing the flavors of their meal, a hushed silence settled over the group, marking the gradual descent into a more profound and introspective conversation. A heavy silence enveloped all four of them, shrouding the table in a palpable stillness as they delved into the difficult and unsettling topic of their past encounters and unfortunate experiences with the aliens. As the weight of the conversation about their unsettling encounters with the aliens cast a somber pall over their gathering, Jiang Yu, ever the peacemaker, decided to take a proactive step in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere and foster a sense of joy among the group. In a bid to lift the spirits and dispel the gravity that had settled over the group, Jiang Yu decided to inject a sense of levity into the situation. He turned to his friends, a warm smile on his face, and with a jovial tone, reassured them that there was no need to maintain such solemn expressions any longer. With a sense of joy and camaraderie in mind, he raised his glass in a toast, inviting them all to join in, symbolizing a collective desire to shift the mood towards a more cheerful and convivial direction. Jiang Yu, sensing the opportune moment to foster a sense of togetherness among their group, took it upon himself to initiate a heartfelt toast. With a raised glass and a warm smile, he aimed to symbolize unity and shared moments, inviting his friends to join in the gesture. Just as Jiang Yu was about to make that much-awaited toast with his friends, a sudden and unexpected burst of noise and commotion erupted, catching them all off guard and effectively interrupting their moment of connection and celebration. Lu Yaoyao's quick instincts kicked in the moment she heard the startling sound, and a sense of fear washed over her as she immediately recognized the noise as something she had dreaded, the pollution detection alarms. A disquieting and ominous atmosphere descended upon the once bustling commercial center, casting a foreboding shadow over the surroundings. The cause of this eerie sensation became painfully clear as it became apparent that the alien species had indeed invaded the commercial district, unsettling both the physical environment and the emotions of those present. Surprisingly, despite the intrusion of the alien species into the bustling commercial center, the majority of the people present did not display immediate signs of alarm or panic. Instead, they seemed to remain remarkably composed, steadfastly maintaining their positions within the vicinity, which only added to the enigmatic atmosphere that now enveloped the area. In a sudden burst of urgency, a man's voice pierced through the previously subdued atmosphere, his loud shout jolting the people around him into action as he urgently implored them to flee from the impending danger. A collective sense of panic gripped the entire commercial center as people scrambled in haste to make their escape. The once orderly crowd descended into chaos as individuals jostled and pushed one another in their desperate attempts to navigate through the alarming and frightening situation, each person driven by a primal instinct for self-preservation. Zhang Yu and his friends watched with a mix of concern and astonishment as they observed the frantic rush of people attempting to swiftly vacate the area where the alien species had made its intrusion. The sheer intensity of the panic around them served as a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation unfolding before their eyes. Zhang Yu's friend, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene of people crowding in their haste to escape, couldn't help but be absorbed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, their girlfriend, increasingly worried about their next course of action, turned to him and posed the pressing question of what they should do in this moment of crisis. With a composed demeanor, Lu Yaoyao took the initiative to reassure her friends amid the chaos, emphasizing that there was no need for panic. She encouraged them to remain calm and assured them that they could navigate their way out of the situation safely. Lu Yaoyao's surprise deepened when, with a serious and determined expression, Zhang Yu directed her to move away from their current position, clearly signaling that he was about to take some decisive action. Her curiosity and concern grew as she complied with his request, wondering what course of action he was about to embark upon in this critical moment. In a stunning display of strength and determination, Zhang Yu unleashed a powerful punch that struck the wall with such force that it created an opening, effectively carving out a path for their escape. Lu Yaoyao stood in stunned silence, her disbelief palpable, as she watched this remarkable and unexpected action unfold before her eyes, leaving her in awe of Zhang Yu's astounding abilities. Lu Yaoyao's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yu, her expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief as he pierced the wall with unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes. His resolute actions left her in awe, struggling to reconcile the incredible feat she had just witnessed with the reality of the situation. In the midst of the crowded exit, Zhang Yu sprang into action, creating a clear path for himself and his friends to make their escape. With a sense of urgency, he directed them to move quickly and hasten their retreat toward the established escape route, determined to ensure their safety amidst the chaos. While his friends successfully made their way out of the commercial center, Zhang Yu remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential signs of danger. He couldn't help but feel a growing sense of alarm and urgency in their precarious situation, acutely aware of the need to stay alert and responsive to whatever challenges lay ahead. As Zhang Yu continued his vigilant observation of the area, his attention was drawn to a frantic man desperately attempting to escape from the impending threat of the alien species, which appeared to be on the verge of emerging. To their profound astonishment and terror, the menacing alien species materialized before them, confirming their worst fears as it brazenly invaded their world and descended upon the commercial center. Zhang Yu, his gaze fixed on the monstrous alien presence before him, grappled with a momentous decision. He contemplated the possibility of transforming into his shadow form, but hesitated, fully aware that such a transformation would be visible to everyone present, potentially altering the course of events in a dramatic and unpredictable way. With a profound sense of urgency coursing through him, Zhang Yu reached out and firmly seized Lu Yaoyao's wrist. His intent was clear that they needed to make a swift escape from the looming danger that the alien species posed. In a desperate bid for safety, the quartet sprinted away from the menacing alien presence, joining the large of people who were also fleeing the area in search of a secure refuge. Their collective flight was driven by an instinctual need to find a place of safety amidst the unfolding chaos. As they continued their frantic escape, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but cast a backward glance, her thoughts consumed by a troubling question. She pondered how the alien species had managed to breach the supposed defenses set up near the commercial center, a fact that had left her perplexed and deeply concerned in the midst of their desperate flight to safety. Zhang Yu, with a sense of grim determination, responded to Lu Yaoyao's concerns by acknowledging that it was too late to ponder the breach of defenses. Instead, he urged them to concentrate solely on their escape. He added a glimmer of hope, assuring her that the exit was within reach and that they weren't far from safety. He stressed the urgency, emphasizing that a swift exit was necessary to prevent a potential catastrophe within the commercial center. Taking charge of the situation, Zhang Yu directed their group toward a specific escape route, indicating the direction they should head. With purpose and determination, he led the way as they followed his guidance, striving to reach safety as quickly as possible. To their great astonishment, an eerie and peculiar sensation began to envelop their surroundings, leaving them with an unsettling feeling as if something out of the ordinary was unfolding around them. With a sense of urgency, Zhang Yu cautioned his friends to exercise extreme caution, recognizing the signs of imminent danger as the surroundings began to crumble around them. He specifically urged Lu Yaoyao to cling tightly to him, fully aware that they needed to brace for the unfolding chaos and uncertainty. As the ground beneath them began to disintegrate and give way, Zhang Yu and his friends found themselves tumbling into the collapsing earth. In the midst of the turmoil, they desperately clung to each other, struggling to maintain their grip and retain some form of stability amidst the chaotic change. Amidst the crumbling terrain and the multitude of people being swept into the deep, a chorus of voices, including Zhang Yu and his friends, rang out in desperate cries for assistance, their pleas echoing through the disorderly scene as they sought aid amidst the unfolding calamity. Despite the intense pain surging through his body after the fall, Zhang Yu exhibited remarkable resilience as he made a determined effort to rise to his feet. His tenacity and willpower were evident as he struggled to regain his footing amidst the adversity they faced. Once he managed to stand up, Zhang Yu cast a concerned gaze toward his friends, inquiring with genuine care about their well-being. He wanted to ensure that they were all okay and unharmed despite the chaotic events they had just endured. Relieved to see Lu Yaoyao and their friend on their feet, Zhang Yu received their reassurance that they were indeed okay. They shared that they had only sustained minor scratches during the ordeal, which provided a momentary sense of relief in the midst of the chaos. Amidst the group's relief and reassurance, their fat friend let out a painful cry, his voice filled with agony as he voiced his concern that his leg might be broken due to a falling rock that had struck him. Responding swiftly to their plump friend's anguished call for assistance, Zhang Yu and the rest of the group rushed over to his side. Their expressions reflected a mixture of concern and determination as they approached, their hearts filled with genuine worry for their friend's well-being. Zhang Yu tells him not to panic, and upon reaching him, he gently assessed the situation, his eyes falling on the injured leg that had borne the brunt of a falling rock. Their friend's pain grimace only underscored the severity of the situation. It was evident that he was in considerable discomfort, and the possibility of a broken leg loomed heavily in their minds. With a sense of urgency and concern for their injured friend, Zhang Yu wasted no time in swiftly clearing away the debris that had fallen onto his legs. Recognizing the importance of a swift response, Zhang Yu efficiently cleared away the debris from their injured friend's legs. In a show of solidarity, Lu Yaoyao promptly joined him, working together to assist their friend and ensure that he received the care and attention he required during this challenging situation. Once the debris was cleared and they had a clearer view, their friend let out a piercing scream of pain. It was evident that his leg had suffered a severe injury, with both a fracture and a twisted aspect to it, causing excruciating agony. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, and they realized the urgent need for medical assistance to address their friend's grievous injury. With their injured friend in considerable pain and distress, Zhang Yu acted quickly, ensuring that the removed debris was safely disposed of and out of harm's way. His priority was to minimize any further potential hazards and create a safer environment for their friend as they urgently sought medical attention for his severe leg injury. Responding with remarkable resourcefulness, Lu Yaoyao swiftly took out a medicine, her quick thinking aimed at alleviating their friend's pain and providing some relief in this critical moment. With compassion and concern for their friend's agony, Lu Yaoyao handed over the medicine and advised him to take the painkillers, explaining that they would offer temporary relief from the intense discomfort he was experiencing. As their injured friend took the painkillers, he cast a curious and somewhat bewildered glance at Zhang Yu, inquiring about their current location and the sudden onset of darkness that had enveloped them. The disorienting circumstances left him grappling for answers in this unsettling situation. In response to their friend's inquiries, Lu Yaoyao admitted that she, too, was uncertain about their exact location and the nature of the events unfolding around them. She expressed her own bewilderment, acknowledging that she had never encountered such a perplexing and unfamiliar situation before, leaving them all in a state of uncertainty and unease. Zhang Yu, showing resourcefulness in this challenging situation, reached out and touched the ground, which provided him with a crucial clue about their whereabouts. He shared with his friends that they were currently in the floor of the commercial center, specifically in the basement, which explained the darkness that surrounded them. While touching the ground to ascertain their location, Zhang Yu discerned a distinct and unusual sensation that set it apart from the expected norm. As Zhang Yu's hand made contact with the ground, a strangely familiar sensation coursed through his fingers, a feeling that resonated with a sense of recognition and memory. This unexpected familiarity piqued his curiosity and prompted further exploration as he attempted to discern the significance of this sensation in their current, perplexing situation. Zhang Yu examined his hand with a sense of astonishment, unable to believe the inexplicably familiar sensation he had experienced. The unexpected recognition left him both surprised and puzzled, as he grappled with the profound implications of this inexplicable feeling in the midst of their uncertain circumstances. Surveying his surroundings with a growing sense of unease and observation, Zhang Yu couldn't help but entertain a startling notion in his mind. He began to wonder if, perhaps, they had been drawn into what he could only describe as the shadow layer, a concept that felt strangely familiar to him. As they continued to navigate this bewildering and perilous environment, the harrowing cries of other individuals who had fallen and sustained injuries filled the air. Debris had rained down upon them, causing a multitude of injuries and pain. Amidst the chaos and anguish, many of those affected could be heard expressing hope and prayers for a swift rescue, yearning for assistance to arrive and alleviate their distressing situation. As Jiang Yu observed the countless individuals who had fallen victim to the shadow layer, he couldn't help but grimly acknowledge the severity of the situation. It had become clear to him that a substantial number of people had been trapped within the shadow layer, facing a dire predicament. Moreover, the inherent challenges of navigating this strange and unfamiliar realm made their escape prospects appear bleak. The sobering realization that the Night Patrol Division, while undoubtedly on their way, might take considerable time to reach them only added to the gravity of the situation, heightening their sense of urgency and the need for a swift resolution. With a concerned gaze fixed upon his friends, Jiang Yu contemplated the grim reality that they now found themselves in. He recognized that, even without the immediate threat of the alien species, the presence of potentially lethal pollution within the shadow layer posed a significant danger to their well-being. Deep in thought, Jiang Yu contemplated the pressing need to expedite their exit from the shadow layer as swiftly as possible. He understood the critical importance of ensuring the safety of everyone in their group and recognized that time was of the essence in this precarious and unfamiliar environment. Turning to Lu Yaoyao with a sense of urgency, Jiang Yu inquired about the watch from her father. He was keen to confirm whether she had it with her in this dire situation, as it might hold significance or provide some potential assistance in their efforts to navigate and stay safe in the shadow layer. In a moment of recollection, Lu Yaoyao's memory was sparked, and she realized that she indeed had the watch her father had given her. This watch held a unique capability. It allowed her to send a distress signal to the night patrols. This newfound knowledge held the potential to be a crucial lifeline in their current predicament, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness of the shadow layer. With a newfound sense of hope ignited by the knowledge that Lu Yaoyao's watch could send a distress signal to the night patrol division, her friends looked at her with anticipation. The prospect of summoning help and swiftly bringing the Night Patrol Division to their location filled them with optimism and a renewed determination to overcome the challenges of the shadow layer. A hopeful smile graced Lu Yaoyao's face as she and her friends collectively took a step forward, recognizing the necessity of seeking help and taking decisive action to ensure their safety within the shadow layer. The friend with glasses warmly praised Lu Yaoyao for her quick thinking and resourcefulness, acknowledging that her intelligence had paved the way for their potential rescue. Gratitude and a sense of relief filled the air as they realized that Lu Yaoyao's watch might be their ticket to safety and salvation in this challenging situation. While Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief knowing that Lu Yaoyao's watch had the potential to assist them, he couldn't help but ponder the uncertainty of how quickly the rescue would arrive. In the midst of this uncertainty, he clung to the hope that the watch's capabilities might offer them some temporary respite from the dangerous pollution within the shadow layer, allowing them to endure until help finally arrived. Understanding the imminent threat posed by the alien species, Jiang Yu adopted a vigilant and ready stance, poised for action at a moment's notice. He recognized that relaxation was not an option, as the alien species could strike at any moment, and he remained prepared to defend himself and his friends against any potential threat. As the alien species began to manifest in their vicinity, a tense and apprehensive atmosphere settled over Jiang Yu and his friends. Panic and fear swept through the group of people who had also been trapped in the same location, their terror mounting as they witnessed the alien species materializing before their eyes. The sudden appearance of these otherworldly entities sent shockwaves of alarm through the entire group, intensifying the sense of impending danger and uncertainty that hung in the air. Jiang Yu's alarm heightened as he maintained his vigilant stance, his readiness escalating in response to the presence of the alien species. He understood the gravity of the situation and stood prepared to confront and defend against this unexpected and potentially perilous threat. With unwavering determination, Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao took a protective stance, positioning themselves at the forefront to shield their friends from the approaching alien species. As Jiang Yu stood in defense mode, a peculiar and unsettling aura washed over him, filling the air with an eerie and mysterious energy. Just as they were bracing themselves for a confrontation with the alien species, the ground beneath them suddenly crumbled and deteriorated. Following the sudden and thunderous crash that left them utterly surprised, Lu Yaoyao found herself engulfed in a cloud of swirling dirt and billowing smoke, causing her to cough incessantly as she struggled to breathe amidst the dusty chaos. Despite her own state of shock and the lingering pain in her arms from the impact, Lu Yaoyao reached for her phone and mustered the strength to call out her friends, desperately wanting to ensure their safety and well-being in the aftermath of the abrupt crash. In that critical and emotionally charged moment, as the echoes of the sudden crash still reverberated through the air and Lu Yaoyao grappled with the dual sensations of surprise and physical pain, one of their close and compassionate female friends swiftly made her way towards Lu Yaoyao's side. With genuine concern etched across her face, she approached Lu Yaoyao, her footsteps hurried yet gentle, embodying a reassuring presence amidst the chaos that had unfolded. As she drew near, she extended her arms, moving with a blend of grace and urgency, wrapping them around Lu Yaoyao in a warm and protective embrace. Amidst all the confusion and the thick, swirling smoke, their bigger friend let out a really loud and worried shout. He was trying hard to see where his two girlfriends were because the smoke made it really hard to see anything clearly. When he finally spotted them, he quickly asked where Zhongyu was. He was very concerned about their other friend and wanted to make sure she was okay. After they had a moment to catch their breath and regain some strength following the crash, one of their female friends leaned in and gently urged Lu Yaoyao to direct her attention to something quite extraordinary that had captured her own gaze, prompting Lu Yaoyao to turn her eyes in the same direction. Right before their very eyes, an immense deep fissure had opened up in the ground, resembling the aftermath of a powerful earthquake, a sight so astonishing that it left everyone present in a state of profound shock and disbelief. As they stood there, collectively stunned by this awe-inspiring and unexpected phenomenon, a hushed silence descended upon the gathering, punctuated only by occurring gasps and murmurs of disbelief. The impact of the colossal crash had far-reaching consequences, extending its influence across the entire shadow layer of the place, casting a cover of disruption and distress over everything it touched. The immediate aftermath was marked by a profound and heavy silence that enveloped the surroundings, a silence broken only by the occasional moan of pain or the soft shuffle of people attempting to make sense of the chaotic situation. The girl who had also been caught in the crash found herself in the throes of this disorienting and chaotic situation. She struggled to muster the strength to open her eyes, her eyelids feeling heavy as if weighed down by an invisible force. The impact had left her in a state of semi-consciousness, her mind shrouded in a fog of confusion, and her body aching from the crash. Even though she felt a lot of pain and everything around her seemed like a big mess, the girl was determined to get up. It was really hard, and she hurt a lot, but she didn't give up. She tried to stand, step by step, even though the world looked all mixed up and confusing. It was tough, and she felt pain everywhere, but she didn't stop. In the middle of all the chaos, she showed how strong and brave she was, like a bright light in the dark. Sitting there with just one eye barely open, she couldn't help but wonder about what had happened to her and the place around her. Everything felt so strange and unfamiliar, like a puzzle missing important pieces. Gradually, her memory started to piece together the events leading up to this bewildering moment. She recalled how she had been out shopping with her friend at the bustling commercial center, enjoying the lively atmosphere and the thrill of finding new items. It had been a typical day of laughter and exploration. But then, like a bolt from the blue, the piercing wail of a pollution alarm had shattered the ordinary rhythm of their day. Panic had rippled through the crowd like wildfire, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves swept up in a sea of people all racing toward the safety of shelter, the urgency of the situation etched on every face. With the memory of that frantic moment firmly etched in her mind, she turned around, her heart filled with concern for her friend who had been right there beside her during the chaotic escape from the pollution alarm. In her hazy and bewildered state, she began to call out for her friend's name, her voice trembling with worry as she sought a reassuring response amidst the disarray that had enveloped them. As she continued to call out for her friend, her trembling hands brushed against something on the ground, a sensation that sent a shiver of surprise coursing through her. Her fingers instinctively closed around the thing, her curiosity piqued by this unexpected discovery amidst the chaos that surrounded her. As she slowly turned around to see the object her hand had come into contact with, her initial curiosity gave way to a profound sense of dismay and shock. What she beheld was a nightmarish and gruesome sight that etched itself into her consciousness in a way that words could hardly capture. There, before her eyes, was her dear friend, covered in blood and horrifically cut in half, the scene resembling a nightmarish representation of unthinkable horror. Only one eye remained, gazing back at her with a haunting, vacant expression. Staring at her friend in disbelief, she realized that her friend was no longer alive. It was a moment of deep shock and confusion as she struggled to come to terms with the harsh reality of what had just unfolded before her eyes. While she was still grappling with the shock of her friend's tragic demise, a sudden and surreal turn of events sent a fresh wave of fear coursing through her veins. Behind her, an entirely unfamiliar and otherworldly alien species had emerged, their bizarre presence casting a chilling shadow over her already distressing predicament. These alien beings, unlike anything she had ever encountered, appeared to be menacingly approaching her with ominous intent, brandishing sharp weapons that suggested danger and harm. Filled with fear and confusion, she quickly spun around to face the mysterious aliens who had suddenly appeared behind her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a testament to the overwhelming emotions coursing through her. The situation had taken a nightmarish turn that seemed too bizarre to be true, making it incredibly hard for her to accept the unbelievable events unfolding before her very eyes. As she scanned her surroundings, her heart pounding with fear, she realized that the alien was closing in, poised for an attack. In that dire moment, a flood of thoughts raced through her mind, and she couldn't help but contemplate the grim possibility that her life might come to an end in this unimaginable and terrifying encounter. The reality of her predicament weighed heavily on her. She felt trapped and cornered, with no escape route and no way to defend herself. The feeling of helplessness dawned at her, and she wondered if this was the unfortunate end to her journey, a stark and sobering realization that left her grappling with the harshness of fate that only in the movies that she saw something like this. As the menacing monster drew closer, its intentions increasingly clear, her mind became a whirlwind of thoughts and imaginings. In that perilous moment, she couldn't help but entertain a fleeting and desperate hope that, perhaps, she could be the heroine in a dramatic movie scene. In her mind's eye, she envisioned a valiant hero, strong and fearless, bursting onto the scene to rescue her from the clutches of impending doom. Or, at the very least, she imagined the sudden appearance of a courageous bystander, someone willing to step forward and lend a helping hand in her darkest hour. She made the heart-wrenching decision to close her eyes and accept what seemed like an inevitable fate. In that somber moment, she resigned herself to the harsh reality that the heroic scenarios of movies and stories were indeed a world apart from the grimness of her current situation. In her mind, the belief that no savior or help would miraculously appear in reality weighed heavily. Just when she had braced herself to accept her grim fate, a sudden and unexpected turn of events unfolded before her disbelieving eyes. Out of nowhere, a fierce and unexpected attack was launched against the menacing alien, rescuing her from the brink of peril. The rescue came like a bolt from the blue, shattering the bleakness of her acceptance with a surge of hope and astonishment. As the assailant struck with unwavering determination, the balance of power shifted dramatically, granting her a newfound chance at survival. As the stranger bravely stopped the monster's attack, blood started to drip from their injuries. It was like a scary movie scene where the hero got hurt while protecting her. The sight of the red droplets reminded her of the fierce fight that had just happened and the bravery of the person who saved her. When she cautiously opened her eyes, still in a state of disbelief and wonder, she was met with a truly miraculous sight. Before her stood a figure who seemed to have appeared out of thin air, a presence so unexpected and surreal that it left her momentarily breathless. Overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, she struggled to open her eyes fully, almost afraid to believe what was happening. It was as if someone had come to her rescue in this moment of dire need, a turn of events so astonishing that she could hardly comprehend it. Zhang Yu, also known as Yu the Assassin on YouTube, emerged as the unexpected savior, stepping forward to bravely halted the attack of the alien species and whisk the girl away from imminent danger. As she gazed upon Zhang Yu, a smile of relief and gratitude blossomed on her face, an expression of sheer joy and appreciation for the timely rescue by a familiar and unexpected hero. Zhang Yu, displaying remarkable strength and determination, swiftly and forcefully hurled the menacing monster away from the girl with incredible force. The creature was sent hurtling through the air, creating a significant distance between them, thereby ensuring the girl's safety from its clutches. Caught off guard by Zhang Yu's sudden and aggressive intervention, the monster was forcefully thrown to the ground, its surprise evident in its fumbled attempt to regain its footing. Zhang Yu's unexpected appearance and swift action had not only saved the girl but also left the once menacing creature bewildered and disoriented. As the girl looked more closely at the man who had bravely rescued her from the clutches of danger, a dawning realization washed over her, and she began to tremble with a mixture of awe and disbelief. With quivering lips, she mustered the courage to speak, her voice filled with a blend of astonishment and gratitude as she addressed the person who had come to her rescue. Zhang Yu's remarkable intervention in stopping the monster's attack was facilitated by a formidable technique known as the Shadow Claw. This unique ability, acquired from the hunter, boasted significantly enhanced destructive power and an impressive degree of flexibility. It allowed Zhang Yu to effectively counter the menacing creature's advances with both precision and strength, ultimately saving the day through this exceptional display of skill and prowess. With the girl now safely behind him, Zhang Yu swiftly vanished from her sight, his movements like a fleeting shadow. He wasted no time in heading directly towards the looming threat of the monster, determined to confront it head-on and put an end to the danger once and for all. His sudden disappearance and resolute charge into the fray highlighted his unwavering resolve to protect and ensure the safety of those in need. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu closed the distance with the monster, going face to face with the menacing creature. With a swift and agile maneuver, he positioned himself on top of the monster, gaining a strategic advantage in the confrontation. This daring move demonstrated Jiang Yu's remarkable combat prowess and his ability to seize the upper hand in the heat of battle. Summoning all his might and determination, Jiang Yu unleashed a devastating and resolute attack on the monster, his strike fueled by unwavering resolve and unwavering determination. In a desperate bid to regain its footing and avoid being pushed back any further, the monster swiftly employed its sharp claws to anchor itself firmly into the ground. This strategic maneuver allowed it to resist the aggressive force of Jiang Yu's attack, demonstrating the creature's resilience and determination to hold its ground in the face of adversity. Gasping for breath and clearly winded, the monster struggled to recover its strength in the aftermath of Jiang Yu's powerful and relentless attack. The intensity of the encounter had left it visibly fatigued, and it now sought to regain its composure and muster the energy needed to continue the battle. As she watched Jiang Yu, the assassin she greatly admired and had followed closely through his videos, her eyes shimmered with a profound sense of appreciation and disbelief. It was as if her wildest dreams had come true, seeing her idol face to face in the midst of this extraordinary and surreal situation. Her heart swelled with gratitude and wonder, and she could hardly believe that this encounter was real. It was a moment that felt like it belonged in the realm of dreams and fantasies, and she was overwhelmed by the sheer improbability of the situation. Jiang Yu, amidst the intensity of the battle and the dire circumstances, found himself taken aback by the girl's reaction. He was both confused and pleasantly surprised to see her looking at him with a mixture of awe and appreciation, her smile directed towards him. With a heart full of admiration and gratitude, the girl boldly approached Jiang Yu, taking his hands into her own. Her words spilled forth with excitement as she confessed her status as his biggest fan, recounting how she had diligently watched all of his videos and gained immense inspiration from his work. She continued to express her deep appreciation for his heroism and the impact he had on her life, her words a testament to the profound connection she felt with her idol in this unexpected and dramatic encounter. It was a moment of unexpected connection and emotion in the midst of the chaos, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily bewildered yet touched by the girl's heartfelt response. Jiang Yu's sharp observation led him to notice the girl's torn and disheveled clothing, a detail that had likely escaped her in the midst of the chaos. When he pointed it out, the girl blushed with shyness, her cheeks tinted with embarrassment as she playfully questioned where he had been looking. Ever the gentleman, Jiang Yu responded with tact and consideration, explaining that he had noticed it as a reminder for her to be cautious in her actions. The girl, with a playful glint in her eye, attempted to lighten the mood by teasingly suggesting that if Jiang Yu liked, she could go back and change into a fresh dress. Her comment carried a sense of flirtatiousness, and it was clear she was trying to inject a touch of humor and levity into the situation, perhaps as a way to cope with the intensity of the recent events. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by the girl's playful suggestion, and a subtle blush crept onto his cheeks as he entertained the thought. His reaction, including a slight drool, was a testament to the unexpected and flirtatious nature of the exchange, which had caught him off guard in the midst of their extraordinary circumstances. Curious about the details, Jiang Yu asked the girl if the dress she intended to change into was made of silk, a question that hinted at his intrigue. In response, the girl playfully emphasized that it wasn't just about the silk, she also had plans to bring some spicy chicken along with her. Amidst the exchange between Jiang Yu and the girl, the alien that had been momentarily subdued was left in a state of curiosity and confusion. Seizing what it perceived as an opportune moment, the alien species decided to make its move, charging aggressively towards Jiang Yu and the girl while they were engrossed in their conversation. It saw this as a strategic opening to catch them off guard and renew its assault. Jiang Yu quickly snapped back to reality, his instincts alerting him to the approaching danger. Realizing that the alien was charging towards them, he swiftly turned his attention to the girl, and, with a sense of urgency, conveyed that they could discuss the dress later, effectively shifting the focus back to the imminent threat and the need to address it promptly. The girl watched in fascination as Jiang Yu showcased his extraordinary skills, his movements characterized by a graceful and almost ethereal quality. To her amazement, he seemed to vanish beneath the ground, disappearing from sight with an enigmatic flair that left her in awe of his abilities. In Jiang Yu's mind, the hunt had begun. With his unique skills and determination, he was now fully engaged in the pursuit of the alien threat. As Jiang Yu disappeared beneath the ground, employing his shadow skills to their full extent, the alien species was left bewildered and disoriented. It scanned its surroundings frantically, its senses on high alert as it sought to pinpoint the potential source of the impending attack, its confusion growing with each passing moment. The monster was taken by surprise as it felt a web-like, spider-like sensation on its back, a mysterious touch that sent shivers down its spine. This unexpected sensation added to the creature's confusion as it grappled with the enigmatic nature of the attack and the identity of its assailant. Utilizing his unique spider-like abilities, Jiang Yu seized control of the situation, capturing the monster and drawing it closer to him. The creature, ensnared by the web-like powers at Jiang Yu's command, found itself at a distinct disadvantage, struggling against the formidable force that now held it captive. With precision and determination, Jiang Yu used his shadow claws to inflict injuries on the monster. Although his attack was successful in causing some damage, it became evident that the creature was resilient, and the injuries inflicted were only minor in nature. The battle raged on, as the monster continued to put up a formidable resistance despite Jiang Yu's efforts. Jiang Yu, after inflicting the injury, quickly planted his feet firmly on the ground, preventing the monster from evading his attack entirely. His strategic move added stability to his position, ensuring that he could maintain control over the situation and continue to engage the creature in the intense battle that had unfolded. As he turned around and observed the alien struggling to maintain its balance, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on his own abilities. He recognized that, while he had managed to weaken the creature, his strength and precision may have fallen slightly short of delivering a decisive blow. In that moment of self-assessment, he acknowledged the room for improvement in his skills, realizing that with greater mastery, he might have been able to dispatch the alien with a single, well-placed strike. Seizing the opportunity presented by the monster's continued struggle, Jiang Yu wasted no time in launching another attack. With determination and precision, he moved swiftly to capitalize on the creature's vulnerability, seeking to press his advantage and bring the battle to a decisive conclusion. To Jiang Yu's surprise, he sensed a sudden shift in the monster's energy, an alarming sign that it was preparing to launch a counterattack. His instincts kicked into high gear as he became alert to the impending danger, ready to defend himself against the creature's potentially lethal retaliation. Caught off guard by the monster's swift counterattack, Jiang Yu had little time to react. He managed to defend himself by swiftly deploying his shadow claws as a makeshift barrier, using them to shield against the onslaught. It was a tense and perilous moment as he fought to protect himself from the creature's ferocious assault. With the adrenaline still coursing through his veins, Jiang Yu took a moment to catch his breath and regain his composure. The sudden and unexpected attack by the alien had left him shaken and vulnerable, and he knew that he had narrowly avoided serious injury thanks to his quick defense. As he collected himself, he remained vigilant, aware that the battle was far from over and that he needed to stay focused to emerge victorious. Jiang Yu's surprise deepened as not one, but two more members of the same alien species emerged onto the scene. Their sudden appearance added a new layer of complexity to the battle, catching him off guard once again and further intensifying the challenge he faced in overcoming these formidable adversaries. As he licked the blood from his hands, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder the daunting reality of facing not one, but three of the formidable alien species simultaneously. The taste of the metallic fluid served as a stark reminder of the fierce battle at hand, and he knew that dealing with such a formidable trio would indeed be a formidable challenge, one that required all his skill and resolve to overcome. Amidst his contemplation of the dire situation, Jiang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to the girl who was recording him with her phone. Her encouraging words cut through the chaos as she offered him motivation by promising something intriguing if he emerged victorious. Her support injected a fresh wave of determination into Jiang Yu, serving as a reminder of the stakes and the potential rewards of triumphing over the alien species. Jiang Yu couldn't contain his excitement upon hearing the girl's motivating words. A rush of emotion surged through him, and his cheeks flushed bright red as he blushed all over. The prospect of what the girl had promised filled him with anticipation and renewed energy, igniting a passionate fire within him to overcome the alien threat and claim the reward that awaited him. With newfound determination and a renewed sense of purpose, Jiang Yu wasted no time. He charged towards the alien with his shadow claws at the ready, poised for a fierce and relentless assault. The promise of a reward and the girl's support fueled his determination as he unleashed his formidable skills in a determined bid to triumph over the alien species. Jiang Yu's agility and skill allowed him to swiftly evade the monster's attack, leaving the creature's assault to strike nothing but the ground. As the second monster charged towards him, Jiang Yu assessed the situation and realized that his body was suspended in mid-air, leaving him with limited options for evasion. Quick thinking and resourcefulness were Jiang Yu's allies as he faced the airborne monster. In a decisive move, he burst forth a web-like line from his arsenal of abilities, aiming to entangle the creature and disrupt its attack. Jiang Yu's web-like line found its mark, ensnaring the monster's sharp claws in its sticky embrace. The creature's attempted attack was abruptly halted as it struggled to break free from the adhesive trap, leaving it momentarily immobilized and vulnerable to Jiang Yu's next move. With the monster momentarily immobilized by the web, Jiang Yu wasted no time in launching another assault. He unleashed his shadow claws with precision and determination, targeting the vulnerable creature and pressing his advantage to deliver a decisive blow in the ongoing battle. As he turned to face the aliens with a confident smile, Jiang Yu conveyed a clear message of resilience and determination. With unwavering resolve, he made it known that despite their formidable strength and numbers, defeating him would not be an easy task. Caught in a moment of reflection, Jiang Yu's guard momentarily dropped, leaving him vulnerable. The alien seized the opportunity and launched a swift and devastating attack, slicing through his shoulders from front to back. The unexpected assault left him defenseless, his focus shattered, and his ability to continue the battle severely compromised. In the aftermath of the brutal attack, Jiang Yu found himself bloodied and in severe pain. Coughing up blood, he struggled to maintain his composure as the injuries inflicted by the monster's claws took their toll. Despite his injuries and the intense pain, Jiang Yu summoned every ounce of his remaining strength and managed to evade the deadly scythe-wielding alien with remarkable swiftness. His agility and combat instincts remained sharp, allowing him to sidestep the imminent threat and narrowly avoid another potentially fatal attack. As the relentless battle raged on, with Jiang Yu facing the daunting challenge of simultaneously contending with 3 formidable aliens, exhaustion began to take its toll. He couldn't help but marvel at the coordinated efforts of the alien species, which had managed to collaborate effectively in their pursuit of him. The tactical strategy of 2 aliens restraining him while the third ambushed him had proven to be a formidable and exhausting ordeal, pushing him to his limits both physically and mentally. Jiang Yu, recognizing the need to focus his efforts on a single adversary to increase his chances of survival, summoned his spider web ability. With a strategic mindset, he pondered on how best to incapacitate one of the aliens before dealing with the others, devising a plan to tip the odds in his favor and turn the tide of the battle. The alien monster, displaying a heightened sense of awareness and agility, tilted its head and managed to evade Jiang Yu's attack. It was as if it had an uncanny sense of Jiang Yu's movements, almost as though it could anticipate his actions and pinpoint his location with eerie precision. This unexpected maneuver by the alien added another layer of complexity to the battle, making Jiang Yu's task even more challenging. Jiang Yu's surprise was palpable as the alien successfully evaded his attack. In that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the aliens had somehow discovered his location or developed a heightened awareness of his movements. The prospect of being tracked or anticipated by his adversaries added a new level of intrigue to Jiang Yu and difficulty to the ongoing battle, intensifying the challenges he faced. As the 3 formidable aliens charged relentlessly toward his location, Jiang Yu found himself facing an increasingly dire and overwhelming situation. The coordinated assault of the alien trio posed a significant threat, and he knew that he would need to summon all of his strength, skill, and resourcefulness to stand a chance against this formidable onslaught. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and the outcome remained uncertain as Jiang Yu braced himself for the impending clash. With his location now visible to the aliens, Jiang Yu braced himself for the inevitable clash. The odds were stacked against him, but he remained resolute and determined to give it his all in this battle of survival. Facing the combined assault of all 3 aliens simultaneously, Jiang Yu had no choice but to stand his ground in defense. Without the opportunity to retreat into the shadows, he focused on protecting himself from their relentless attacks. As the aliens relentlessly attacked, inflicting serious injuries and gradually wearing down his health, Jiang Yu's concern grew. In the midst of defending himself, he couldn't help but realize that if the attacks continued at this rate, he would soon find himself in great danger. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on his mind as he fought valiantly to hold his ground and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. With 2 of the aliens relentlessly assaulting Jiang Yu from the front, he was fully occupied with defending himself from their attacks. However, the third alien, taking advantage of the chaotic situation, swiftly moved to flank Jiang Yu from the rear, aiming to catch him off guard and exploit any vulnerabilities in his defense. The coordinated tactics of the aliens continued to pose a grave threat to Jiang Yu's well-being as they sought to overwhelm him through their combined assault. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Jiang Yu devised a plan to expose a flaw in his defense, luring his enemies into a strategic trap. As the third alien attempted to charge him from behind, Jiang Yu waited for the opportune moment to execute his plan, hoping to turn the tables on his adversaries and regain control of the situation. The surprise attack from the alien on his back had taken a toll on Jiang Yu's health, causing it to plummet to a precarious 35%. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and his chances of emerging victorious were growing increasingly slim, as he fought to defend himself and recover from the relentless assault of the alien trio. With his intention to lure the alien into attacking a perceived flaw, Jiang Yu began to mark the target. The hunter in him resurfaced as he prepared to spring his trap, initiating a strategic hunt to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. The battle had now transitioned into a high-stakes game of strategy and skill, with Jiang Yu's every move calculated to gain the upper hand against the formidable alien adversaries. As he marked the alien and pondered his strategy, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the consequences of his recent actions. His decision to release his last video had led to a surge in his bad reputation, but it had also unlocked a hidden potential within him. Now, his ability to mark the aliens had been extended to 3 seconds, providing him with a crucial advantage in this life-or-death battle. This newfound power held the key to his survival and victory as he continued to face the relentless onslaught of the alien species. As Jiang Yu utilized his ability to mark the target, an additional effect came into play. The target, temporarily overwhelmed by fear in the face of this mysterious ability, would experience a momentary loss of coherent thought. This fear-induced lapse in rationality further tipped the balance in Jiang Yu's favor, providing him with a crucial advantage during the critical moments of the battle. With each passing moment that Jiang Yu marked the target, he gained a strategic advantage. The ticking clock worked in his favor, allowing him to inch closer to the monster while it was temporarily incapacitated by fear. This advantage enabled him to position himself for a more precise and devastating attack, turning the tables in a battle that had once seemed overwhelmingly challenging. With the alien temporarily incapacitated by fear due to his ability, Jiang Yu wasted no time. He swiftly moved into action, capitalizing on the advantage he had gained. His attack was calculated and precise, aimed at exploiting the moment of vulnerability in the alien's defenses. Closing in on the temporarily incapacitated monster, Jiang Yu moved swiftly to capitalize on the opportunity he had created. His movements were calculated and purposeful as he aimed to deliver a decisive blow and gain the upper hand in the ongoing battle. The suspense hung heavy in the air as he drew nearer to the alien, each step bringing him closer to victory or defeat. With the mark ability in play, Jiang Yu launched a powerful and strategic attack on the monster. His precision and timing were impeccable, and the advantage gained from the fear-induced incapacitation allowed him to deliver a series of devastating blows. As a result, the monster's health points rapidly plummeted, dwindling to a mere 7%. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Yu wasted no time. He swiftly reached for the light thing on the monster's chest, understanding that it was the creature's weakest point. Removing it would seal the alien's demise and secure his victory in the battle. With precise timing and unwavering determination, Jiang Yu successfully removed the heart of the alien, striking a fatal blow. As the alien's heart was ripped from its chest, a speech of sound and agonizing scream filled the air, a testament to the creature's excruciating demise. Jiang Yu's decisive action had secured his victory, and the once formidable adversary now lay defeated at his feet. Jiang Yu's meticulous planning, unwavering determination, and strategic prowess had culminated in a successful hunt. He had triumphed over the formidable alien opponent, marking a significant victory in his ongoing battle. With the threat neutralized, he stood as a testament to the brave spirit of a skilled hunter, having navigated a dangerous encounter and emerged victorious. As the system delivered the notification of his successful hunt, Jiang Yu's shadow form underwent a significant enhancement. His recovery speed was increased, bolstering his resilience in future battles. Additionally, the newly unlocked form granted him access to valuable skills, including intimidation and the ability to double his experience gain. These newfound abilities would undoubtedly play a crucial role in his future endeavors as a skilled and formidable hunter. With his enhanced shadow form, Jiang Yu experienced a remarkable transformation in his physical well-being. The injuries he had sustained during the grueling battle began to heal rapidly and effortlessly. His newfound recovery speed allowed him to bounce back from the wounds and fatigue of battle, leaving him in a state of renewed vitality and readiness for whatever challenges lay ahead. Rejuvenated and fully recovered, Jiang Yu set out with renewed determination to confront the remaining 2 aliens. His enhanced abilities, honed skills, and the valuable experience gained from his previous encounter placed him in a strong position to take on these formidable opponents. The aliens had become increasingly cautious in their actions as their battle with Jiang Yu raged on. They realized that facing Jiang Yu was becoming more challenging with each passing moment. Jiang Yu's skills had clearly been enhanced, making it difficult for the aliens to predict his moves or find openings in his defenses. Jiang Yu taunted the aliens, mocking their reluctance to engage in further combat. It was evident that they were struggling to find a way to confront him, and this amused Jiang Yu. Realizing that the aliens were hesitant to engage in combat despite his earlier taunts, Jiang Yu grew impatient and decided to take matters into his own hands. With determination in his eyes, he swiftly closed the gap between him and the aliens, signaling his intent to be the one to initiate the battle, no longer willing to wait for their hesitant response. Just as Jiang Yu was closing in on the aliens, ready to engage them in combat, a sudden and unexpected burst of blinding light illuminated illuminated the area, catching him off guard and leaving him momentarily stunned and surprised. Jong-yu came to a sudden halt, utterly shocked by the unexpected appearance of light in the shadow layer. He couldn't help but wonder how there could be light in a place known for darkness and shadows. This was a completely new experience for him, and he couldn't help but be curious about its origin and purpose in this mysterious realm. While staring at the strange light in the shadow layer, Jong-yu couldn't help but question why he had felt such a strong urge to attack the aliens just moments ago. The sudden appearance of this light seemed to have disrupted his previous intentions and left him in a state of contemplation about its significance and influence on his actions. The aliens, to Jong-yu's surprise, let out screams of agony when they were exposed to the light. It was as if they had an adverse reaction to the illumination, causing them significant discomfort and pain. This unexpected reaction added to the mystery of the light's presence in the shadow layer. The aliens, confronted with the advancing light that was causing them visible pain, acted quickly to escape from its radiance. Their instinctual response was to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the source of their discomfort. They moved hastily, their urgency growing as the light intensified and closed in on them. In a surprising turn of events, the enigmatic source of the radiant light that had appeared in the shadow layer was finally unveiled, and it was none other than the night patrols, led by their commander, Song Ching-in. This luminous phenomenon, now known as the Eternal Flame, held remarkable properties that had eluded comprehension until this moment. The Eternal Flame possessed the extraordinary ability to disperse shadows, casting them aside like curtains drawn open, and in doing so, it illuminated the previously obscured darkness of the shadow layer. With the Eternal Flame casting its radiant glow, Commander Song Ching-in took advantage of the newfound illumination. Utilizing his formidable powers, he extended his influence over the alien entities, compelling them to remain in place. Their attempts to escape were futile under the unwavering control of the Knight Commander. Jong-yu stood frozen, his heart pounding, as the Knight Commander pointed at him with an air of authority. It felt as if a mere gesture from the commander could erase him from existence in the shadow layer. The sudden turn of events had him on edge, unsure of what was about to transpire next in this mysterious realm. Jong-yu's voice trembled with anxiety as he urgently shouted to assure the Knight Commander that he posed no threat. His heart raced as he faced the intense scrutiny of the commander, and he felt an overwhelming need to de-escalate the tension that hung heavy in the shadow layer. Amidst the tension of this encounter, where the Knight Commander pointed at Jong-yu, Jong-yu had shouted out in an attempt to assure the Knight Commander that they were not enemies. However, unbeknownst to them, one of the aliens had seized this moment to stealthily approach the Knight Commander from behind, seeing it as a prime opportunity to catch them off guard and launch an attack. The alien, thinking it had the perfect moment to strike, charged towards the Knight Commander with swift determination. However, to its utter surprise, the Knight Commander displayed remarkable alertness, and, with a single strike, swiftly dispatched the alien, causing it to vanish from existence. Jong-yu stood there, stunned by the sheer power displayed by the Knight Commander as it obliterated the alien with a single, precise strike. In that moment, he couldn't help but contemplate the potential consequences of that attack. Had the Knight Commander's aim been directed at him instead, he had no doubt that such a strike could have instantly ended his life. Jong-yu approached one of the night guards and extended his hand for a handshake. He mentioned that they had arrived rather late, just as the battle was concluding. The night guard, displaying a sense of regret for the delay, proceeded to pose a question regarding Jong-yu's identity, displaying a genuine curiosity and a desire to understand who he was amidst the sudden encounter. Gesturing towards the injured girl, Jong-yu, with a sense of urgency in his voice, emphasized to the night patrol that his own identity was of secondary concern at the situation. He stressed the importance of attending to the girl's injuries promptly. The girl, taken aback by Jong-yu's unexpected intervention, thought that Jong-yu was the one who will take her back home. Jong-yu, with a hint of playfulness, swiftly clarified to the girl that his previous statement was a joke. He reassured her that, as a dedicated member of the Night Guard, their duty to protect the city always took first. With a respectful salute to the night patrol, he prepared to take his leave, leaving behind a slightly lighter atmosphere amidst the darkness of the shadow layer. In the wake of Jong-yu's swift departure, both the night patrols and the girl were left in a state of surprise and quiet contemplation, their thoughts lingering on this unexpected encounter in the shadow layer with a strange man that has an appearance of a shadow. The Knight Commander's curiosity about the name Yu led to a conversation among his subordinates. The subordinate discussed how he had gained fame as an influencer on a popular platform recently, but they expressed doubts about his strength, considering him to be at a basic level, which they referred to as level 1 due to his shadow abilities. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu was considered to be at level 1, the Knight Commander seemed surprised and perhaps a bit curious about his abilities. The Knight Commander, with the eternal flame flickering in his hands, found himself deep in thought. He contemplated the mysterious encounter with Jiang Yu, a supposed level 1 shadow user. The way Jiang Yu had effortlessly appeared before them and then disappeared into the shadows left the commander questioning whether there was more to Jiang Yu's abilities than met the eye. The girl, sitting on the floor in tears, felt a deep disappointment as Jiang Yu, who she had initially believed would be the one to escort her home, had abruptly left without fulfilling her expectations. Having steadied herself in the wake of the accident, Lu Yaoyao took it upon herself to venture forth and begin the search for Jiang Yu amidst the tragic scene of death and destruction. Her determined footsteps echoing through the eerie silence that enveloped her, each lifeless body she encountered serving as a grim reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Continuing her relentless search for Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao's anxiety began to mount with each unanswered call, and the chilling presence of the lifeless bodies that surrounded her, casting an ominous dark surroundings over her quest, and a sense of dread that grew with every step further into the grim aftermath. In the dimly lit surroundings, illuminated only by the feeble glow of her trusty wristwatch, Lu Yaoyao pressed forward, her heart heavy with concern, as she fervently wished for Jiang Yu's safety, his form hidden within the mysterious shroud of darkness that kept him beyond her anxious sight. Amidst her persistent search, a sudden, booming shout from the darkness sliced through the silence, and Lu Yaoyao's heart leaped as she turned toward the source of the sound to find Jiang lying there, his presence a reassuring beacon in the gloom. In the dimly lit and eerie surroundings of the shadow layer, Jiang Yu's voice trembled with fear and urgency as he cried out to Lu Yaoyao, the desperation evident in his tone, his heart pounding in his chest like a drum as a suffocating tightness gripped him, making every breath a struggle. And in that moment of vulnerability, he yearned for her presence and aid, hoping she would hurry to his side to rescue him from the unsettling darkness that surrounded them both. In the eerie and unsettling atmosphere of the shadow layer, Lu Yaoyao's heart raced with worry as she cautiously attempted to remove the stones one by one. Her hands shook with a mix of fear and determination, well aware of the urgency in Jiang Yu's strained and desperate voice as he called her for assistance. Lu Yaoyao hesitated and was torn between the desire to help him quickly and the fear that pulling him directly might not be safe, uncertain of the consequences. As Jiang Yu was effortlessly and swiftly pulled from the pile of stones, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but be left in stunned silence, her eyes wide with amazement. She found herself questioning the very nature of the shadow layer and its peculiar connection with Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao, still puzzled by the ease with which Jiang Yu had been freed from the stones, pointed to the one in question and asked with curiosity if the stone was holding him because it doesn't seem that heavy. Jiang Yu admitted to Lu Yaoyao that although it might not have been impossible for him to get out on his own, he was too scared to try earlier because he was afraid his body wouldn't respond properly. Jiang Yu attempted to downplay the situation by feigning ignorance about the origin of the long injury on his back when Lu Yaoyao inquired about it, suggesting he didn't know how it happened when in fact it was done by a strange creature he encountered earlier when he tried to save a girl. Growing increasingly concerned for the safety of their other friends, Jiang Yu questioned Lu Yaoyao about their whereabouts, his voice laced with worry and uncertainty. He scanned the dimly lit surroundings, trying to discern any signs of their companions amidst the eerie silence and dimly lit surroundings. Lu Yaoyao quickly informed Jiang Yu that their other friends had been found and rescued by the night patrols. She explained that due to the injuries some of their friends had sustained, the night patrols decided to prioritize their safety and had already guided them to a secure location. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this news, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he knew their friends were now in capable hands, receiving the care and attention they needed. With a sense of gratitude in his eyes, Jiang Yu turned to Lu Yaoyao and expressed his appreciation for her decision to stay and find him. Lu Yaoyao blushed slightly in response, admitting that if she had left without finding him, she wouldn't have known how to explain the situation to Master Lai. Jiang Yu remained silent, unable to find the words to express the depth of his emotions and gratitude towards Lu Yaoyao. He simply gazed at her, his eyes reflecting the overwhelming feelings that swirled within him. In that moment, his heart brimmed with appreciation for the unwavering support and care she had shown him throughout their harrowing journey in the shadowy realm. In that solemn moment, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of emotion welling up within him, and a single tear nearly escaped his eye. It was a tear born of gratitude and the deep concern Lu Yaoyao had shown for his well-being. Her presence had been his anchor in the midst of uncertainty, and he couldn't help but be moved by it. Jiang Yu, overcome by his emotions, suddenly pulled Lu Yaoyao into a heartfelt embrace, surprising her with his warm and unexpected gesture. In that unexpected moment, Lu Yaoyao's heart raced, and a torrent of emotions rushed through her. She had never anticipated that Jiang Yu would hug her like this, and her mind raced to comprehend the significance of this gesture. His embrace, warm and comforting, left her feeling a strange mixture of surprise, confusion, and a flicker of something else and something that made her heart flutter. Jiang Yu teased Lu Yaoyao and said he hugged her because he saw some scary creatures. She blushed but smiled. She punched him playfully, but the warmth of his embrace and his light-hearted response eased her embarrassment. Their friendship grew stronger as they faced challenges together in the shadow layer. Lu Yaoyao continued to playfully insist that Jiang Yu should let go, but he teasingly clung to her, saying he was scared and wanted to keep hugging her. Their playful banter continued. The sudden appearance of a strange light drew their attention, and they both turned to see a person emerging from it. In the midst of the dimly lit and ominous environment, the sudden appearance of a stranger with a lantern sent a ripple of surprise through Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao. Bathed in the soft, flickering light of her lantern, the woman, who seemed to have been drawn by the sound of a scream, approached them with an air of genuine concern. Her voice, laced with kindness and curiosity, broke through the lingering tension as she politely inquired about their well-being. Lu Yaoyao, feeling somewhat flustered by the sudden embrace, quickly pushed herself back from Jiang Yu. The mysterious woman, seemingly undeterred by the strange surroundings, assured them that she could guide them out of this eerie place. As they were about to leave, Lu Yaoyao and the woman turned around when they heard Jiang Yu screamed. Lu Yaoyao then shouted at Jiang Yu and asked him what his problem is. Jiang Yu wiped away a tear from his eye and forced a smile, saying it was nothing. Deep down, he couldn't help but think about the missed opportunity to gain shadow points by not swallowing the monsters he had fought earlier. It was a chance to become stronger, and he felt like he had let it slip away. Once rescued from the shadow layer, the Night Patrol Division promptly guided the victims to their headquarters, where they underwent thorough mental health assessments. This critical step was essential in ensuring the well-being of those who had endured the harrowing experience, as it allowed for the identification and treatment of any psychological distress or trauma that may have arisen from their time within the shadow layer. In the interrogation room, the first point of inquiry centered on the victims' identities, with their names being the initial piece of information sought by the authorities. Establishing their identities was a crucial step in the process of documenting and understanding the experiences of those who had been trapped within the shadow layer, laying the foundation for further investigation and support. During this phase of the process, it was Jiang Yu who found himself in the interrogation room, facing a series of questions and inquiries from the authorities. As Jiang Yu sat in the interrogation room, the initial line of questioning focused on his personal information. One of the employees at the headquarters began by gathering essential details about him, such as his name, age, address, and other pertinent background information. To ensure accuracy and accountability, the entire interrogation and questioning process was meticulously recorded on tape. This recording served as a valuable record of the information provided by the individuals involved and would be instrumental in any subsequent investigations or assessments. The comprehensive documentation was a vital aspect of the official procedures conducted by the authorities. Following a series of personal questions directed at Jiang Yu, Officer Lai Yuan conducting the interrogation, conveyed her assessment that the incident had taken a toll on him, causing a noticeable impact. Officer Lai Yuan in the Night Patrol Division informed Jiang Yu that as per the standard procedure, individuals who had experienced such traumatic events were required to undergo psychological treatment and receive medication. This treatment regimen was designed to support their mental well-being and assist in their recovery. It was explained that the effects of this treatment would be expected to last for a duration of 1 month, emphasizing the commitment to ensuring the victim's mental health during this critical period. Lai Yuan further clarified that during the treatment period, if the military examination for the qualification test were to take place, the evaluation grade for the test would be significantly affected, likely leading to a decrease in the overall score. This information was important for Jiang Yu to consider as it highlighted the potential consequences of undergoing treatment during a critical period when important evaluations were scheduled to occur. Upon hearing about the potential consequences of undergoing treatment, Jiang Yu expressed his confidence in his mental well-being to the officer, saying that he was mentally well. He inquired whether it was possible for him to forego the treatment, indicating his readiness to proceed without it. The officer responded to Jiang Yu's request by explaining the critical importance of receiving treatment. She emphasized that the shadow layer contained various hidden and dangerous forms of pollution, which could have developed effects on individuals who had been exposed to it. These effects might manifest after some time had passed, making treatment a necessary and mandatory measure to serious potential risks and safeguard the well-being of those affected by the shadow layer's unique environmental hazards. Jiang Yu raised a valid concern, pointing out that he had less than 10 days remaining until the military exam. He inquired whether the mandatory treatment would conflict with the timing of the upcoming exam. The officer sought to alleviate Jong Yu's concern by assuring him that his situation was not unique. She explained that the night patrol had encountered similar cases in previous years and had established policies to address such situations. In these cases, individuals could apply for an early examination to ensure that their commitments and responsibilities were not compromised. This information offered Jong Yu a potential solution to navigate the timing conflict and pursue his goals while still receiving the necessary treatment. Jong Yu was taken aback by the sudden revelation of the option to apply for an early examination. This unexpected information introduced a new perspective and potential course of action, leaving him momentarily surprised as he considered the implications and feasibility of this alternative. The officer handed Jong Yu a commitment letter, emphasizing that he needed to contact his parents and obtain their approval to sign it in order to proceed with the early examination. Officer Lai Yuan handed the letter to ensure that all necessary parties were informed and in agreement with the decision, maintaining transparency and accountability throughout the process. Officer Lai Yuan provided Jong Yu with additional details about the early examination process. She explained that it would be conducted within the night patrol and would follow the same regular testing procedures as the standard examination. Furthermore, she assured him that the testing equipment used for the early examination would be identical, and the night patrol would ensure the integrity, transparency, fairness, and security of the entire process. Jong Yu supplemented the conversation by sharing that his uncle was also a member of the night patrol. This additional detail highlighted a personal connection within the organization and could potentially impact his experience with the early examination process. The officer smiled and encouraged Jong Yu to provide his uncle's information and position within the night patrol. This request indicated her willingness to consider his personal connection and potentially tailor the process accordingly to ensure that all aspects were handled appropriately and fairly. Jong Yu shared that his uncle held an administrative position within the night patrol, specifically in Zone East 1. He went on to provide additional details and information about his uncle's role, background, and responsibilities, ensuring that the officer had a comprehensive understanding of his uncle's position within the organization. Upon hearing the name of Jong Yu's uncle, Officer Lai Yuan appeared visibly surprised, and her demeanor suggested a degree of familiarity with the name mentioned. Lai Yuan, displaying a keen interest in Jong Yu's revelation, stood up and sought clarification. She inquired if the Lai he mentioned was associated with the Mu family and whether the name Zun meant 3 dots and Guang meant brightness. Her questions suggested a deeper connection or recognition related to the family name and its meaning, hinting at a potential link between Jong Yu's uncle and the Night Patrol organization. Jong Yu, taken aback by the sudden reaction of Officer Lai Yuan, affirmed the accuracy of the name he had provided. In response to Officer Lai Yuan's inquiry, Jong Yu expressed a degree of uncertainty about his uncle's position within the night patrol. Her questioning had introduced an element of doubt, causing him to reconsider the specifics of his uncle's role within the organization. Jong Yu's sudden realization and concern weighed heavily on him as he began to entertain the possibility that his uncle had already faced disciplinary action or had been interrogated by the night patrol. He acknowledged that he hadn't reported this information before and, in light of Officer Lai Yuan's doubts, recognized the potential implications of this revelation for his uncle's situation within the organization. Officer Lai Yuan, aiming to alleviate Jong Yu's concerns, reassured him that his uncle had not been subjected to interrogation or dismissal from the night patrol. Her assurance provided a sense of relief and clarity, dispelling any doubts and uncertainties regarding his uncle's status. With her notebook in hand, Officer Lai Yuan stood up and informed Jong Yu that if his uncle indeed held a regular administrative position within the night patrol, she would personally escort him to meet his uncle. She requested that he follow her, signaling her readiness to facilitate this meeting and address any remaining questions or concerns he might have. Jong Yu and Officer Lai Yuan set out together, making their way to the night patrol headquarters where he would have the opportunity to meet his uncle. As Jong Yu and Officer Lai Yuan made their way towards his uncle, he couldn't help but be captivated by the remarkable sights that surrounded him. The headquarters was filled with an array of cutting-edge technology, holograms, and advanced weaponry utilized by the night guards and those dedicated to safeguarding the public. The impressive display of equipment and technology served as a testament to the organization's commitment to ensuring the safety and security of their world. Jong Yu was thoroughly impressed by the extraordinary surroundings that enveloped him. This marked his first time freely exploring and taking in the sights and marvels of the Night Patrol headquarters. The sense of wonder and awe he experienced in this novel environment only heightened his appreciation for the dedication and capabilities of those who protected and served their world. While making their way toward Jong Yu's uncle, he overheard a conversation between 2 night guards. The topic of their discussion piqued his curiosity, leaving him inclined to listen in and glean more information about the matter being discussed. Jong Yu's attention was immediately piqued when he overheard the night guards discussing someone who did not belong to the night patrol and lacked personnel records. Officer Lai Yuan, perceptive to Jong Yu's sudden change in demeanor, inquired about what might be troubling him. Her question aimed to address any concerns or uncertainties that had arisen as a result of the conversation he had overheard. Jong Yu chuckled lightly and dismissed Officer Lai Yuan's concerns, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. He attributed his momentary anxiety to being a newcomer to the night patrol and being in an unfamiliar environment. However, inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if the conversation among the night guards had any connection to his other form in the shadow layer, raising some apprehension about a potential investigation. As Officer Lai Yuan opened the door to the room where Jong Yu's uncle was located, she offered reassurance, telling him not to worry. She encouraged him to rest in the room while she went to locate and speak with his uncle. As Jong Yu entered the room, he was met with a surprising sight. He found his friends waiting inside. This unexpected reunion within the night patrol headquarters added an element of surprise and intrigue to the unfolding situation, leaving him curious about the circumstances that had brought them together in this place. Jong Yu's curiosity was piqued by the presence of Lu Yao Yao and Feng Xiao in the room. Upon entering the room, Jong Yu observed that Lu Yao Yao was engaged in conversation with one of the girls. She seemed to be inquiring about whether the individual had indeed seen and met the renowned assassin who had gained popularity on YouTube. The girl, who had been saved by Jong Yu within the shadow layer, affirmed the truth of Lu Yao Yao's statements. She confirmed that not only had she encountered the famous assassin, but Jong Yu had also played a vital role in her rescue during their harrowing ordeal. As Jong Yu observed the girl he had saved and Lu Yao Yao sitting beside each other, he couldn't help but ponder the circumstances that had brought them together within the night patrol headquarters. The presence of the girl he had rescued alongside his friend in this particular setting struck him as a rather peculiar and mysterious coincidence, prompting him to contemplate the intricacies of their shared experiences and the events that had led them to this point. Lu Yao Yao warmly invited Jong Yu to join her, inviting him to take a seat beside her. As he settled down, she initiated a conversation with Xiao Dai, delving into the details of their experiences following their encounter with the assassin Yu. As Xiao Dai recounted her encounter with the assassin, her eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement, much like a star. She vividly described how she had witnessed the assassin, Yu, facing off against 10 peculiar creatures within the shadow layer. Xiao Dai emphasized the calm and serious demeanor of the assassin, and with an air of awe, she narrated how, in a mere moment, the shadow sword had materialized, and Yu had swiftly decapitated the strange creatures. Xiao Dai continued her animated storytelling, using gestures and actions to convey the events that had unfolded when she met the assassin. As she recounted her experiences, Jong Yu listened attentively, though he couldn't help but wonder whether Xiao Dai might be exaggerating or embellishing some aspects of the story. While Jong Yu was listening to Xiao Dai's story, he inexplicably turned his gaze towards her legs, and a peculiar reaction ensued in that he began to drool. Xiao Dai happened to be wearing socks with several holes in them, a detail that, in Jong Yu's mind, somehow came across as sexy. Strangely, the sight of those white socks seemed to outweigh any reservations he had about her possibly exaggerating her story. Lu Yao Yao's curiosity was piqued as she listened to Xiao Dai's story about the mysterious assassin named Yu. She raised a pertinent question, inquiring about the identity of this person named Yu. From what she had heard so far, Yu didn't appear to be a member of the night patrol, sparking doubts about his affiliation and role in the events that had transpired within the shadow layer. Xiao Dai shared her belief that the assassin Yu might have been a student from their generation. This revelation left both Lu Yao Yao and Jong Yu curious about the basis for her conclusion. They were eager to understand why she held this theory and how she had arrived at such a conjecture regarding Yu's identity and background. Xiao Dai explained her deduction, elaborating that her conclusion about Yu being a student from their generation was based on various factors. She pointed to Yu's demeanor, behavior, and manner of speaking as key indicators. Additionally, she emphasized a particularly intriguing detail that Yu's likeness for gazing at girls' socks, especially those that were transparent and snug. Xiao Dai playfully drew a connection between Jong Yu and the assassin Yu, asserting that Jong Yu shared a similar inclination for gazing at girls' socks. Her remark added a lighthearted and teasing element to the conversation, as she playfully compared Jong Yu to the enigmatic assassin, highlighting their shared interest in a rather unique and specific detail. Jong Yu, taken aback by Xiao Dai's comment, pointed to himself in surprise and curiosity, seeking clarification about whether he was indeed the person being referred to in her playful comparison. In response to Xiao Dai's playful comparison, Lu Yao Yao stood up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully held onto Jong Yu's head as if to deliver a playful smack. Blushing, she affectionately chided him, noting that his character hadn't changed a bit. Jong-yu, seemingly rendered speechless by her actions, could only react with a confused expression. In the midst of their playful banter, Lu Yaoyao's dad suddenly burst into the room in a hurry, appearing as if he had been running. His unexpected entrance added an element of urgency to the scene, leaving everyone curious about the reason for his abrupt arrival and what might be unfolding outside the room. Lu Yaoyao's dad, panting and clearly concerned, asked his daughter if she was okay. He had heard about her being pulled into the shadow layer, and his worried inquiry reflected the deep sense of parental concern for her well-being, especially in the face of such extraordinary and serious experiences. As Lu Yaoyao pinched Jong-yu's cheeks, she reassured her dad that both she and Jong-yu were perfectly fine and that nothing serious had happened to them. In a light-hearted manner, she mentioned that Jong-yu might be experiencing some itching, prompting playful banter between them. Jong-yu joined in the jest, humorously stating that he was hungry as well, injecting a touch of humor into the conversation to alleviate any lingering concerns. Lu Yaoyao's dad breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that both his daughter and Jong-yu were unharmed. Expressing his relief, he instructed them to follow him and exit the room, evidently eager to ensure their safety and well-being in the wake of their recent experiences. As they left the room and found a moment of privacy, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but inquire about the severity of the situation from her dad. He shared with her the gravity of the situation, explaining that it was highly serious. He noted that this incident marked the first time such a large number of people had been pulled into the shadow layer simultaneously, and the count of victims was still ongoing. Importantly, he reassured both Lu Yaoyao and Jong-yu that they were not implicated in this unfolding crisis. Lu Yaoyao's dad, in a moment of reflection, took out a cigarette, possibly seeking a brief respite. He emphasized the significance of the incident they had been through and how it had impacted them. In light of these events, he advised them to consider taking the pre-qualification test, highlighting the importance of evaluating their readiness and capabilities in the wake of their shadow layer experience. When Lu Yaoyao noticed that her dad was about to light a cigarette, she coughed and subtly signaled to him about smoking indoors. Her concern for his health and the indoor environment was evident in her actions. In response to her signal, her dad fell into a thoughtful silence, possibly contemplating the impact of his actions and his daughter's concern. Lu Yaoyao's dad, putting the cigarette aside, proceeded to provide a brief overview of the pre-qualification test they were considering. He explained that the test consisted of two distinct stages. The first stage involved an ability test, while the second stage focused on assessing one's willpower. Continuing to explain the pre-qualification test, Lu Yaoyao's dad detailed the first stage, also known as the initial awakening test. In this phase, students were deliberately exposed to contamination to trigger and awaken their latent abilities. Expanding on the details of the ability test, Lu Yaoyao's dad conveyed that this phase was relatively low risk compared to the initial awakening test. It primarily focused on assessing students' specialties by closely examining the characteristics of their awakened abilities. Completing his explanation of the pre-qualification test, Lu Yaoyao's dad mentioned the second stage, the willpower qualification test. He emphasized that this phase placed a significant emphasis on willpower and mental strength, suggesting that success or failure in this test hinged on these crucial attributes. Highlighting the importance of the final test, Lu Yaoyao's dad emphasized that it was the decisive factor in determining whether candidates possessed extraordinary qualities or not. Jong-yu, intrigued by the details shared by Lu Yaoyao's dad, sought further clarification. He inquired whether willpower was indeed the key to success in the second test, and whether individuals with stronger willpower were more likely to succeed. His uncle answered him with uncertainty that it can happen or not. Lu Yaoyao's dad elaborated further on the intricacies of the examination process. He noted that the outcomes were not solely based on physical endurance or willpower. Some individuals might be able to endure the physical pain of losing body parts but have only average abilities, while others who appeared weaker or less serious in their approach might possess exceptional abilities. Continuing to shed light on the concept of willpower, Lu Yaoyao's dad emphasized that it wasn't merely measured by physical endurance. He clarified that willpower encompassed a broader spectrum, involving beliefs in goodness, the ability to resist evil influences, and the capacity to adapt to the challenges posed by pollution. In essence, willpower was a complex and multifaceted gauge that encompassed a range of mental and moral attributes, making it a nuanced and intricate aspect of the pre-qualification test. Jong-yu, eager to deepen his understanding, raised his hand and posed a question regarding the three opinions he had heard about willpower. His uncle, intrigued by his question, inquired why he was interested in this particular aspect and seemed open to engaging in a discussion to provide further insights. Lu Yaoyao playfully intervened in the conversation, suggesting that Jiang Yu's interest in willpower might be related to someone whose mind was preoccupied with thoughts of girls' legs. Jiang Yu, in response, offered a cautious smile and asked Lu Yaoyao if she was still holding on to that playful remark. Lu Yaoyao's dad addressed Jiang Yu's question, acknowledging that the three opinions regarding willpower did have an effect, even a slight one. However, he clarified that the three opinions related to integrity didn't seem to have a significant positive impact on achieving positive outcomes. Jiang Yu's uncle, emphasizing the importance of one's mindset and moral orientation, added that, on the contrary, if an individual held negative opinions and their heart was consumed by malevolence, the test results would likely be unfavorable. Jiang Yu, seeking to delve deeper into the concept, asked why negative thoughts and evil tendencies had such a significant impact on the test outcomes. In response, Lu Yaoyao's father explained that these negative thoughts could lead people down a dark path, similar to an abyss. He further clarified that such thoughts contributed to the formation of pollution. Lu Yaoyao's dad elaborated, saying that evil and negative thoughts build up over time, and as a result, they can become even scarier and more harmful than the pollution caused by the strange creatures. Expanding on his point, Lu Yaoyao's dad emphasized that if anyone harbors such thoughts or negative emotions, it's always better to express them or talk about them. Keeping them bottled up inside can lead to confusion, which is something to be avoided at all costs. As he contemplated the importance of expressing negative feelings, Jiang Yu's mind wandered, and he couldn't help but imagine Xiao Dai and Lu Yaoyao wearing adorable uniforms. In doing so, he seemed to acknowledge that having negative feelings was a normal part of being human, and it was essential to address and share them rather than suppress them. While Jiang Yu's mind briefly ventured into less than appropriate thoughts, he recognized the need to divert his attention, and perhaps engage in other activities to clear his mind. However, Lu Yaoyao's gaze, marked by silence and judgment, indicated her disapproval or amusement at his momentary distraction. Lu Yaoyao's father rose from his seat and informed them that it was time to return, emphasizing that someone else would arrive to guide them for the test at a later time. This signaled the conclusion of their conversation and a shift in their immediate focus toward the upcoming qualification test. Lu Yaoyao's father then addressed Jiang Yu directly, explaining that his uncle Lai might not be able to attend to him personally due to an assignment. He reassured Jiang Yu that he would take care of signing all the necessary test papers on his behalf. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude and offered an apology for any inconvenience they might have caused. Uncle Lu imparted a valuable piece of advice to Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, encouraging them not to burden themselves excessively with matters beyond their control. Instead, he advised them to accept things as they came and navigate their challenges with resilience and adaptability. Both Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao acknowledged their agreement with Uncle Lu's words of wisdom, assuring him that they had grasped the essence of his message. Following their conversation and receiving guidance from Lu Yaoyao's father, they made their way back, preparing for the upcoming qualification test and whatever challenges lay ahead. Upon their return to the room, Xiao Dai warmly greeted them, creating a welcoming atmosphere for their reunion. As Lu Yaoyao and Jiang Yu rejoined Xiao Dai in the room, there was a palpable sense of relief and comfort in their reunion. The Shadow Layer incident had brought them together in a unique way, forging a connection that transcended their ordinary lives. As Lu Yaoyao took a seat beside Xiao Dai, she couldn't help but inquire about the whereabouts of the other individuals they had met earlier. Her curiosity was piqued, and she wanted to know more about the diverse group of people who had been pulled into the Shadow Layer. Xiao Dai, always ready to share her insights, leaned in and began to explain. She told Lu Yaoyao that the others had left the room to complete the formal procedures with their families. Lu Yaoyao then wondered if Xiao Dai's family had made it to the night patrol headquarters. Xiao Dai said no, her parents had left Yunai City a few days ago for some important business. But they talked on the phone and managed to finish what they needed to do without being there in person. While engrossed in their conversation, they suddenly noticed their friend's presence in the room. They turned their heads to see him there, eager to join in on the discussion. Their chubby friend, accompanied by Xiao, entered the room with a sense of amazement in his voice. He excitedly shared his recent experience with the medical team, explaining how they had applied some kind of spray on his injured leg, and miraculously, the pain had vanished. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, showing genuine concern for their injured friend, asked if he felt well enough to proceed with the upcoming test. Their friend, eager to alleviate their worries, assured them that the medical team had given him the green light, stating that the injury wouldn't have any adverse effects on his test results. This assurance provided some comfort to Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, who were relieved to know that their friend's injury wouldn't hinder his participation in the important test. They all knew that the upcoming tests were crucial, and any setbacks could have lasting consequences. Xiao, with a mischievous grin, playfully clung to their injured friend and quipped to Jiang Yu and Lu Yao not to be fooled by his friend's current calm demeanor. She revealed that earlier, he had been shedding tears and seeking refuge in a corner. The chubby friend, perhaps slightly embarrassed, quickly retorted, insisting that he hadn't shed any tears. Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to a group of people entering through the door, and he couldn't help but wonder who they were and what their presence signified. As the newcomers approached, a sense of curiosity filled the room, and Jiang Yu and his friends awaited further information or instructions. The somber atmosphere in the room grew even more pronounced as the newly arrived individuals appeared to be carrying an air of sadness and frustration with them. This sudden shift in mood didn't go unnoticed by Jiang Yu and his friends, who exchanged concerned glances and wondered about the reason behind their evident distress. Jiang Yu wondered why everyone looked so sad, and Lu Yao explained that these people probably just wanted a quiet life, but were now forced to take the test, which made them upset. Lu Yao further elaborated on her point, emphasizing how the individuals who had yearned for a tranquil and undisturbed existence might soon find themselves facing unexpected challenges and disruptions due to the upcoming exam. She expressed her sympathy for their plight, recognizing that the uncertainty of the test could bring about significant changes in their lives, potentially shattering the peace they had longed for. The moment of the test's commencement had arrived, and the officer in charge wasted no time in addressing the gathered participants. With a clear and authoritative tone, they proceeded to announce the crucial information, swiftly cutting to the core of the matter without any unnecessary delays or distractions. The officer made it clear that the test was split into two main parts, keeping things straightforward for everyone to understand. First up was the ability test, followed by the willpower test. This straightforward division helped participants grasp the structure of the examination easily. Their group paid close attention to the officer's announcement, which provided a clear understanding of the ability test's evaluation criteria. The officer explained that the ability test would be evaluated based on three key factors: development potential, destructive power, and energy cost. Furthermore, the ability test was categorized into 4 levels: lower, medium, higher, and advanced, allowing participants to gauge their progress effectively. Jiang Yu and Lu Yao listened attentively as the officer detailed the second part of the test, the willpower evaluation. The officer explained that the willpower test had 6 levels, each representing varying degrees of mental strength. In previous years, individuals at level 1 were not permitted to participate in the martial arts examinations. However, the rules had been updated for the current year, allowing even those at level 1 to take part in the exams. This change was significant, and it caught the attention of the participants. The participants grew visibly concerned and nervous as the officer continued to explain the rules of the tests. The prospect of taking both the ability and willpower tests weighed heavily on their minds, and the atmosphere in the room was filled with tension. The officer emphasized that having strong willpower is crucial, and even if someone's abilities aren't top-notch, they could still make it through. Conversely, even if someone has impressive abilities, without the right willpower and qualifications, they would only qualify for civil service roles. The participants listened attentively, realizing that the combination of abilities and willpower was key to their success in the tests. The officer concluded her announcements and invited the participants to follow her if they had no further questions or concerns. It was a moment of decision for Jiang Yu, Lu Yao, and their friends as they prepared to embark on the challenging journey of the qualification tests. Following the officer's instructions, the participants of the test made their way to the waiting room. Inside, there was a palpable tension in the air, a mix of excitement and apprehension as everyone prepared themselves for the upcoming challenges that awaited them in the qualification tests. As Jiang Yu gazed through the glass at the area where participants would showcase their abilities, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The room was buzzing with activity as people discussed their strategies and shared their hopes and fears. The officer stood before the participants, separated by the glass barrier. It was a moment of tension and anticipation, as each participant could only look through the glass to see what lay ahead. The room was filled with a sense of uncertainty as they awaited their turn to showcase their abilities and prove their worth to the night patrol. Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as her name was the first one to be called for the test. The door swung open, a signal that it was Xiao's turn. The officer encouraged her, telling her to go ahead and not be nervous. Xiao stole a quick glance at her friends, her nerves showing in her eyes. With a deep breath, she gathered her courage and pushed through the door, disappearing from their view as she embarked on her test. With her heart pounding, Xiao summoned all her courage and determination as she embarked on the journey to the pre-qualification test. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was determined to face whatever challenges lay in store. As Xiao entered the room, she noticed a mysterious object covered by a cloth in front of her. The presence of the object and the man in the room added to the sense of intrigue and anticipation. She couldn't help but wonder what awaited her in this unusual setting. The atmosphere in the waiting room was tense yet filled with anticipation. The participants, including Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, huddled around the glass, their eyes fixed on the mysterious setup in the adjacent room. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the group as they speculated about the nature of the test. Xiao, now inside the test room, felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. As the man carefully removed the cover, revealing the object beneath, a collective gasp filled the waiting room. It was a large, shimmering gray crystal that glistened under the room's bright lights. The crystal's surface appeared smooth and flawless, its edges sharp and well-defined. It emitted a subtle, otherworldly glow that mesmerized those who gazed upon it. Its mere presence exuded an aura of both beauty and mystique, captivating the onlookers. With the cover removed and the shimmering gray crystal now exposed, the man by Xiao's side gave her a reassuring nod and that it was time for them to begin. In the room where the pre-qualification test was being conducted, a small green light signaled that the exam was not yet about to start. The participants, including Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, watched intently through the glass, waiting for Xiao's test to begin. The anticipation hung in the air, and their thoughts were filled with curiosity about what challenges she would face with that mysterious crystal. Out of nowhere, the small green light in the room turned an alarming red, and simultaneously, the room darkened. This unexpected change startled everyone, filling them with surprise and curiosity. It seemed like something extraordinary was about to happen, and the participants watched with bated breath, unsure of what was coming next. Lu Yaoyao and her friends, their faces pressed against the glass, exchanged curious glances as they wondered why the lights had been turned off. It appeared that the test Xiao was about to take might be related to willpower, given the mysterious change in the room's lighting. They couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and unease as they continued to watch, eager to see what would unfold next. In his mind, Zhang Yu couldn't help but think that he had grown somewhat accustomed to this level of darkness, especially considering his recent experiences in the shadow layer. The dimly lit room didn't evoke the same sense of unease in him as it might have before. A radiant crystal materialized in front of Xiao, and it appeared to be connected to a luminous stone on her leg, which continued to emit a soft, steady glow. Xiao cautiously approached the glowing crystal, her steps measured and deliberate. A sudden burst of bright light flooded the room, momentarily blinding Xiao and the observers. They squinted their eyes, trying to adjust to the sudden brilliance. Zhang Yu could feel his heart racing, and he wondered what was happening in the testing room with Xiao. The unexpected burst of light had caught them off guard, and they anxiously waited for the situation to become clear. Xiao emerged from the testing room, her expression a mix of relief and curiosity. Her friends, including Zhang Yu and Lu Yaoyao, immediately crowded around her, eager to find out what had transpired during her tests. Xiao took a deep breath and began to recount her experience. Xiao admitted with a hint of disappointment that her willpower didn't seem to match the expectations of the test. She had trained diligently in preparation, but the experience inside the testing room had shown her that there was still much she needed to learn and develop. Xiao's friends were surprised to hear that she had been training specifically for the test. Xiao admitted that she had indeed been preparing herself for the qualification test, hoping to excel in all aspects, including willpower. As they engaged in conversation, their plump companion, Lu Yuqiang, found himself in line to undergo the examination. Lu Yuqiang, while getting ready to face the impending test, harbored the belief that he might not stand out or excel. In a reassuring tone, Xiao conveyed to him that there was no need for fervent prayers, as he had unwavering confidence in Lu Yuqiang's abilities. With a determined stride and a sense of anticipation, Lu Yuqiang entered the room where he was about to undertake the test, ready to give it his best shot. Upon completing the test, a subtle transformation occurred within the room, as the ambient lighting shifted to a soothing shade of green, signifying the conclusion of the examination. Lu Yuqiang, in a subdued manner, exited the room wearing an expression of profound disappointment and devastation etched across his face, perhaps hinting at a challenging outcome within those green-walled confines. Lu Yuqiang, speaking with a sense of certainty, expressed his lack of belief in his success regarding the test, seemingly resigned to the notion that the outcome may not have been in his favor. In a remarkable turn of events, Xiao experienced a profound sense of astonishment, and delight as she came to the astonishing realization that her dear friend, Lu Yuqiang, had indeed emerged triumphant from the examination. Xiao and her friend, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events and filled with frustration at the outcome that had defied their initial expectations, found themselves in a perplexing moment of mixed emotions. Lu Yaoyao extended words of wisdom, reminding them that life has an uncanny way of unfolding in ways that are entirely unexpected. In a surprising twist of fate, just as Lu Yaoyao had been offering her words of wisdom and encouragement to her friends, her attention was abruptly seized by an announcement that she was next in line to undergo the test. Summoning a profound sense of inner calm and determination, Lu Yaoyao drew in a deep, steadying breath, allowing it to fill her lungs and anchor her in the present moment. In this tranquil moment, she harnessed her inner strength and readied herself for the challenges that lay ahead. With a clear mind and unwavering determination, with a confident smile gracing her lips, Lu Yaoyao turned around to face her friends, who had been her pillars of support and encouragement throughout this roller coaster of a day. She conveyed to them that the moment had arrived, and she was prepared to embark on the test. When Lu Yaoyao embarked on her test of willpower, something truly extraordinary occurred. A vibrant crimson aura emanated from the crystal, a phenomenon unlike anything witnessed in the prior participants who had taken part in the same challenge. The surprising illumination of the crystal on Lu Yaoyao's thighs in a red hue added an unexpected element of intrigue and mystery to the situation. Jiang Yu, noticing the change in the crystal's color from its previous green hue to a striking red, recalled the significance of these colors within the hierarchy of willpower levels. The fact that the crystal had shifted from green to red likely indicated a shift in Lu Yaoyao's willpower, or abilities, signifying a change in her power and potentially her status or capabilities. Jiang Yu's surprise at the red light emitted from Lu Yaoyao's stone being considered a level 5 willpower was evident. Following the completion of Lu Yaoyao's test, the signal underwent a transformation, shifting from its previous state to a vibrant green, symbolizing the conclusion of her examination. As Lu Yaoyao exited the room, her friends couldn't help but express concern for her well-being, as she appeared to be struggling to breathe properly and her complexion had taken on a slight reddish hue, leaving them worried about her condition. Jiang Yu stepped up to Lu Yaoyao, inquiring if she had become so fatigued that it was affecting her ability to breathe. Lu Yaoyao met his gaze and conveyed that he would grasp the depth of her experience once he was the next in line to enter and undergo the test. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao playfully pinched each other's cheeks as Jiang Yu jokingly remarked that Lu Yaoyao had scared him with her earlier words. He then pouted his lips toward her, seeking some words of encouragement or motivation. However, Lu Yaoyao's response was quite the opposite, as she was visibly annoyed by his actions. Following Lu Yaoyao's turn, the announcer declared that it was now Jiang Yu's moment to step forward and face the test of willpower. Amidst the lingering tension in the air due to Lu Yaoyao's frustration, Jiang Yu opted to take his leave, walking away from her and the group as he hurriedly made his way towards the room where he would soon be subjected to the test of willpower. Despite the underlying unease, he managed to muster a small, half-hearted farewell, a mixture of nervousness and determination evident in his demeanor as he ventured into the unknown, leaving behind an atmosphere charged with anticipation and curiosity among those who remained behind. As Jiang Yu stood on the threshold of the room, ready to embark on his own test of willpower, Lu Yaoyao fell into a contemplative silence. Her mind raced, searching for the right words to convey her thoughts and feelings to him before he entered. The weight of the moment hung in the air as she struggled to find the perfect words to express her support and encouragement for him in this pivotal moment of his journey. Surprisingly, despite the earlier tension, as Jiang Yu ventured into the room for his test of willpower, Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but overcome her initial frustration. Her heart softened, and she found herself cheering him on with a heartfelt good luck. With a genuine and appreciative smile, Jiang Yu turned to Lu Yaoyao and uttered a heartfelt thank you. His expression conveyed a deep sense of gratitude as he recognized the significance of her support and encouragement in this pivotal moment of his journey. As Jiang Yu stepped into the room, his heart and mind were a tumultuous blend of nervousness and excitement. The weight of the impending test bore down on him, causing his heart to race, while a surge of anticipation coursed through his veins. As Jiang Yu walked further into the room, the atmosphere was filled with an air of anticipation. Amidst the silence, the trainer's voice suddenly rang out, calling his name to confirm his presence. As Jiang Yu received the form and the medicine from the trainer posed a crucial question, asking if he had awakened his abilities. Jiang Yu nodded with determination and replied confidently, yes, affirming his readiness for the test that lay ahead. The trainer's reaction was one of genuine astonishment when Jiang Yu boldly asserted that he had indeed awakened his dormant abilities. It was a moment that defied the trainer's expectations, prompting a raised eyebrow and a curious gaze as they handed over the prescribed medicine and the necessary forms for the upcoming test. Jiang Yu's confidence, however, was unshaken, and as he accepted the medicine, as he told the trainer that he awakened naturally. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's assertion of awakening his ability, the trainer couldn't conceal a subtle sheen of perspiration on their forehead, an indication of their surprise at this unforeseen development. Collecting himself, he gestured towards a stone crystal nearby and briskly instructed Jiang Yu to place it on himself, his tone carrying a sense of urgency and anticipation as they conveyed that the willpower test was about to commence without delay. With the blindfold securely in place and the stone crystal resting on his thighs, Jiang Yu's presence in the room seemed to trigger a subtle transformation in the atmosphere. The very aura of the room underwent a perceptible change, a shift in energy that hinted at the impending commencement of the willpower test. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden and palpable shift in the room's atmosphere. The abrupt change caught him off guard, and he found himself immersed in an ambience that seemed to hum with anticipation and mystery, leaving him with a sense of wonder and curiosity about what lay ahead in the challenging test of willpower. As Jiang Yu stood there, still adjusting to the altered atmosphere, he felt a firm grip on his shoulders from behind. It was the trainer, who had positioned themselves to offer guidance and reassurance. With a calm and steady voice, the trainer advised him not to yield to nervousness or confusion. The trainer encouraged him to trust his instincts. As Jiang Yu stood there, enveloped in the peculiar atmosphere, the trainer offered an explanation for the sensation. They revealed that it was a side effect of awakening his abilities. As he advanced towards the crystal, he would experience a gradual detachment of his consciousness from his physical body. It was a surreal sensation, similar to feeling one's essence slowly untethering from the corporeal form, a phenomenon that would accompany him on his journey towards the crystal, a testament to the profound nature of the test of willpower he was about to face. With a final, encouraging pat on Jiang Yu's back, the trainer gently nudged him forward to commence the willpower test. As Jiang Yu was propelled forward by the trainer's unexpected push, he couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden acceleration of his movement. It felt as though his body had become slightly lighter, making each step he took feel strangely effortless. The sensation added an extra layer of intrigue to the already mysterious and otherworldly experience of the willpower test, leaving Jiang Yu both startled and curious. As Jiang Yu continued to advance, the peculiar sensation intensified. It felt as if his body were floating, suspended in a weightless state, while simultaneously being gently pulled downward by an unseen force.
Jiang Yu's body seemed as if it were dropping out of thin air, with no warning or sensation of descent. His body and mind both experienced the sensation of gently descending, as if he were floating and lightly stepping on water. While Jiang Yu observed his own body, he couldn't help but be filled with a sense of wonder and slightly surreal realization that he couldn't perceive the presence of his own physical form, leaving him in a state of amazement and curiosity. Even in his unconscious state, Jiang Yu somehow retained a faint but palpable connection with his self, a link that persisted despite the challenging willpower test he was undergoing. While he was unconscious in Jiang Yu's thoughts, he experienced a sense of weightlessness, as if his body was light and capable of effortless movement. The person watching over him observed every motion he made, noting that he was making playful movements while he remained unconscious. Jiang Yu ceased his playful gestures when the individual accompanying him advised him to stop goofing around and promptly proceed to the test. Jiang Yu strolled towards a concept in his thoughts, finding it remarkably uncomplicated, similar to a leisurely walk in the park. While he was walking, his body gradually sank into the ground, as if it were slowly passing through it. Jiang Yu was taken aback, filled with wonder about what was happening to him. Suddenly, he felt a significant weight in his body, and he struggled to catch his breath, feeling unable to breathe. Out of the blue, Jiang Yu found himself submerged in water, feeling as though something was profoundly influencing his mental state. During the ongoing willpower test, it seemed designed to assess his resilience by attempting to induce feelings of despair, sadness, and anger in him. Jiang Yu pondered deeply, working hard to prevent the test from having any impact on his state of mind or emotions. To his surprise, someone called out to Jiang Yu from behind, and the voice sounded strangely familiar to him. Much to his astonishment, it turned out to be his Uncle Lai. His uncle shared with him that being extraordinary wasn't in his nature, and warned that he might only end up causing harm to both himself and others. Jiang Yu's uncle appeared before him, but something about his demeanor seemed slightly off. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Jiang Yu began to realize that this figure was not his uncle at all, and it was merely an illusion. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by the pervasive presence of thoughts about his uncle, as if his uncle's influence and memory were all around him. In his uncle's unusual guise, he issued a stern warning, emphasizing that Jong Yu needed to acknowledge his perceived incapacity to successfully complete the willpower test. Multiple manifestations of his uncle seemed to encircle him, attempting to undermine his mental resolve. His uncle's voices echoed, questioning why Jong Yu was so fixated on achieving greatness when he could simply opt for a new, contented life. His uncle directed his attention towards something, emphasizing that being extraordinary didn't just require physical strength, but also an unyielding willpower. This statement captured Jong Yu's interest and compelled him to gaze in the direction his uncle was pointing. Jong Yu obediently followed his uncle's gesture and turned his head to look in the indicated direction. However, he couldn't help but feel perplexed, unsure of what exactly was unfolding before him. In Jong Yu's mind, his uncle gestured towards a group of individuals who were carrying a torch and engaged in a fierce battle against a menacing monster. The appearance of the colossal monster plunged the area into chaos and danger. As the colossal monster wreaked havoc, debris in parts of the city were systematically demolished, creating widespread chaos and destruction. The monster's immense size and overwhelming power allowed it to loom over the entire city, its colossal form enveloping the urban landscape as it exerted its tremendous might. Jong Yu gazed at the monstrous presence with sheer astonishment, finding it difficult to believe that such a creature could materialize within his thoughts. The cries of anguish and pain filled the air as the terrified residents of the city screamed in distress, their voices echoing through the chaos caused by the menacing monster. Jong Yu stood there in utter shock, his face filled with distress and disbelief as he witnessed the horrifying events unfolding right before his eyes. In the city, everyone was facing a terrible situation because of a monstrous creature that was causing havoc, and chaos was spreading rapidly as people struggled to deal with the threat. As Jong Yu gazed upon the nightmarish scene, a chilling realization washed over him. The blood of the city's terrified people was raining down upon him, drenching him in a gruesome and horrifying downpour that intensified the feeling of dread and hopelessness that had gripped his heart. In the middle of all the confusion and fear, Jong Yu's uncle took out a cigarette and lit it. The small, burning tip of the cigarette created a dim light on his face. While his uncle ignited the cigarette, he turned to Jong Yu, who appeared lost in contemplation and shared a somber sentiment, saying that this marks the conclusion of the extraordinary moments they've cherished. With a thoughtful puff of his cigarette, Jong Yu's uncle posed a question to his nephew, inquiring if he genuinely aspires to be counted among the extraordinary. In the midst of their conversation, a darker aspect of Jong Yu's uncle's inner thoughts emerged, interrupting their exchange with a stark reality check, warning him not to deceive himself with idealistic notions. As the shadowy voice of his uncle's inner doubts drew nearer to his ear, it whispered persuasively, suggesting that Jong Yu's desire for extraordinariness might be more about showing off and less about a genuine yearning to be extraordinary. His uncle's conflicting thoughts made Jong Yu wonder if they were right. Jong Yu felt uncertain because it was his uncle who was speaking and causing confusion in his mind. With an unsettling and peculiar expression on his face, his uncle approached him and remarked in a voice filled with an eerie tone that he resembled a child who fantasized about being a superhero. Jong Yu's uncle kept talking, making Jong Yu more and more confused. His uncle said he didn't like being told what to do, and he felt like he had his own special way of thinking. Jong Yu's face showed that he was completely unsure about what to believe or think. Jong Yu got really confused, so much that he ended up kneeling on the ground. His uncle's changing appearances and the voices in his head made things even more baffling. His uncle continued to talk about how Jong Yu seemed to crave fame and attention, even though he didn't have any special skills, and yet he held a strong belief that he could still make a mark. His uncle pointed out that in reality, Jong Yu was standing out for the opposite reasons compared to him. Jong Yu's uncle used the man holding the torch as an example and explained that he understood that the darkness in the world extended beyond just the surface layer of shadows. Jong Yu's uncle pointed out that when the man was absorbed by the pollution of the dark world upon his death, he became a part of it. His uncle emphasized that even if the sun was shining brightly above his head, there would always be a shadow lurking in a place beyond his reach. As the image of the man and his thoughts continued to fade away, Jong Yu reached out as if he were desperately calling for help, his hand stretching towards the vanishing figure in a last-ditch effort to hold on to something that was slipping away. In the midst of his desperate attempt to reach out to the fading figure, the torch that the man had been holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As the torch transformed into a brilliant light, it revealed the lurking monsters and the pervasive pollution, casting a harsh reality into view. His uncle continued to assert that the true catastrophe wasn't merely encountering these challenges, but rather the pursuit of extraordinariness itself. Zhang Yu looked at the scary monsters, thinking and trying to understand what it all meant. After unveiling the harsh reality of pursuing extraordinariness, his uncle finally posed a direct question to Zhang Yu, asking if he genuinely believed he had what it takes to be extraordinary. Though uncertainty clouded his expression, Zhang Yu's determination to be extraordinary burned brightly within him, undeterred by the harsh realities his uncle had revealed. During the test of his willpower, Zhang Yu's appearance and actions in the room took on an unusual and peculiar quality. The one guiding him carefully examined and closely observed Zhang Yu's reactions and movements during the test, paying keen attention to every detail. While the willpower test was still in progress, a woman entered the room, adding an unexpected element to the situation. As she walked in, the woman directed a question to the man who had been observing Zhang Yu, inquiring about his progress during the ongoing willpower test. The man responded to the woman, stating that Zhang Yu's progress was decent, but he also noted that Zhang Yu had been continuously spinning around in circles during the test. The woman explained that such behavior was expected because, in her view, as the inkstone came from the abyss, and not everyone could withstand the pollution that accompanied it. The man nodded in agreement, acknowledging that only those with strong qualifications and resilience could endure the pressure and make it as far as Zhang Yu had. Zhang Yu continued to move around and make various motions during the test. The man observed that despite Zhang Yu getting closer to the stone crystal, he displayed no signs of fatigue or exhaustion thus far. The man was truly amazed by Zhang Yu's mental state and determination, acknowledging his remarkable progress. While they were observing, something suddenly caught their attention, diverting their focus from Zhang Yu. Suddenly, the stone on Zhang Yu's thigh began to glow with a vibrant red hue, leaving them both astonished and shocked by this unexpected development. The man, equally taken aback, couldn't hide his surprise as he witnessed the stone on Zhang Yu's thigh emitting a radiant red glow. As Zhang Yu cautiously approached the scene, a mysterious and eerie aura began to envelop the room, casting an atmosphere of uncertainty and intrigue. The people in the room became highly attentive, their gaze fixed on Zhang Yu as they observed his presence with keen interest. As Zhang Yu drew nearer to the stone, it began to emit a vibrant red glow, adding to the intrigue and mystique of the moment. The man observing Zhang Yu couldn't conceal his astonishment when he realized that Zhang Yu had reached level 5 with the stone from such a distance. The woman gently touched the man's shoulder and inquired if he could make an educated guess about whether Zhang Yu had the potential to reach level 6. The man responded, admitting that he didn't possess the ability to predict what the future held for Zhang Yu. He pointed out that in the history of the Chu lineage, that only 15 individuals had ever reached level 6, emphasizing the rarity and uncertainty of such an achievement. As Zhang Yu approached the stone, he encountered some difficulty and found it slightly challenging to control his body's movements. As Zhang Yu drew nearer to the stone, the man observed that he was trembling, and he couldn't help but notice that the light emanating from the stone appeared to be diminishing, raising concerns and questions about the situation. The man, growing increasingly concerned, requested the woman to inspect Zhang Yu's wristwatch for any potential malfunctions or anomalies. As she approached and examined it, the woman reassured the man that there were no errors, and the data displayed on the watch appeared to be entirely normal. The man's surprise deepened as he observed Zhang Yu's approach towards the stone crystal. He had initially assumed that the closer Zhang Yu got to the crystal, the stronger his willpower should become. As Zhang Yu continued to approach the stone, the man closely monitored the data, and to his growing concern, he noticed that Zhang Yu's willpower was steadily weakening. Puzzled and alarmed, he couldn't help but wonder what was causing this decline in Zhang Yu's resolve. Despite the challenges and the weakening of his willpower, Zhang Yu remained determined and resolute, pushing himself to continue moving forward towards the stone. In a surprising turn of events that left everyone in the room astonished, Zhang Yu extended his hand towards the stone, attempting to reach out and make contact with it. The man and the woman were both taken aback by Zhang Yu's unexpected action. They believed that Zhang Yu was attempting to touch the stone. The man found it particularly surprising since even individuals at level 6 were unable to make physical contact with the stone, yet Zhang Yu seemed willing to try. As he drew nearer, Zhang Yu boldly touched the stone with his bare hands. Much to their astonishment, the stone not only grew brighter, but also underwent a remarkable change in color, leaving everyone in the room in awe of this unexpected development. Zhang Yu dared to make direct contact with the stone using his bare hands. Suddenly, his thoughts began to swirl and twist, seemingly transported to another realm within his mind. His uncle persisted in trying to convince him to abandon his pursuit of greatness. Zhang Yu's eyes seemed to lose focus, and he felt as if he were adrift in a vast, empty space, disconnected from his surroundings. In the midst of this internal struggle, the faces of his friends and family from the real world emerged in his thoughts. The other manifestations of his uncle urged him to consider his loved ones. Zhang Yu gazed at their familiar faces, but his heart was filled with a deep sense of sadness and emptiness. While he was contemplating his friends, Lu Yao Yao suddenly materialized right before him in his thoughts. His mind persistently urged him to think about the person he loved the most, and Lu Yao Yao's presence became a vivid and undeniable reminder of that love. Within his thoughts, Lu Yao Yao extended her hand toward him, while the willpower test seemed to be attempting to exploit Zhang Yu's vulnerability by using his affection for her against him. With resolve, Zhang Yu willingly reached out and accepted Lu Yao Yao's offered hand within the confines of his thoughts. As he clasped Lu Yao Yao's hand, the voice within his mind conveyed that this was his rightful place. A peculiar aura surrounded them, intensifying the sense of belonging and significance in that moment. After gripping Lu Yao Yao's hand, Zhang Yu experienced a peculiar and unfamiliar sensation that seemed to course through him, deepening the enigmatic nature of the situation. All of a sudden, someone interrupted his thoughts, and to everyone's astonishment, the stone abruptly shattered into countless pieces, leaving everyone in the room bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. As he regained consciousness, Zhang Yu began to perceive all the tests and voices that had conversed with him in his thoughts as nothing more than an elaborate examination, with the discussions merely being figurative voices in his ear. A smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he believed he had successfully passed the test, considering it to be merely a trial level in his journey. With his uncle reappearing in his thoughts, Zhang Yu walked toward him, ready to confront whatever insights or challenges his uncle had to offer. As he approached his uncle, Zhang Yu decided to open up and share his feelings. He confessed to his uncle that at first he had been genuinely frightened of him and had even held a hint of resentment in his heart. In the depths of his thoughts, Zhang Yu communicated to his uncle that initially he had aspired to be a great hero to mask his feelings of weakness and idleness. He expressed these sentiments calmly and with newfound confidence. In his mental confrontation with his uncle, Zhang Yu boldly shared his newfound understanding. He conveyed that in this world, there were no heroes descending from the heavens, but rather it was the relentless struggles of ordinary humans that defined the true essence of life. As Zhang Yu grappled with his thoughts and revelations, the man he couldn't save also materialized in his mind. The man served as an example, illustrating that their silent and unheralded efforts had contributed to the peace and stability that they now enjoyed. While reaching out for the torch, Zhang Yu shared with his uncle that he had already experienced a semblance of peace in his life before. Zhang Yu made contact with the torch and accepted it from the man, taking it into his possession. With the torch now illuminating his thoughts, Zhang Yu found himself surrounded by the presence of his friends and family. He declared that this time he no longer wished to seek refuge under the shelter of others, expressing his determination to face his challenges head-on. Zhang Yu embraced the resolve to become an eternal flame, dedicated to illuminating the path for others and dispelling the darkness that shrouded their lives. Zhang Yu's uncle was taken aback and couldn't find the words to respond to Zhang Yu's sudden and resolute change in outlook and determination. Zhang Yu remained resolute and unwavering in his determination to be the savior that would light up the darkness. As the willpower test continued, Uncle Lu and the others were engrossed in unraveling the mystery of the recent incident and closely monitoring the unfolding events. They diligently examined all the residents who had fallen into the shadow layer, determined to understand the nature of the changes that had occurred. Uncle Lu attentively listened to his comrade's report, which outlined a plan for the upcoming defense art exam. It involved the division of 30 students into multiple batches for initial screening, followed by the swift removal of any pollution using the power of light. Commander Lu inquired about the status of the pollution assessment department, and the night guard promptly informed him that the results had been released and the corresponding images had been transmitted to him. Commander Lu wasted no time and promptly opened the message to examine the results. Commander Lu reviewed the pollution assessment and noted that it was categorized as level 1. Furthermore, he observed that the 3 spirits that had appeared were remarkably similar, not only in terms of their appearance, but also in their bone and tissue analysis. The guard examiner noticed something peculiar about the spirits, which left him feeling noticeably anxious and uneasy. Commander Lu was taken aback by the man's statement that the spirits appeared to have undergone a transformation that was remarkably human-like, which was indeed surprising. The man with them expressed shock and disbelief. He pointed out that the transformation and pollution process usually differed significantly from person to person, taking various unpredictable directions. It seemed almost inconceivable to have 3 transformed beings appear with such incredible similarity. Commander Lu, taken aback and feeling the weight of the unexpected information, succumbed to stress and reached for a cigarette to help cope with the situation. Commander Lu moved to the window to smoke and shared his suspicion with the others, suggesting that it appeared as though someone of significance had devised something extraordinary. The pollution in the dark side of the world continued to worsen and grow increasingly dangerous. To make matters worse, some rare and unusual species suddenly began to surface, adding to the complexity and danger of the situation. Commander Lu pondered to himself that individuals lurking in the shadows couldn't simply remain passive and still in the face of the crisis. Out of nowhere, a brilliant light emerged from the other side of the building, catching Commander Lu completely off guard and leaving him in a state of surprise. Upon seeing the bright light, immediate concern washed over Commander Lu, as he couldn't help but worry about its implications and potential consequences. Commander Lu's shock intensified when he realized that the bright light had originated from the extraordinary test room, which had not only exploded, but was now emitting an intense and dazzling light. Upon the realization that the source emanated from the test room, Commander Lu promptly and decisively embarked on a direct trajectory toward the aforementioned location. Commander Lu, gripped by a sense of urgency, briskly traversed through the space, assertively instructing individuals in his path to clear the way, all the while fervently communicating that time was of the essence. His haste was fueled by an intense curiosity to unravel the mystery behind the radiant luminosity, yearning to discern not only the origin, but also the instigator responsible for casting such a brilliant glow. In a moment of contemplation, Commander Lu's mind swiftly processed the realization that the pinnacle of willpower test outcomes had only manifested as an orange glow, and the sudden emergence of a resplendent golden radiance was an unprecedented occurrence in his experiential knowledge. Having swiftly arrived at the test room, Commander Lu was met with a conspicuous sight, a vivid golden brilliance emanating through the windows, capturing his attention in a luminous spectacle. Intrigued and perplexed by the unusual radiance, he found himself contemplating the nature of this unforeseen phenomenon. Upon entering the room, Commander Lu observed a gathering of people, all struck with awe at the radiant golden light that filled the space. Upon entering the room, Commander Lu found himself approached by 2 individuals who promptly briefed him on the ongoing willpower test. Their revelation pinpointed Zhang Yu as the subject undergoing the assessment, an announcement that triggered a sudden surge of anxiety within Commander Lu. Realizing that the individual undergoing the willpower test was none other than Zhang Yu, Commander Lu found himself engulfed by a palpable sense of anxiety and apprehension, the weight of the situation bearing down on him with an unsettling force. Meanwhile, on the flip side of the scenario, Zhang Yu remained in a state of unconsciousness, his hand still in contact with the crystal. The profound connection between him and the crystal continued to manifest in a radiant golden glow. In a sudden and seemingly spontaneous turn of events, Zhang Yu regained consciousness, his eyes slowly flickering open to embrace awareness. As his eyes parted, ushering in consciousness, Zhang Yu was immediately seized by a sudden wave of anxiety, prompting him to swiftly turn his head in an instinctive response to an unseen apprehension that had taken hold. Surprised, Zhang Yu discovered that his friends, along with Commander Lu and other participants, were all in a state of awe, their eyes fixed upon him. Bewildered by the unexpected attention, he couldn't help but wonder about the unfolding spectacle and the mysterious circumstances that had captivated the onlookers. After a brief interval, and with the commencement of the ongoing test, Zhang Yu took a seat on the couch. Observing his condition, Commander Lu, mindful of his well-being, promptly fetched a bottle of water for him. Commander Lu extended the bottle of water towards Zhang Yu, a gesture of consideration that was met with prompt gratitude as Zhang Yu offered a swift expression of thanks. Seated on the couch, Zhang Yu, still inquisitive, turned to Commander Lu and inquired about the well-being of Ye Yao and their other friends. Commander Lu, responding with a calm demeanor, shared that during Zhang Yu's test, they had been escorted to the designated rest area. Shortly afterward, Commander Lu expressed to Zhang Yu that the vibrant glow emanating from the stone crystal during his test had truly caught him by surprise, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the radiant display. Commander Lu chimed in, adding to the conversation, expressing his sheer amazement and surprise at witnessing the unprecedented golden glow that Zhang Yu had manifested during the test. The extraordinary nature of the occurrence left Commander Lu in awe, further emphasizing the uniqueness of the event. Zhang Yu, filled with happiness and interpreting his reaction as a compliment, pondered whether his feat might categorize him as a golden legend, surpassing even the renowned 6th stage. However, Commander Lu, while acknowledging the possibility, explaining that definitively labeling such an accomplishment was challenging, given the intricacies of the assessment and the uniqueness of the golden glow display. In a light-hearted moment, Commander Lu playfully remarked that Zhang Yu's extraordinary abilities might lead to him being taken for dissection and experiments, injecting a note of humor into the conversation. The unexpected comment caught Zhang Yu off guard, causing him to involuntarily spit out the water. Recovering from the unexpected jest, Zhang Yu jokingly admonished Commander Lu not to scare him with talk of dissection. In response, Commander Lu playfully inquired if the remark had genuinely frightened him, asserting with confidence that, regardless, Zhang Yu would remain the golden legend. Shortly thereafter, Commander Lu shifted to a more serious tone, remarking that Zhang Yu might indeed be subjected to data collection, with his information disseminated to various night patrols for close monitoring. Concerned by the serious turn in Commander Lu's remarks, Zhang Yu sought clarification, asking whether the possibility of data collection and close monitoring was indeed true, and if the situation was as complex as it seemed. In response to Zhang Yu's assurance, Commander Lu also stood up, affirming that there was no need for immediate concern. He promised to guide Zhang Yu on how to handle the situation later, emphasizing the importance of following the process. Meanwhile, a subtle smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he entertained the thought in his mind that this unexpected turn of events presented an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities and perhaps make a lasting impression. After a considerable span of time, Zhang Yu found himself comfortably settled in a room where 3 individuals engaged in a conversation with him, delving into various aspects of his personal information through an interview. In this intriguing scenario, the interview conducted with Zhang Yu unfolded in a live setting, allowing other participants the opportunity to observe and delve into the proceedings from an external vantage point. As the conversation transpired, a buzz of gossip permeated the air among the onlookers. Simultaneously, there were individuals who opted for a more digital experience, tuning into the interview unfolding with Zhang Yu via the screens of their laptops. The gentlemen who were avidly observing Zhang Yu's interview found themselves gripped by an intense curiosity about him, fueled by the circulating rumors and their first-hand experience of witnessing his remarkable performance during the willpower test. Upon reflection, Zhang Yu engaged with the interviewers, recounting the purported experiences he had during his willpower test. However, a stark divergence existed between the narrative he shared and the truth harbored within his mind. In actuality, every detail he conveyed was a fabrication meticulously constructed by Commander Lu. Commander Lu, also one of the interviewers, posed a direct question to Zhang Yu about his thoughts during the willpower test, creating a nuanced moment where the orchestrator sought validation within the interview setting. Midway through articulating his reflections, Zhang Yu abruptly halted, introducing a momentary pause that hung in the air. Observing Zhang Yu's sudden pause keenly, Commander Lu swiftly intervened, encouraging him to resume and continue articulating the thoughts he had been in the process of sharing. Unexpectedly, a sly smirk adorned Zhang Yu's countenance, adding an enigmatic and intriguing dimension to the unfolding scenario. Out of the blue, Zhang Yu sprang to his feet with surprising swiftness, catching everyone off guard. He directed a sudden inquiry towards Commander Lu, seeking clarification on whether there was a map hanging on the wall in his room. In an abrupt and unexpected move, Jong Yu rose swiftly from his seated position, opting to stand on the chair itself, injecting a spontaneous and unconventional element into the unfolding scene. Rising from his chair, Jong Yu disclosed that only 5 out of the 10 textbook-listed survival locations remained, injecting a dose of reality into the previously optimistic atmosphere. He emphasized the complexity of their situation, asserting that the truth, though painful, was essential to dispel any romanticized notions about their circumstances. Commander Lu, taken aback, found himself in a state of shock, bewildered by Jong Yu's unexpected actions. He couldn't fathom the purpose behind Jong Yu's seemingly playful behavior, prompting a sense of curiosity. Out of the blue, Jong Yu escalated his over-the-top reactions, becoming even more animated as he continued to vocalize seemingly nonsensical statements, adding an extra layer of unpredictability to the unfolding situation. In a sudden turn of events, Jong Yu swiftly descended from the elevated position of the chair, introducing an element of abruptness and unpredictability to his actions. Abruptly, Jong Yu asserted that in the absence of a torch, he would be the sole individual responsible for the task at hand, injecting an element of assertion and determination into the unfolding narrative. Following a series of unnecessary actions and an extensive stream of discourse, a palpable silence enveloped the room, leaving all present individuals utterly speechless, suspended in a moment of collective astonishment and uncertainty. Experiencing a tinge of embarrassment, Commander Lu, recognizing the unconventional nature of Jong Yu's behavior, extended an apology to his fellow interviewers. He explained that Jong Yu had a penchant for jesting and playful antics. In an unexpected turn of events, the interviewers responded with a mix of awe and teary-eyed emotion to Jong Yu's speech, caught off guard by the profound impact of his words. Commander Lu, taken aback, expressed astonishment at the genuine belief and understanding exhibited by the interviewers. He found it hard to fathom that they had actually fallen for the orchestrated scenario, highlighting a sense of disbelief at the success of the ruse. Even the participants who were watching the live broadcast were taken aback by Jong Yu's unexpected statements, filled with amazement and a sense of realization. Some among them couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. Even the people who were watching in their laptops experienced a deep sense of fulfillment and contentment as they absorbed Jong Yu's speech. On a contrasting note, in Jong Yu's mind, a subtle notion emerged that perhaps he had indulged enough in showcasing his flamboyant antics. Contemplating whether the interviewers would release him from the theatrics, he found himself pondering the prospect of heading to the club for a much-desired massage. In the midst of this unfolding spectacle, Commander Lu rose from his seat, signaling an end to the day's proceedings for Jong Yu. As anticipation hung in the air, Jong Yu, fueled by curiosity, couldn't resist inquiring about the impending notification. In a decisive gesture, Commander Lu brought the session to a close by shutting his laptop, leaving a symbolic conclusion to the intriguing events that had transpired during the interview with Jong Yu. Following the closure of his laptop, Commander Lu confirmed Jong Yu's curiosity, disclosing that the awaited notification pertained to the upcoming special training camp. While in the interim, Jong Yu's shadow rested atop the building, patiently anticipating his arrival. Perched in the shadows, Jong Yu's figure remained in a poised state, biding time for the awaited moment. Out of the blue, the shadow of Jong Yu abruptly became aware that an individual was emerging from the confines of the building. In an instant, the shadowy presence detected the subtle movement, signaling a newfound awareness that someone was making their exit from the structure. Having observed the situation, Commander Lu promptly approached Jong Yu and inquired why he, as per prior instructions, was expected to maintain a low profile. Jong Yu apologized for the unintended attention and promised to be more discreet in the future. Expressing his dilemma, Commander Lu confessed to Jong Yu that he was unsure how to explain the situation to Jong Yu's uncle, Mr. Lai. Commander Lu revealed that Mr. Lai had a strong aversion to Jong Yu getting involved with anything extraordinary, and he anticipated that Mr. Lai might react with displeasure. In light of the predicament, Commander Lu instructed Jong Yu to attend a special training camp scheduled for March 25th. Intrigued, Jong Yu inquired about the details and purpose of the training camp. Commander Lu elucidated that the special training camp was designed for individuals with qualifying abilities, where they would undergo an intensive program spanning several months. Following the rigorous training period, participants would then face an evaluation conducted through the exam. Shortly after providing these details, Commander Liu took his leave from Zhang Yu and urgently made a phone call, while warning Zhang Yu not to mention any information to his daughter Yao. Later, Zhang Yu explored the shadowy side of the world and found out his lifespan was a mere 20 days. Faced with this revelation, he pondered the feasibility of committing to several months of training in such a limited time frame. In a sudden surge of determination, Zhang Yu felt compelled to persist in his hunting endeavors, driven by the hope that by accumulating achievements, he might amass enough lifespan to confront the imminent shortage he had discovered. To his surprise, Zhang Yu spotted a potential prey roaming the streets, presenting an unexpected opportunity for him to continue his hunting pursuits. Encountering a seemingly vulnerable monster, Zhang Yu discerned that it was weakened and fleeing. The creature's health had plummeted to a mere 27%, making it a plausible target for him to engage in combat. Without wasting any time, Zhang Yu swiftly descended from the building, determined to catch the fleeing monster and capitalize on the opportunity before it could slip away. Midway through its desperate escape, the monster, sensing a presence from behind, abruptly turned its head to ascertain the source of the disturbance. To the monster's astonishment, it found itself taken aback as it sensed an unexpected marking from someone behind, a surprising turn of events catching the creature off guard. In a deft and swift movement, Zhang Yu adeptly sliced through the surprised monster with his long clawed fingers, swiftly eliminating the creature and bringing a decisive end to the pursuit. With the defeated monster lying prone, Zhang Yu proceeded to engage in the absorption process, harnessing the essence or energy released by the creature, a ritual essential to his unique abilities. Following the absorption ritual, the system promptly notified Zhang Yu that while the hunt may not have been deemed glorious, it was undeniably successful. As a tangible reward for his accomplishment, his lifespan received a beneficial extension of 2 days. Reflecting on the outcome, Zhang Yu humbly acknowledged the stroke of luck that contributed to his success. Despite deeming the hunt somewhat disgraceful, he philosophically asserted that when an opportunity is handed to him, refusing to seize it would be foolish. Abruptly, Zhang Yu found himself taken aback as someone called out to him, their voice laden with surprise and agitation. The caller demanded to know his sudden appearance, shouting and questioning the unexpected arrival. Intrigued, Zhang Yu swiftly turned around to investigate the source of the call, curiosity etched across his features as he sought to unravel the mystery behind the unexpected summons. To Zhang Yu's surprise, a masked and helmeted figure emerged, inquiring about the creature he had just confronted. The mysterious individual, concealed behind layers of disguise, seemed keenly interested in the details of the encounter. Caught off guard and feeling a surge of anxiety, Zhang Yu found himself unable to provide a coherent response to the masked individual's inquiry. The unexpected encounter left him flustered and unable to articulate the details of his recent confrontation with the creature. In a moment of sudden clarity, Zhang Yu realized that the creature he was in the process of absorbing was indeed the one the masked man was referring to. However, he found himself in a dilemma as he was dangerously close to completing the absorption process. Swiftly and with rapidity, the man advanced towards his target, deftly extracting his weapon from its sheath, all the while labeling him as a thief and demanding the prompt return of what he perceived as rightfully his prey. In a swift eruption of anger, the man surged forward with determination, charging at his adversary, unequivocally admonishing him to abandon any pretense. He explicitly asserted his acquaintance with the other's history of pilfering even from scavengers, branding him with the epithet of shamelessness. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu found himself taken by surprise, his countenance reflecting astonishment at the unexpected and sudden course of actions unfolding before him. In an instant, the man's eyes widened with a dawning realization, a flicker of understanding sweeping across his features even as he continued his forward charge towards his target. In the wake of that realization, he abruptly brought himself to a halt, his momentum arrested with an abrupt and decisive stop, leaving an air of suspense in the charged atmosphere. A palpable presence lingered in the air, creating a charged atmosphere that enveloped both individuals. Zhang Yu, taken aback and bewildered, was consumed by confusion, struggling to comprehend the sudden cessation of the man's advance, and left to ponder the mysterious interruption in their confrontation. Out of the blue, Zhang Yu was taken aback by the unexpected revelation that the man, in a sudden and surprising move, opted to remove his helmet, introducing an element of unpredictability and intrigue to the unfolding situation. Much to his surprise, the man closed the distance, attentively scrutinizing Zhang Yu with a keen gaze, inducing a sense of perplexity and bewilderment in the latter as he grappled with the sudden shift in dynamics and the intensified scrutiny directed towards him. In a sudden transformation of demeanor, the man's countenance shifted to one of awe and disbelief, as if struck by the realization that the person before him was none other than the renowned internet sensation. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he expressed his admiration and confessed to being a loyal fan. Out of the blue, the man approached Zhang Yu, expressing a desire for a picture together. Conversely, Zhang Yu, on the other hand, inquired about the scavenger mentioned by the man, seeking clarification on the specific reference made during their encounter. The man, taken aback by Zhang Yu's unexpected inquiry, registered surprise on his face in response to the sudden and probing question. Subsequently, the man proceeded to elucidate, revealing that an individual named UZG had been tormenting a destitute scavenger by pilfering their spoils without taking responsibility. This revelation incited a surge of anger in Zhang Yu, prompting him to demand further clarification. Swiftly, Zhang Yu impelled the man to draw nearer, employing his adept skills with spider webs to take control of the situation. In response, the man acquiesced, promptly reclining on the ground under the influence of Zhang Yu's strategic deployment of spider webs. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yu urged the man to provide additional details, seizing the moment to interrogate him further while maintaining control by gripping his head, ensuring a swift and concise exchange of information. In response to Zhang Yu's prompt inquiry, the man disclosed that the individual responsible for the reprehensible actions was indeed named UZG. Continuing his explanation, the man clarified that the term scavengers was an informal term, with the official title being the night watchers or freelance workers. He went on to reveal that once individuals achieved a basic intermediate level, they could officially register within this community. Curious about the welfare of the freelance workers, Zhang Yu inquired about the compensation and benefits provided to those individuals operating within the night watchers community. The man responded by stating that the compensation for freelance workers wasn't substantial, typically ranging from 60,000 to 70,000 units. Upon hearing this information, Zhang Yu found himself taken aback and surprised by the relatively modest sum mentioned as compensation for the freelance workers.
Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please consider giving it a thumbs up and subscribing to my channel for more content like this. Leave a comment for the next part, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.